My name is Lin Yang. I used to be an ordinary man in the modern world, but a year ago, I woke up in this cruel medieval land. Now, I am in Rose Manor. My life is a cycle of pain and humiliation. Every 3 days, I am forced to drink a disgusting liquid made of animal organs and roots because I am a living supplement for the graceful but cold Lady Ophelia. After she uses me for her training, her housekeeper whips me and throws me back to my hut, which is just a pile of dry grass next to the stables. Even the other slaves make my life difficult. Led by a man named Haichi, they mock me and ask gross questions about the lady, jealous that I get to be near her. I endure it all in silence. I have learned that in this world, without power, you are nothing. Everything changed this morning. After a full year of suffering, a mechanical voice echoed in my head. I have finally bound a partner feedback system. This system is incredible. Whenever a partner who has a close connection to me improves their skills, I receive 10 times that progress as a reward. Currently, I am bound to Ophelia and a mysterious woman named Rafina. While Haichi was busy insulting me, the system suddenly notified me that Ophelia had finished her morning meditation. Immediately, a warm current rushed through my veins. My strength and holy light stats jumped up instantly. I felt my muscles tighten and my power surge. To test this new strength, Haichi forced me to move heavy, tainted rocks that other slaves were afraid to touch. I lifted 100-pound ore with ease, though I pretended to struggle to keep my secret. This system is my golden opportunity. I no longer have to be a victim. By using the progress of those who look down on me, I will rise step by step and find my way out of this dark life. I felt a sudden surge of strength flow through my muscles. This was the tenfold feedback from the system, and it was incredible. Clenching my fists, I could feel a power called Holy Light protecting me. To test my new abilities, I followed the orders of the overseer, Haichi, and moved heavy rocks covered in dangerous dark energy. While the other slaves were terrified, I lifted 100-pound stone with ease. A faint light on my skin blocked the dark toxins from hurting me. I pretended to be exhausted to hide my secret, but Haichi grew suspicious and began planning to get rid of me. Soon after, a group of Holy Light Knights arrived at the manor to recruit slaves for a dangerous mission in the Black Mist. Although the reward was freedom, everyone knew it was likely a death sentence. Haichi saw his chance and immediately recommended me to the knights, claiming I was strong enough for the front lines. I felt a chill in my heart as the deputy captain accepted me, but then the situation took a sudden turn. Lady Ophelia appeared on her balcony and refused to let the knights take me, stating that I was still useful to her. As I stood there, I noticed the leader of the knights, a beautiful woman named Rafina. Her scent was familiar, and I realized she was the mysterious woman I had encountered during those blindfolded training sessions in the past. To my surprise, Rafina spoke up and suggested that since Haichi was so eager to recommend others, he should be the one to go instead. I watched in silence as the terrified Haichi was dragged away by the knights, screaming for mercy. By of luck and the unexpected intervention of these two powerful women, I was saved while my enemy was sent to face the very fate he had planned for me. My status in the manor has changed, and for the first time, I feel like I have a real chance to survive and grow stronger. I watched in silence as Haichi was dragged away, screaming in despair. To avoid any unwanted attention, I knelt back down and hid my face. While I was outside, Ophelia and Rafina were inside discussing a plan that would change everything. Rafina told her about a rare and dangerous potion called the Heart of Black Mist that would be sold at an underground auction. Ophelia was desperate for it. She needed a breakthrough in her power to save her family's falling reputation. Even though the potion was risky, she was determined to get it at any cost. The next 2 days were much better for me. Because Ophelia had protected me, the other slaves were now afraid to bully me. I even got extra food in the dining hall. During this time, my power grew quickly because of the system. Every time Ophelia trained hard to prepare for her breakthrough, I received rewards that increased my stamina and holy light. I could feel myself becoming much stronger than a normal human. On the 3rd day, the housekeeper, Lina, came to get me. To my surprise, she told me to wash thoroughly and gave me a clean, new uniform. Ophelia was taking me into town. I soon realized I was being used as a refined servant to help her appearance while she traveled to the auction. I had to push the wheelchair of the old, paralyzed Lord Ramon, making us look like a devoted family out for fresh air. As we left the manor in a carriage, I saw the world outside for the first time. The sky was gray and heavy, and the terrifying black mist sat on the horizon like thick ink. This world was dying and full of monsters, but for now, I was focused on the journey ahead. We were heading to Iron Oak Town, where Ophelia hoped to buy the power she needed, and I knew that her success would mean an even greater boost for my own hidden strength. As we traveled toward Iron Oak Town, I saw the true state of the world. The sky was a heavy, endless gray, and the dead trees looked like twisted hands reaching upward. The most terrifying sight was the black mist on the horizon, a dark mass that turns people into monsters. Only places protected by holy light are safe. Upon entering the town, we were met by Viscount Barclay, a greasy and arrogant noble. He tried to insult my master, Lady Ophelia, and even mocked me, calling me a new pet. Ophelia stood her ground and silenced him by mentioning her powerful friend, Rafina. I remained a quiet shadow, pushing the paralyzed Lord Ramon in his wheelchair. We soon entered a hidden underground auction. The basement was a different world, quiet, expensive, and filled with masked nobles. Ophelia was there for one thing, the heart of the dark mist. When the potion finally appeared, the bidding was fierce. Viscount Barclay tried to outbid her just to be cruel, but Ophelia wouldn't back down. Suddenly, a knight arrived with a bag of gold from Captain Rafina to support her. With that help, Ophelia won the auction for a massive price. We hurried to a luxury inn where Ophelia prepared for her breakthrough. After drinking the dark potion, a massive explosion of energy filled the room. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Because of our connection, the system gave me 10 times the feedback from her progress. As she reached the shadow-breaking realm, I felt my own body transform. My strength and holy light surged, pushing me through 5 levels of power instantly. I was no longer a weak. I was an awakened warrior. However, the peace didn't last. Ophelia sensed the change in my aura. She realized that I had somehow absorbed the energy from her expensive potion. Instead of being happy, she was furious. She rushed at me, grabbing my neck with her new strength, demanding to know how a lowly servant could steal her power. At that moment, Ophelia's slender fingers tightened around Lin Yang's throat. The power she had just gained was completely uncontrolled, and her fingertips almost sank into his skin. Because of the huge difference in strength, Lin Yang could hardly breathe, his face turning red. "Stay calm. Don't panic now. Madam, I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Yang forced out the words, his voice hoarse. "You don't know?" Ophelia leaned closer, her golden hair falling over his face. Her bright blue eyes were filled with fury. "You're just a servant. Where did you get such power? What have you done in secret?" Lin Yang's mind raced. He knew he had to come up with a believable explanation. "Madam, maybe it's because you've been using me in your training for the past year." Lin Yang coughed a few times. "My body seems to have changed. I can now handle some of the holy light." Ophelia's grip loosened slightly. She stared at him, her expression shifting from anger to doubt. It wasn't impossible. This man had been exposed to her sacred sun technique for a long time. It made sense that his body might have adapted to the holy energy. Seeing her hesitate, Lin Yang quickly added, pretending to be confused. "I think, when you broke through tonight, the energy was too strong. I might have helped absorb some of the wild power." He helped me absorb the energy? If that was true, then this servant might actually be useful. Ophelia finally released him and sat on the edge of the bed, deep in thought. After a long silence, she turned to him. "You said you can handle holy light? Then let's test it." She raised her hand, and a soft golden glow appeared in her palm, the sacred light that only those at the shadow-breaking stage could summon. Lin Yang felt a wave of relief. Her attitude had changed. There was hope now. "Please, madam," he said respectfully. Ophelia placed her hand on Lin Yang's chest. A gentle holy light flowed from her palm into his body. Lin Yang felt a burning sensation in his chest. Soon, the holy light was absorbed by the power within him. Foreign holy light detected. Automatically converted into host's energy. Holy light 5. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yang forced a bit of color into his face to show that the holy light was working. Ophelia's eyes widened. She could clearly feel that the holy light she had given was truly absorbed by this servant. You. Ophelia withdrew her hand, her expression turning complicated, surprise, doubt, and perhaps a hint of excitement. You can really endure the holy light, she murmured. In that case, Ophelia suddenly grabbed Lin Yang's wrist. Remember, behave and be my training vessel. As long as you obey, I'll let you live peacefully in the manor for the rest of your life. Lin Yang quickly replied, Madam, don't worry. My life belongs to you. He lowered himself humbly. I just want to live. I'll never betray you. Ophelia stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. Smart choice. She stood up and put on her robe. Throughout the process, Lin Yang kept his head respectfully lowered. Affection level with Ophelia increased. From -10 to 0, the system's message made Lin Yang feel relieved. It was only 0, but at least things were improving. Ophelia's thoughts were mixed. She had thought this servant was just a tool, but he had quietly awakened his power. Even though it was only the beginner stage, it was beyond her expectations. More importantly, he could help her share the effects of her training. That meant she could now practice more freely. Lena, she called out. The door opened at once, and the elderly maid Lena entered with her head lowered. Madam, untie him and take him back, Ophelia ordered. Also, double his food allowance from now on. Lena paused, looking up in surprise. Madam, this. Just do it, Ophelia said, offering no explanation. Yes, madam. Lena didn't dare ask more. She walked to the bed and unlocked Lin Yang's shackles with a key. Lin Yang moved his wrists a little, then quietly followed Lena out. Before leaving, he turned back for a glance. Ophelia was standing by the window, her back to him. In the wheelchair sat the old lord, Roman, whose cloudy eyes were fixed on him. A chill ran through Lin Yang's heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that this old man was not as simple as he seemed. But now was not the time to think about it. He followed Lena out of the room. The hallway was silent. Lena walked ahead, then suddenly said, You're lucky, kid. Lin Yang said nothing. Madam made a breakthrough tonight. She's in a good mood. That's why she let you go. Lena glanced back at him. But don't get too proud. In her eyes, you're still a servant. I know. Thanks for the reminder, Lin Yang said quietly. Later, Ophelia said she wasn't used to staying at the inn, so Lena drove the carriage back to the manor that same night. Back in the familiar straw hut, Lin Yang lay down on the hay and finally let out a sigh of relief. Tonight had been both dangerous and tense. But luckily, he had managed to get through it. And he had even gained Ophelia's attention, although that attention only meant she saw him as a more useful tool. At least, for now, he was safe. Lin Yang closed his eyes. A system panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Yang, Stamina, 135, Holy Light. 125, Level, Awakening Stage, 5 stars, Combat Skills, None, Affection, Ophelia, 0, Indifferent, Affection, Rafina, 0, Indifferent, 5-star Awakening Stage. That strength should make him second only to Ophelia in the manor. As for Lena, she had never shown any power at all, which made her quite mysterious. Lin Yang took a deep breath. It seemed that escaping his fate as a mere tool would still take a long time. The next morning, Lin Yang was awakened by a burst of noise. He pushed open the door of the straw hut and saw a crowd gathered in the corner of the cotton field. Many of the servants were whispering among themselves. Have you heard? Madam made a breakthrough last night. Really? It's true. When Bali brought her tea this morning, she said Madam's presence felt completely different. Then our manor will be even stronger now. Lin Yang ignored their chatter and walked straight to the dining hall. Today's breakfast was indeed richer than usual. Besides the porridge, there were also 2 pieces of dark bread. Lin Yang picked up a piece and took a bite. It was hard and rough, but at least it filled his stomach. Well, look who it is. I saw Madam called you out yesterday, didn't she? A familiar voice sounded. Lin Yang looked up and saw a few dark-skinned slaves walking over. The one in front was a strong man named Carl. Ever since Blacktooth was sent to the battlefield, Carl had become the new foreman. Carl grinned. You don't look so good. What happened? Did Madam's breakthrough almost scare you half to death? Lin Yang glanced at him. He thought to himself, it was actually me who almost made Madam faint from excitement. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. Lin Yang ignored him and kept eating his bread. I'm talking to you. Carl slapped Lin Yang on the shoulder, but Lin Yang didn't move at all. Carl froze. He had used quite a bit of strength, and normally, this thin man should have stumbled. You. Carl frowned. Just then, a voice called out, Carl, what are you doing? An elderly woman, Lena, walked over with her hands behind her back. Her tone was cold. Madam has given orders. No one is allowed to bully this again. Carl's face changed. Manager Lena, I wasn't leave. Lena cut him off sharply. Carl didn't dare argue and quickly left with his men. Lin Yang smiled at Lena. Thank you, manager. Lena snorted. Don't thank me. It's madam's order. She turned to go, but Lin Yang suddenly spoke. Manager Lena, may I ask you something? Lena stopped. Speak. Besides waiting for madam's favor, is there any other way to stop being a? Lin Yang spoke first. Lena turned around and looked him up and down. You've got quite the ambition, haven't you? She said with a cold smile. But it's not impossible, she added. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Join the Holy Light Knights, Lena said softly. If you can pass their test, you'll automatically earn the status of a lower-class citizen. But, her tone suddenly changed. The test has a death rate of over 80%. And even if you somehow pass, with your background as a, you might still be stopped at the final stage. Lena shook her head. What can you do? It's all because of your skin color. You'd better just serve the lady properly. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and walked away. Lin Yang frowned as he watched her leave. The Holy Light Knights? He thought of the blonde female knight, Rafina. According to the system, she was listed as one of his companions. Her affection level was 0, but at least it wasn't negative. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes. Maybe this was a chance. But did Rafina not train at all? Why hadn't he gained anything from her yet? Or maybe the system needed to be fully activated first, with some other conditions? He couldn't figure it out. Over the next 2 days, life in the manor was calm, almost lifeless. As a, Lin Yang still had to do his daily work. Although Lena had passed on Lady Ophia's order that no one was allowed to bully him anymore, that didn't mean he could rest. He still had to work in the cotton fields, carry heavy stones, and clean the stables. The only change was that his meals had improved a little. He now got 2 extra pieces of dark bread, and sometimes a small piece of dried meat. Carl and the others now looked at him with jealousy and fear instead of contempt. No one dared to provoke him openly, but the whispers behind his back never stopped. That yellow-skinned guy must have caught the lady's eye. Him. Really? Unbelievable. Some people just get lucky. For Lin Yang, everything was still the same. Gossip passed like the wind. Others trained while he quietly worked. He kept doing his tasks in silence, calmly accepting his role. Finally, the time for the regular training arrived again after 3 days. Lena appeared once more at the entrance of the grass hut. Come with me. Lin Yang felt a spark of excitement and followed her through the courtyard to Ophelia's room. Inside, candlelight flickered. The old lord, Ramon, still sat slumped in his wheelchair, his cloudy eyes moving slightly as he made faint sounds from his throat. Ophelia, dressed in a light silk robe, leaned lazily by the bed. After reaching the shadow-breaking stage, her whole presence had changed. Her skin looked fairer, her golden hair shone brighter, and her blue eyes seemed to glow with a faint holy light. Let's begin. Ophelia waved her hand casually. Lena guided Lin Yang to the bedside, and he quietly prepared himself for the training ritual. The cool touch of the metal made him feel a mix of focus and anticipation. How much progress would he gain tonight? Lena left the room and closed the door. Ophelia stood up, walked to the bed, and looked down at Lin Yang with a hint of curiosity. These past 2 days, I can feel that you're getting stronger. Lin Yang's heart tightened. You must be joking, my lady. I'm just a servant. Enough talk. Ophelia reached to adjust her robe, ready to begin the energy exchange. But suddenly, a bright light shone from the table. It came from a palm-sized sacred relic engraved with complex patterns, now glowing with a soft golden hue. Ophelia paused, then quickly walked over and picked it up. The light gathered into a faint image. Rafina's face appeared in the air. She looked pale, with a trace of blood on her forehead and her armor damaged, clearly exhausted. Ophelia. Rafina's voice was weak. We lost. Ophelia's pupils shrank. What? The black mist is spreading much faster than we expected. Rafina took a deep breath. We encountered swarms of monsters on the outskirts, at least 10 of level 3, and countless level 1 creatures. The knights had suffered heavy losses and could no longer stop the spread of the black mist. She paused and said, "At this rate, in about 3 months, the black mist will reach the Rose Manor. The Holy Light Monument in the Carlo Holy Light District won't last much longer either. You must prepare to evacuate the food and production areas." After saying this, the image dimmed and disappeared completely. The room fell silent. Orphea's hand trembled as she held the sacred relic. She bit her lip, her face turning from pale pink to flushed red, her breathing growing faster. "Why?" she murmured. "Why is fate so unfair? I just made a breakthrough. I just saw hope. Why must I be pushed again?" She suddenly turned around, her blue eyes filled with anger and despair. 3 months. Only 3 months. How can I possibly reach another level in just 3 months? How can I gather enough resources before the evacuation? Orphea's emotions were slipping out of control. She grabbed the bottles and jars by the bed and threw them to the floor. Objects rolled away, and the firelight flickered. Then her gaze fell on Lin Yong, lying on the bed. The candlelight shone on his strong figure and reflected in her bright eyes. Lin Yong thought to himself, "Oh no, this is going to be bad." Half an hour later, hard work truly never goes to waste. Tenfold feedback received. Host, Lin Yong, Stamina, 185, Holy Light. 175, Level, Awakening Stage, 7 stars, Combat Skills, None, Companion. Orphea, Affection, 1, Calm State. Companion. Rafina, Affection, 0, Indifferent State. This time, he had advanced directly to the 7-star Awakening Stage. At the same time, he could feel his senses had greatly improved. Lin Yong closed his eyes and tried to channel the holy light within him. A warm power flowed through his body, allowing him to clearly sense everything in the room. The flicker of the candle, Orphea's breathing, even the slight movement of Roman's eyes in the wheelchair. This was the power of the 7-star Awakening Stage. Lin Yong tried to hide his excitement. He had to keep his strength a secret and make sure Ophelia never found out that his power was already close to hers. Ophelia stood up, put on her robe, and walked to the window. Outside was endless darkness. On the far horizon, the thick black mist seemed to have moved closer again. 3 months. Ophelia murmured, "For the family. I must find a way. Before we leave, I need to gather enough resources and grow strong enough." She turned to look at Lin Yong on the bed. A strange light flashed in her blue eyes. "From now on, I'll have Lena continue helping you recover. But madam, my body." Lin Yong pretended to be weak. "I might not be able to handle it." "You must," Ophelia said coldly. "I'll give you the best medicine to keep you alive. But you must cooperate with me." She walked to the bedside and looked down at him. From Lin Yang's view, her robe blocked her face. "Do you understand?" "Yes, madam." Lin Yong nodded quickly, his heart still filled with secret joy. "Lena." The door opened, and an old woman entered, holding a whip. "From now on, you'll handle the 2 lashes, then untie him and take him back." Ophelia paused. "Also, starting tomorrow, give him an extra portion of meat with every meal." Lena froze for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, madam." After the 2 lashes, the old woman untied Lin Yong and led him out of the room. The next morning, Lin Yong crouched in the cotton field, picking cotton mechanically. After last night's intense training, he had gained great improvement, but he still had to pretend to be weak. No one could suspect anything. "Look, it's the carriage of the Holy Light Knights," shouted from afar. Lin Yong looked up and saw a carriage with the knight's emblem slowly entering the estate. It stopped at the mansion's gate. The curtain lifted, and 2 attendants in knight uniforms carefully helped someone out. It was Rafina. Today, her face was frighteningly pale, and a blood-stained bandage was wrapped around her forehead. She had taken off her armor and changed into a simple knight's uniform, but her graceful figure was still noticeable. At the moment, however, she could barely walk straight. "Captain Rafina is hurt? She must have run into serious trouble in the black mist. I heard many knights died this time." A few slaves who usually went out to buy supplies whispered among themselves. Lin Yong stared at Rafina's back, and the name on his system panel appeared again. Partner, Rafina, Affection, 0, Indifferent. On the 2nd floor of the mansion, in Ophia's bedroom, Rafina was helped to sit on the sofa, her face completely drained of color. Ophia hurried over, frowning deeply when she saw her. "How did you get hurt like this?" "On the way back, we ran into a level 4 monster, Rafina said softly, her voice tired. We went to look for the holy relic but couldn't find it. Then, out of nowhere, a level 4 monster appeared in the black mist. She paused. Luckily, 2 teams were working together this time. The other captain fought with all his strength and barely drove it away, but we still lost more than 10 people. Ophia gasped. The awakening stage matched level 1, Shadow Break matched level 2, Dawnlight, and Radiant Moon followed after that. A level 4 monster. Only someone at the Radiant Moon stage could face such a creature. What about the holy relic? Didn't you go to find it? Rafina shook her head. No. The black mist is spreading much faster than we expected. We didn't have time to search deeper. She lifted her head, her blue eyes filled with exhaustion. I'll say it again. Ophia, the range of the Holy Light Monument in the Carlo Holy Light Zone is shrinking. At this rate, in 3 months, the nearby food and production areas will be affected. In less than half a year, the entire Carlo Holy Light Zone will shrink until only the Iron Oak Town area remains. By then, the outer estates will already be deserted. Ophia's face turned grim. Only 3 months. In your condition, can you still go on missions? Rafina gave a weak smile and shook her head. It'll be hard, but after a few days of rest, I should manage. The nights won't give me much recovery time right now. She turned her head and looked at Roman, who sat in a wheelchair. The old lord still lay there, drooling slightly, his eyes dull and unfocused. Rafina lowered her voice. Ophia, you need to be prepared. Prepared for what? To move the property, Rafina said directly. Laman has no children, but he has a nephew, Rod Laman. According to the Empire's inheritance law, the Rose Manor should go to Rod. When that happens, you won't have any claim to it. Ophia's face darkened. Of course, she already knew this. That greedy Rod had been eyeing Rose Manor for a long time. If Laman really died, she, as the outsider lady of the manor, would get nothing since she hadn't given him an heir. Ophia gritted her teeth. Then what should I do? Rafina was silent for a moment. The best way is for you to earn a title. A title? Yes. Rafina nodded. If you can make enough contributions before the retreat and gain a noble title from the Empire, you'll be able to keep Laman's property as a noble yourself. But that's not easy. She paused. You've only just reached the shadow-breaking level. To earn merit. Rafina, I know. I'll find a way. Let's not talk about this now. You should rest and recover. Soon, Ophia changed the subject. Are you still practicing the Holy Sun technique? Rafina froze for a moment, a faint blush appearing on her pale face. And no, not recently. That's not good, Ophia said, sitting beside her. The Holy Sun technique may require cooperation between 2 people, but it's very effective for healing injuries. In your condition, if you don't recover faster, the next battle could be dangerous. Rafina bit her lip lightly. She knew well how helpful the Holy Sun technique was, but it required the support of another person's energy, and as a captain of the Holy Light Knights, she couldn't just ask anyone for help. Would you like to try again? Ophia suddenly asked. Like last time. Rafina's face turned even redder. She turned her head toward the mirror on the wall. In the mirror, her face was as pale as paper, and her lips had no color. Looking like this, she could hardly stand, let alone go to battle. Is it okay? She asked softly. Of course. Ophelia smiled. But you'll need to wait 2 days to let that body recover a bit. After all, I pushed it a little too hard last night. Rafina didn't hesitate and nodded right away. In this era, survival mattered most. If one cared too much about unimportant things, death would come even faster. When their talk was nearly over, she stood up to leave. But as she reached the door, Rafina suddenly stopped. Ophelia, what about him? Nothing. Rafina shook her head. I just feel like he's changed. Changed? Ophelia raised an eyebrow. How so? I can't say exactly. Rafina frowned. It's just, his presence feels different from before. Ophelia smiled. Maybe it's because I've been feeding him better. He's stronger now. Maybe. After chatting a bit more, Rafina let the servants help her out of the manor. When she passed the cotton field, her steps slowed. She turned her head and saw Lin Yang crouching, picking cotton. Sensing her gaze, Lin Yang looked up. Their eyes met. In Rafina's blue eyes flickered a complex emotion, neither disgust nor contempt, but something hard to describe. A kind of scrutiny. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. What's with this woman again? That look was really strange. Rafina stared at him for a few seconds, then turned and left without a word. Lin Yong lowered his head and kept picking cotton, though his hands moved slower. His mind began to work. Even though he now had a system and getting stronger was only a matter of time, this world was far too dangerous. He had overheard the two women's conversation through that local phone yesterday. Black mist, monsters, the Holy Light Monument. None of it was familiar to him, and even the knights had suffered heavy losses here. I'd better keep a low profile for now. Lin Yong made up his mind. Since he had Ophelia, his walking power source, he decided to keep working for her for a few more years. Once he became strong enough, he would find a way to break free from his status. By then, whether this lady of the manor liked it or not, she would be at his mercy. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yang's lips. On the second floor of the mansion, Lina walked into Ophelia's bedroom carrying a tray of tea. "Madam, Captain Rafina has already left." Ophelia replied casually while flipping through an account book. Lina hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Madam, there's something I think you should know." "Go on." "That yellow-skinned boy asked me a few days ago how he could get rid of his status." Ophelia's hand froze. She looked up, her blue eyes narrowing. "He asked that?" "Yes," Lina nodded. "I told him that unless he joined the Holy Light Knights, it would be impossible." Ophelia gave a cold laugh. A dreaming of freedom? Ridiculous. She was about to return to her account book when a sudden thought struck her. Wait, the Holy Light Knights. Military achievements. A noble title. Ophelia suddenly stood up, the account book falling to the floor with a loud thud. "Madam?" Lina was startled. Ignoring her, Ophelia quickly walked to the window. She stared at the distant cotton fields, her mind racing. According to imperial law, a lord could earn a noble title through the achievements of their subordinates. If Rafina took Lin Yong out on a mission, and he returned with enough military merit, then she could inherit Roman's estate as a noble. As for whether Lin Yong could actually gain his freedom, that didn't matter to her. As long as the achievements were his, she would get the title. Whether Lin Yong lived or died was of no importance. Her breathing quickened with excitement. It was a perfect plan. She turned to Lina and ordered, "Remember to prepare a fine meal 3 days from now. After that day's events, I'll host a dinner for Rafina." "Yes, madam." After Lina left, Ophelia moved toward the wheelchair. Laman still looked half dead, with drool running down the corner of his mouth. Ophelia bent down and said coldly, "My dear, once I get my title, you'll finally be able to rest in peace. By then, I'll inherit everything you own. And that fool Rod won't get a single coin." She straightened up, a proud smile on her face. Over the next few days, Lin Yong noticed something strange. Every time the merchants bought up the cotton, Ophelia would leave in her carriage. Other noble ladies usually came back with clothes, jewelry, or perfume. But Ophelia's carriage always returned full of training materials, herbs, monster parts, fragments of sacred relics. Lin Yong didn't really understand what those things were, but through the system's feedback, he could clearly feel it. Ophelia was desperate and training like crazy whenever she had time. Partner Ophelia took Shadow-Breaking Pill. Feedback, Strength 3, Holy Light 3. Partner Ophelia used Beast Blood Tempering. Feedback, Strength 5, Holy Light 2. Partner Ophelia absorbed Sacred Relic Energy. Feedback, Holy Light 8. It was obvious that Ophelia had started using all kinds of potions, and their effects were reflected through the system, rapidly increasing Lin Yang's power. The notification sound rang almost every day, and Lin Yang's strength kept growing steadily. Host: Lin Yang, Strength 245, Holy Light 235, Level, Awakening Stage, 9 stars, 1 step from Shadow-Breaking Stage. Combat Skills: None. Partner: Ophelia, Affection 1, Calm. Partner: Rafina, Affection 0, Indifferent. Lin Yang could clearly feel that the holy light within him had reached a critical point. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to the next stage. That evening, Lina came again. "Come with me." Lin Yang followed her through the courtyard. But this time, Lina didn't take him to Ophelia's bedroom. Instead, she led him to another guest room. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Something wasn't right. He pushed open the door. Candles were lit inside, but the old lord, Roman, and his wheelchair were gone. Only a soft, neatly made bed remained, with a pair of shackles placed beside it. Get on the bed and lie down, Lina said calmly. Lin Yang didn't ask questions. He took off his shirt and lay down. Lina quickly fastened the shackles around his wrists, then took out a black ribbon. Don't move. Just do what Madam tells you to do. With that, she covered Lin Yang's eyes with the ribbon. His heartbeat quickened, blindfolded again. That could only mean one thing. Lina's footsteps faded away, and the door closed. The room fell silent. Lin Yang lay still, forcing himself to stay calm. Even though he couldn't see, his heightened senses allowed him to see everything in the room. The candle flames flickered. A faint scent of soap and flowers lingered in the air. Before long, the door opened again, and two people entered. Lin Yang sensed them immediately and understood what was happening. As expected, Rafina had come. She stopped beside the bed. The two women began speaking through holy light, thinking Lin Yang couldn't hear them, but he could. Then, I'll begin. Rafina's voice trembled slightly. Relax, Rafina, Ophelia said. You're still injured. You need to recover faster. But, no buts, Ophelia interrupted. You've used this method before. You know it works. Rafina fell silent. Lin Yang could feel her hesitation. Besides, Ophelia added, he's just a servant. You don't need to feel uneasy. That I understand. Rafina took a deep breath and began her healing ritual. Lin Yang stayed still, pretending not to notice anything. Soon, he heard soft movements beside the bed. Then, a cool wave of energy spread through the air. Rafina, stay calm. Use the Holy Sun technique and focus on your training. All right, I'll try. Rafina began to channel her energy, though her movements were clumsy, like a beginner dancer. Lin Yang could tell she was truly nervous. Under Ophelia's guidance, Rafina gradually learned to operate the Holy Sun technique. However, Lin Yang could clearly feel that Rafina's use of this technique was much weaker than Ophelia's. Of course, Rafina was injured and not in good shape. Everyone can understand that. As time passed second by second, Rafina, like a dancer who had been away from the stage for a long time, slowly regained her skill. The Holy Sun technique started flowing smoothly again. Lin Yang could sense that her internal injuries were slowly healing. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Rafina operates Holy Sun technique, returns Stamina 3, Holy Light 3. Rafina operates Holy Sun technique, returns Stamina 5, Holy Light 5. The feedback was not as much as Ophelia's, but it was more stable. Plus, Rafina's foundation was stronger than Ophelia's. She was a knight at the Dawn Realm, so her training provided higher quality feedback. After half an hour, Rafina's internal Holy Sun technique finally succeeded. Lin Yang could feel a burst of holy light suddenly erupting. Her injuries began to heal rapidly, and Lin Yang's own holy light flow also became smooth. Rafina breaks through her training bottleneck, returns Stamina 20, Holy Light 20, detecting host's holy light reaching critical value. Breakthrough begins. Boom. Lin Yang felt as if the holy light inside him suddenly exploded. An unprecedented power surged through his meridians. His muscles expanded, and his bones were being strengthened. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the shadow-breaking realm. 1 star? Stamina, 350. Holy Light, 340. Realm, shadow-breaking realm, 1 star shadow-breaking realm. Lin Yang finally broke through. He could clearly feel that his perception had increased several times. Even with his eyes closed now, he could see all the details in the room. Ophelia stood in the shadows, her expression unreadable. Rafina was lying on him, creating a spectacular scene, her golden hair spread out, sweat sliding down her neck, her face still tinged with a blush. How is it? Ophelia asked. Much better. Rafina's voice was a little weak. My injuries have healed at least 40%. That's good. Ophelia came over and helped Rafina put on her clothes. Come back in a few days, and your wounds will be fully healed. Rafina nodded. She got off the bed, but was unsteady on her feet. Ophelia supported her. You should rest now. I'll handle things. Lina unlocked the shackles and picked up Lin Yang's clothes from the bed, tossing them over. Put them on. Don't dawdle. Lin Yang sat up stiffly. He had just broken through to the shadow-breaking realm, and his body was still adjusting to the sudden surge of power. He needed to be careful to hide any signs of abnormality. Hurry up, Lina urged, turning toward the door. Lin Yang dressed quickly and followed behind her. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Maybe it was the enhanced hearing from the shadow-breaking realm. Inside the room, the conversation between Ophelia and Rafina was crystal clear. "How do you feel?" Ophelia asked. "Much better than last time." Rafina's voice still sounded tired. "My injuries have healed about halfway." "That's good. Come back in a few days, and you'll be fully healed." Lin Yong felt a surge of happiness. "Very good, very spirited." "Yes, just like that, Commander Knight. I am willing to serve you forever." Lin Yong pretended to be calm as he followed Lena outside, but his ears were alert. "Ophelia, I've been meaning to ask." Rafina paused inside the room. "Are you really just using him as a tool? What else would I do? But your attitude toward him has changed." Ophelia smiled. "You're overthinking. I just don't want him to die too quickly." Lin Yong sneered inwardly. Sure enough, in this woman's eyes, he was just a consumable. Lena is in charge. When they reached the middle of the corridor, Lin Yong suddenly spoke. "What's the matter?" Lena turned back, looking impatient. "I need to use the bathroom." Lena frowned. "Hold it. I really can't hold it anymore." Lin Yong pretended to look pained. "It's been too long." Lena looked at him with a displeased expression. She was worried that this might lose control halfway. Fine, go quickly." She pointed toward the outhouse at the end of the corridor. Lin Yong quickly jogged over. The outhouse was next to the guest rooms, separated by just a wall. He slipped inside, closed the door, and turned on his enhanced hearing. The conversation inside became clearer. "The Night Order is under a lot of pressure lately," Rafina sighed before saying. "The leader said the black mist outbreaks are happening more often." "How often?" "Before, once a month. Now, it's every 2 weeks." Ophia was silent for a moment. "So, you need more people?" "Yes, but there are too few qualified fighters." Rafina sighed. "The last group we recruited has all been lost." Hearing this, Lin Yong raised his eyebrows. That unlucky guy with black teeth probably fed himself to a monster. "Rafina." Ophia suddenly lowered her voice and whispered to her close friend, "I have an idea." "What? Can you let that take my place in the fight?" Lin Yang's whole body tensed. "Wow, this woman really is thinking about that." Rafina was also stunned. "What did you say?" "I need to earn military merit." Ophia's tone became urgent. "As long as I get enough merit, I can gain a noble title and inherit Roman's estate. But as long as you take him out and bring back enough merit, and he earns some credit, I, as the Lord, can get a noble title." Rafina was silent for a long time. "Ophia, that's true, but have you considered something else?" "What?" "If he really earns merit, you will get the noble title, but according to Empire law, he can also be freed from slavery. Once he's free from slavery." Rafina paused. "He could tell others about your relationship at any time." The room suddenly fell silent, and Lin Yong held his breath. This is really the key. Ophia clearly hadn't thought of this. Her voice became hesitant. "Let me think about it some more." Rafina nodded. After a moment, she spoke again. "By the way, there's been some news from the church recently." "What news?" "They found traces of a sacred relic deep within the black mist." Lin Yong perked up his ears. "A sacred relic? What level is it?" Ophelia asked curiously. "I'm not sure, but it's said to be from before the age of eternal night." "Prehistoric?" "Yes. If we can get it, its value would be priceless." Ophelia gasped. "Where is it?" "Deep inside the black mist, about 50 miles from the Karo Holy Light Zone." 50 miles, Ophelia murmured. "That's a distance only the Dawn Realm can reach." "Exactly. So, the Night Order plans to organize another large expedition." Rafina paused. "But this time, it's not just a sweep, it's a raid." "A raid?" "Because the neighboring Abyssal Church also has their eyes on that relic." The room fell silent again. Lin Yang's mind raced quickly. Relic, Abyssal Church, Black Mist Uprising. This world is more complicated than he thought. "Lin Yong," Lena's shout came from the corridor. "Are you stuck in the toilet?" Startled, Lin Yong hurriedly pushed open the door. Coming. Lena stood in the corridor, her face pale. "Hurry up and stop dawdling." "Go back quickly." Lin Yong lowered his head and followed her. But his mind had already remembered everything he just heard. The Black Mist Uprising is speeding up, from once a month to just 2 weeks. This means he has less and less time. And Ophelia wants him to go to the battlefield to earn merit. Although she's still hesitating now, Lin Yong knows she will decide sooner or later. After all, she desperately needs that noble title. "Here we are. Go inside." Lena opened the door to the shed. Lin Yang stepped in and lay down on the haystack. The old wooden door closed behind him. Outside, Lena's footsteps faded away. Lin Yang kept his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The system panel appeared in his mind. Host: Lin Yang Stamina, 350 Holy Light, 340 Realm, Broken Shadow Realm, 1-star Combat Skill, None Lover. Ophelia, Favorability, 1, Calm State, Lover. Rafina, Favorability, 0, Indifferent State, 1 star in the Broken Shadow Realm. This strength is already top tier within the estate, but in the outside world, it is still far from enough. Black Mist, Monsters, the Abyss Church. Lin Yang closes his eyes. He must keep growing stronger. Strong enough to control his own fate. Strong enough to no longer be used as a tool by anyone. The next morning, Lin Yang is awakened by a loud noise. He pushes open the door of the straw hut and sees many people gathered in the estate. Carl, with a few slaves, is counting supplies. Hurry up. The lady said these things need to be loaded onto the cart before noon. Lin Yang walks over, confused, and asks, "What's going on?" Carl glances at him. The lady is going to Iron Oak Town to attend the Lord's meeting. A meeting? Yes. I heard it's about the Black Mist. Carl doesn't say much more, just continues shouting at the slaves to move the supplies. Lin Yang, however, feels distracted. The Lord's meeting. The Black Mist. It seems that the Kalar Holy Light District, where they are located, is really starting to change. At this moment, a familiar figure appears again. Lena, hunched over, pushes through the busy crowd and walks straight to Lin Yang. "Come with me." Her voice is no longer sharp like before, but cold and official. "The lady wants to see you." Lin Yang's heart moves, and he follows her. The surrounding slaves cast jealous and gloating looks. To them, this yellow-skinned monkey is going to serve the lady again. But this time, the destination surprises Lin Yang. Lena doesn't take him to the guest room used as a training room, nor to Ophelia's bedroom. Instead, she leads him to a study on the 3rd floor of the mansion. Lin Yang has never been there before. "Go in. The lady is waiting for you inside." Lena pushed open the heavy wooden door, but did not go inside. Instead, she turned and stood at the entrance like a gatekeeper. Lin Yang entered the study. The air was filled with the scent of old books and leather. Ophelia was not wearing her usual silk nightgown. Instead, she had on a neat black riding outfit, her long golden hair high, revealing her fair, slender neck. She sat in a large, high-backed chair behind the desk, exuding a sense of authority and confidence that she did not have before. There was no creaking mahogany bed, no cold shackles, and no old lord slumped in a wheelchair, making noises. Only he and she. Lin Yang lowered his head and quietly stood in front of the desk, obediently waiting for judgment, like a submissive. "Lift your head," Ophelia's voice sounded, firm and commanding. Lin Yang slowly looked up, meeting her bright blue eyes. Lin Yang. This was the first time she called his name. Before, she had called him things like yellow-skinned monkey or dead. "Do you want to escape your status? Here it comes." Lin Yang's heart suddenly pounded, but he showed no emotion on his face. He looked at her with just the right amount of confusion and fear. "Madam, I give you a chance." Ophelia interrupted him, leaning slightly forward, her hands folded on the desk. "Rafina is the captain of the Holy Light Knights. She can arrange for you to join the knight recruitment team. If you earn enough merit in the fight against the Dark Fog, according to imperial law, you can then be freed from slavery and become a second-class citizen." She explained this plainly, conveniently omitting the part about how her status as a lord might lead to a noble title later. Lin Yang's breath caught, pretending to be stunned by this huge gift, standing frozen in place. Ophelia was pleased with his reaction and continued, "This is a win-win for both of us. You gain freedom, and I gain a small honor." But her tone shifted, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "I need a guarantee. A guarantee that will make you never speak again. After returning from Iron Oak Town tonight, I will have you sign a soul contract. The contract is simple. You must always be loyal to me and never reveal anything that happened between us. Not a single word. Any violation." Ophelia's voice suddenly turned cold. "Your soul will be burned in the flames of the holy light until it turns to ash, never to be reborn." The next moment, under Ophelia's watchful gaze, Lin Yang hesitated not at all. He, plop, knelt on one knee. His movement was quick and firm, the sound of his knee hitting the wooden floor loud and dull. Madam, Lin Yang's voice trembled with gratitude. You are willing to give me such a great opportunity. I, Lin Yang, am so unworthy. He looked up, eyes shining with joy, as if blessed by a gift. Madam, I am willing. I want to serve you forever, but, madam, please believe me. Even without this contract, I will always be your most loyal servant. Not just keeping secrets. If I ever leave my status and gain my freedom, my life will still belong to you. I am willing to be your servant and protector for a lifetime. His voice was strong and confident. This declaration completely surprised Ophelia. She thought the would at most kneel and show gratitude. But she didn't expect Lin Yang to openly say he would serve her even after gaining freedom. Looking at Lin Yang kneeling on the ground, almost burying his head in the carpet, a deep part of Ophelia's heart was touched. Her impression of slaves had always been that they were dirty, stupid, greedy, and untrustworthy. They were tools, like livestock. Perhaps influenced by Lin Yang's words or their ongoing physical relationship, Ophelia's feelings toward him began to change. Lover Ophelia's favorability increased. From 1 to 10, normal state, the system's notification sounded in Lin Yang's mind. He was overjoyed inside but kept a humble appearance on the outside. Ophelia remained silent for a long time. She stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Lin Yang. Her tall, shiny riding boots stopped in front of him. Get up. Her voice became much softer than before. Madam Xia, Lin Yang stood up. Remember what you said today. Ophelia looked at him deeply. Maybe. He really could become a sharp sword that belongs only to me. This thought appeared in Ophelia's mind, but she quickly pushed it aside. In the afternoon, you will push the Lord and go with me to Iron Oak Town. Ophelia gave the order and turned back to her desk. When we arrive, I will have Lina buy a soul contract scroll at the black market. All you need to do is leave your soul imprint on that contract. Yes, madam. That afternoon, the spacious carriage at Rose Manor was ready. Lin Yang pushed the wheelchair, securing the nearly unconscious old lord, Romon, in the corner of the carriage. Ophelia, dressed in her sharp black riding outfit, was the last to board. She sat on a cushion opposite Romon. Let's go, she gave a calm command. Lina drove the carriage slowly away from Rose Manor. Inside, the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Ophelia closed her eyes, seeming too tired to talk to Lin Yang. Lin Yang quietly stood beside the wheelchair, like a statue without feelings, observing everything with a calm mind, playing his role as a loyal servant perfectly. Only Romon, on the wheelchair, occasionally made a ha-ha sound from his throat, showing he was still alive. The carriage soon arrived at Iron Oak Town. Ophelia took Lin Yang and Romon to the heavily guarded Lord's Meeting Hall in the town center. Lina, following Ophelia's instructions, quietly left the group and headed to the black market. Outside the meeting hall, Lin Yang was stopped by guards. Slaves and servants wait outside. Ophelia didn't speak for him. She just gave him a cold look and pushed Romon's wheelchair, walking straight inside. Lin Yang was told to wait in a corridor outside the hall. Time passed second by second. Inside the hall, loud arguments and banging sounds of tables being hit could be heard. The black mist is spreading again. My territory can't hold out much longer. Why are the patrols of the Holy Light Knights focusing on your area? My production area here is more important. Viscount Buckley, stop talking nonsense. How much of the resources from last time did you take? Don't you know yourself? Everyone quiet. The leaders of the Holy Church said that the energy of the Holy Light Monument is weakening. We must tighten our defenses. Various voices mixed together, each person arguing selfishly for their own benefit. Lin Yang leaned against a pillar, happily listening to the nobles and lords bickering among themselves. The meeting lasted over 3 hours. When the doors of the conference hall opened again, the nobles who came out looked unhappy and hurried away. Ophelia was the last to leave. Her face was even paler than before, her beautiful eyebrows tightly furrowed. As a new lady lord with little support, she didn't gain much from this benefit-sharing meeting. Seeing Lin Yang, she just tiredly waved her hand. Lin Yang understood and quickly stepped forward to take her wheelchair. On the return carriage, the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Ophelia said nothing, just leaned on the soft cushion, closed her eyes, and unconsciously massaged her temples. Her tightly furrowed brows showed she was feeling extremely bad at the moment. The carriage gently rocked with the bumpy road. Seeing her exhausted look, Lin Yong knew his chance had come. He took a deep breath and carefully asked, "Madam." Ophia didn't open her eyes, only made a tired and soft sound from her nose. I, I think you look very tired." Lin Yang's voice was very low, respectful, and worried. "When I was in my hometown, I learned some massage techniques that can relieve fatigue. I wonder if I could help you feel better." As soon as he finished speaking, Ophia's closed eyelashes trembled slightly. For a noble lady lord to accept a humble servant's massage, it was almost a shameful act. But the throbbing pain in her temples and the deep exhaustion from her bones made her hesitate. Lin Yong didn't say anything more, just waited quietly. He knew this move was very risky. If Ophelia feels offended, a whip is unavoidable. But if he succeeds, he can open a small gap in her mind. How long passed? Maybe just a minute, maybe longer. Ophelia finally spoke again, her voice hoarse and tired. "Come here." Lin Yong felt very happy inside, but dared not show it. He bowed slightly and carefully moved to sit beside Ophelia. "Madam, I apologize," he softly said, then gently placed his hand on her temple and soft hair. The pressure was just right, not too light or heavy. At that moment, Ophelia's body stiffened slightly, almost unnoticeably. But soon, a pleasant feeling of pressure and rubbing from her scalp made her tense nerves relax naturally. Lin Yang's technique was much more professional than she expected. He didn't use brute force but used his fingertips to find a few pressure points that could relieve stress, pressing and kneading slowly with a unique rhythm. The carriage was swaying. Her husband, the old lord who was paralyzed, was nearby, drooling and making soft sounds. Meanwhile, she was enjoying a moment of peace under the service of a yellow-skinned servant. This feeling was very strange. Ophelia's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. All along, this servant had just been a tool for her training, a container for venting her desires and anger. She never thought that this tool could also bring such care. Yes, care. For the first time, Ophelia felt a pure, desire-free tenderness from this servant. Lover Ophelia's favorability increased from 10 to 20, friendly state. The system's notification sounded on Lin Yang's mind on time. Yes, Lin Yang was overjoyed inside, but his movements became even gentler and more focused. He knew he was gradually conquering this proud lady, both physically and mentally. When the carriage slowly entered Rose Manor, Ophelia was already leaning on a soft cushion, breathing evenly. She had fallen asleep. Lin Yang slowly withdrew his hand, looking at her beautiful face, relaxed and unguarded in sleep. He felt a slight movement in his heart. When she was not angry, she was still very beautiful. The carriage stopped, and Lena softly reminded outside, "Madam, we have arrived." At this, Ophelia slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Yang so close. She was first surprised, then quickly reacted, and a hint of awkwardness flashed across her face. "You? Step back." "Yes, madam." Lin Yang bowed and stepped out of the carriage. As soon as he got out, Lena approached quietly and silently slipped a rolled scroll wrapped in black cloth into his arms. "Hold this. Wait for my instructions tonight." Lin Yang nodded, holding the scroll, and quickly walked toward his small hut. He knew that tonight was the moment he would fully put on the shackles and then gain a new life. Meanwhile, back in her bedroom, Ophelia looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was rosy and she seemed much more energetic. She fell into long silence. She reached out and gently stroked her golden hair on her head. There, it still seemed to retain the warmth of Lin Yang's fingers. Lin Yang waited in his small hut for a long time. As night deepened, the snores from the neighboring dormitory grew louder and louder. Lena quietly appeared at the door, carrying a small oil lamp. "Follow me." Lin Yang stood up silently and followed her across the quiet estate. This time, their destination was still that study. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. Ophelia sat behind the desk, and the candlelight cast her shadow very long. On the desk, an ancient scroll with a faint golden glow was spread out. It was the soul contract Lena had brought back from the black market that afternoon. "Come here." Ophelia lifted her chin. Lin Yang approached the desk, his gaze falling on the scroll. It was written in ancient imperial script with dense clauses, radiating a strange energy. This is the highest-level soul scroll bought from the black market, personally crafted by the high priest of the Holy Church. Even those at the Dawnlight realm cannot defy it. Ophelia's voice was calm. Leave your soul imprint on it. She pushed a feather pen dipped in special ink toward Lin Yang. If you dare to have even the slightest second thought, the holy light will burn your soul to ashes. Yes, madam. Lin Yang picked up the feather pen without hesitation. But when his eyes scanned the contract, he paused. Something was wrong. This contract seemed different from what he expected. Ophelia frowned. What's wrong? Lin Yang was surprised to find that it was actually an equal agreement. The terms on the scroll clearly stated, both parties, A and B, have equal rights and obligations in keeping secrets. This means not only he must keep secrets, but Ophelia must as well. If either side leaks information, they will suffer a fiery backlash in their soul. Ophelia's face showed a hint of discomfort. What's wrong? Is it strange for a like you to see an equal contract? Of course, she wouldn't admit that she made this decision impulsively after being upset at the meeting and moved by Lin Yang's display of loyalty. Lin Yang's heart was clear as a mirror, but he didn't expose her. He took a deep breath and said gratefully, Madam, you are willing to sign an equal contract with me. Your kindness shines brighter than the holy light. After speaking, he signed his name, then pricked his finger with the feather tip, dropping a drop of blood onto the scroll. Buzz, the scroll emitted a gentle glow, and two invisible chains shot out from it, entering their foreheads. A mysterious connection was established between them. The contract was sealed. All right, go back now. Ophelia waved her hand as if shooing away a fly, but her tone was no longer cold. Yes, madam. Lin Yang bowed and left the study. The next 2 days, Lin Yang's life was unusually peaceful. During the day, he was still the cotton picker working in the cotton fields, silent and hardworking. At night, he lay in the grass hut, quietly feeling the strength gained from Ophelia and Rafina's daily training. The other slaves in the manor still kept their distance from him, afraid to bother him. Ophelia also did not summon him again. The peaceful days were broken on the third night. Lena's figure appeared once more at the door of the grass hut. Come with me. Still the same words, still the same tone. Lin Yang followed her easily to the guest room. Familiar black ribbons and the familiar workbench with immobilizing tools. The room was completely dark. He could only wait quietly. He pretended not to know anything, but his senses had already clearly detected that this time, the visitor was Lafina. He could smell a faint scent in the air, mixed with sweat and a light fragrance. He wouldn't forget it. The door was pushed open and then gently closed. His footsteps were soft, stopping by the bed. Lin Yang could feel a hot gaze examining him. He could even see Lafina's brave face, now showing a hint of hesitation and struggle. A rustling sound came from nearby. Soon, a cool breeze swept over him. Lin Yang secretly smiled, thinking that this female knight captain was indeed lacking talent in some areas. He didn't move, letting her take the lead. Operate the Holy Sun technique. Go with the flow. Lafina nodded seriously, trying her best like a student. Yes, don't worry. She took a deep breath and began to run her cultivation technique again. This time, it went much more smoothly than before. The Holy Sun technique started to operate, and the system's prompt sounded in Lin Yang's mind at the right moment. Lafina practicing Holy Sun technique. Recovery. Stamina 8. Holy Light 8. Thanks to her foundation in the Dawnlight realm, her injuries healed somewhat, and the feedback quality clearly improved. Time passed slowly. With experience, Lafina gradually became more skilled. Finally, after 20,000 words of effort, the Holy Sun technique finished running. In the next moment, Lafina's entire aura suddenly soared to its peak. Her injuries were healed. Her strength returned to the top. At the same time, Lin Yang's system panel was rapidly updating. Lafina, the beloved, has recovered from her injuries. Her strength is back to the peak, and she gains 10 times the feedback. Congratulations to the host. Stamina 50, Holy Light 50. A powerful energy flooded into his body, and Lin Yang felt his strength improve significantly. Lafina got off the bed, breathing heavily to calm the surging holy light within her. Her pretty face was still flushed, but it was a sign of her recovery. How do you feel? Ophelia asked as she approached. All good now. Rafina's voice carried a hint of joy and disbelief. Even stronger than before I was hurt. That's good. Ophelia nodded with satisfaction. She walked to the bedside, looking down at Lin Yang with a playful smile, her eyes covered. Rafina, you go rest nearby. It's my turn now. She took out a small jade bottle from her, opened Lin Yang's mouth, and inserted a pill that smelled strongly of herbs. The pill melted instantly, turning into a fierce warm current that rushed through Lin Yang's limbs. The medicine's power began to spread. Lin Yang felt as if his blood was about to burn. Before he could get used to this power, he sensed again that familiar, full, warm body. Such good medicine power shouldn't be wasted. Ophelia's voice was lazy and charming. She looked like a greedy glutton, devouring the medicine power within Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt dizzy. Half an hour later, Ophelia absorbs the dragon blood-boiling pill power, gaining 10 times feedback. Congratulations, the host has broken through to the second star of the shadow-breaking realm. Boom. The barrier inside him shattered. But it wasn't over yet. The medicine power was still boiling. Ophelia continued to use her own strength, relentless and aggressive. Lin Yang felt as if he had become a small boat. How much time passed, he wasn't sure. Rafina is practicing Sacred Sun technique, gaining 10 times feedback. Congratulations, the host has broken through to the third star of the shadow-breaking realm. Host. Lin Yang, Stamina, 550, Holy Light, 540, Realm, Shadow-breaking realm, third star, Combat skill, none. Ophelia, Favorability, 20, Friendly. Rafina, Favorability, 0, Indifferent. Ophelia, who usually never interacted with Lin Yang, was now lying down happily. The dragon blood-boiling pill had used up most of her savings, but the effect was surprisingly good. She could feel that she was only one step away from reaching the second star of the shadow-breaking realm. Lena, she weakly shouted. The door opened, and the old woman entered. When she saw the scene in the room, her wrinkled face showed a hint of surprise. She first helped the nearly unsteady Lafina to sit up and took her to the next room to rest. Then she came back, preparing to untie Lin Yang. At that moment, Ophelia, who had been resting on Lin Yang, suddenly sat up, leaned close to Lin Yang's ear, and whispered softly so only the two of them could hear. Little, how do you feel? The warm breath brushed his ear, carrying a lazy, charming tone, very different from the intense training just now. Little, how do you feel? Lin Yang stiffened. Was this a hint? How should he answer? If he said he knew Lafina, he might get slapped by the cheerful, newly advanced lady owner in the next second. If he said it felt good, that might also be inappropriate. He could clearly feel her soft, delicate body pressing against him, her heartbeat steadier than before, but still racing from the recent exertion. He could even sense the faint, uncalmed holy light power inside her body through her skin. Lin Yang's mind raced. He had to give a perfect answer. He couldn't reveal that he had already figured out Lafina's identity, nor let her realize his strength had suddenly increased. Madam, Lin Yang's voice was just the right amount of weak. It's my greatest wish and honor to contribute to your cultivation. Yes, just act. Ophelia sat up, giving Lin Yang a quick glance. Her eyes showed a bit of your smart satisfaction. Along with a hint of playful teasing, she didn't even notice herself. She didn't believe Lin Yang's nonsense about wishes and honor. A biggest wish was simply to survive. But those words sounded nice. Lover Ophelia's favorability increased. From 20 to 30, friendly state. Lin Yang was pleased. This proud lady lord seemed easier to win over now. Lena. Ophelia stepped down from Lin Yang, casually grabbed a silk robe to put on, and didn't bother to look at him again. Take him away. Don't dirty my place. Ophelia's voice returned to its usual cold tone. Yes, madam. Lena unlocked the shackles and threw Lin Yang's torn clothes over. Lin Yang silently put on his clothes and followed Lena. As they left the room, he could feel that the powerful energy within him, from the three-star shadow realm, seemed a bit too intense. In the next 2 days, Lin Yang's life returned to its usual calm. During the day, he was still the cotton picker in the cotton field, silent, obedient, and enduring. The foreman, Carl, looked at Lin Yang with more respect. Even the other slaves only dared to point and whisper about him from afar. At night, lying in the grass hut, Lin Yang could clearly feel pure energy flowing constantly from two different directions. Lover Ophelia's daily meditation, returning. Holy Light 5. Lover Rafina's daily recovery and training, returning. Stamina 8. Holy Light 10. Ophelia and Rafina were like hard-working workers, diligently creating value for him, the behind-the-scenes boss. This feeling of getting stronger just by lying down was incredibly satisfying. The peaceful days were suddenly broken on the third morning by the sound of urgent hooves. Look, it's the Holy Light Knights. At the manor gate, the guards, who were slaves, exclaimed in surprise. The slaves working in the cotton field immediately became restless, stopping their work and kneeling on the ground in front of the manor, burying their heads in their arms, not daring to breathe loudly. A team of knights in shining silver armor, riding tall war horses, arrived like a silver flood and stopped in front of the manor. Leading them was Rafina. She had changed into a brand new, tight-fitting silver armor, which perfectly outlined her heroic figure. Her long blonde hair was tied high behind her helmet. Now back in her Dawn Realm state, her face was no longer pale and sickly. Her blue eyes were sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the scene. She dismounted with quick, decisive movements. Behind her, the deputy also dismounted, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, by the order of the Holy Church and the Lord's Council, to prepare for the upcoming Black Fog elimination operation, we need to temporarily recruit a servant from Rose Manor to assist with logistics and transport. As he finished speaking, a suppressed gasp spread among the kneeling slaves. Everyone knew that this so-called servant was just a disposable. The deputy looked around deliberately, raising his voice. Who has strengthened speed? Step forward. Immediately, all the slaves lowered their heads even more, afraid they would be chosen. In the heavy silence, an unusual voice broke out. Sir Knight, I recommend someone. Foreman Carl suddenly looked up, smiling flatteringly as he pointed to Lin Yang in the crowd. That guy? The yellow-skinned monkey. He's incredibly strong, perfect for being a servant. Yes, that's him. He can carry over 100 pounds of enchanted or by himself. Choose him. Pick him. In an instant, a few slaves beside Carl also started to cheer, and everyone's finger pointed at the silent figure kneeling there. Jealousy, malice, and mockery filled the air as all eyes focused on Lin Yang. This guy, favored by his wife, was living comfortably. Now it was finally his turn to face death. Rafina's gaze also fell on Lin Yang. Her expression remained unchanged, still cold and official. But with her super-sensitive perception, Lin Yang clearly sensed that the moment her gaze touched him, a faint blush quickly flashed across her fair cheeks. It settled. Lin Yang's heart was as clear as a mirror. All right, it's you. Rafina's voice was emotionless. Step forward. No, please, no. Lin Yang immediately played his part, pretending to be terrified, collapsing to the ground and almost crying. However, two knights stepped forward and dragged him out of the crowd like a dead dog. Ha, this guy is finally going to feed the monsters. Serves him right. He's been called to be whipped by the lady every day. Laughter and whispers erupted among the slaves. Lin Yang was carried by the knights, walking step by step toward the Silver Knights amid many sneers and looks of pity. Just as he was about to be taken away from the estate, he instinctively looked up and glanced at the balcony on the second floor of the mansion. Ophelia was standing quietly there, dressed in a luxurious long dress. Their eyes met in the air. Her gaze was very complicated. There was satisfaction that her plan was going smoothly, anticipation that Lin Yang would soon bring her military success, and a hint of worry, something even she didn't realize. Facing Lin Yang's gaze, Ophelia nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. Lin Yang understood immediately. He withdrew his gaze, stopped struggling, and let the knights lead him onto a spare horse. Let's go? With Lafina's command, the knights turned their horses and kicked up dust, riding away from the estate into the outside world. Horses' hooves kicked up dust into the sky. Lin Yang was in the middle of the knights' group, bouncing with the horses' movements. He tried to look panicked and unsteady, making the two knights beside him chuckle quietly. No one noticed that this seemingly weak, yellow-skinned kept his back straight and his core very steady. He was riding more easily than the knights who had trained for years. His body was strong, far beyond what it used to be. After about half an hour of riding, They were far away from Rose Manor. Stop! Suddenly, Lafina raised her hand at the front of the group, her cold voice ringing out. The entire night team immediately stopped. Lafina turned her horse and looked past everyone, directly at Lin Yang. You, come with me to my carriage. When she said this, the surrounding knights looked surprised. The captain was letting a dirty into her special command carriage? Lin Yang's mind was clear, but he quickly showed a look of surprise and fear, as if he was honored. He clumsily climbed down from the horse and almost ran to follow her. Under the disdainful gazes of the knights, he was pushed onto a carriage marked with the Holy Light Knight Order's emblem. The curtain was drawn, blocking the outside view. The inside of the carriage is small, but simply arranged. There are no extra decorations, only a military map and some weapon maintenance tools. Lafina has already taken off her helmet, her bright blonde hair casually loose. At this moment, she is wiping her sword. Sit down. She does not turn around. Her voice is no longer cold like at the estate, but more serious and businesslike. Lin Yang does not sit. Instead, he kneels on the floor, lowering his head. Lin Yang, I dare not sit in front of the captain. Lafina pauses her sword-wiping action. She turns around, her sharp blue eyes examining Lin Yang. After a moment, she can't help but smile. If I tell you to sit, then sit. There are no outsiders here. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yang obediently nods and sits across from Lafina. A faint fragrance drifts in, feeling fresh and pleasant. Do you know why I chose you? Lafina asks directly. Lin Yang shakes his head, looking confused. This was Lady Ophelia's arrangement. Lafina's tone is calm. Her goal is for you to make achievements on the battlefield. According to the Empire's laws, if your contributions are enough, you can be freed from slavery. Of course, a small part of your achievements will also bring honor to her. Madam. Madam, Lin Yang's acting reaches its peak at this moment. His eyes turn red, and his voice trembles, as if overwhelmed by this great blessing and Ophelia's kind intentions. Madam. For me. What virtue do I have? Lafina looks at him, her eyebrows subtly furrowing, seeming a bit uncomfortable with this scene. Enough, she interrupts Lin Yang's display of true emotion. I need to clarify something. On the battlefield, life and death are unpredictable. Although I am the captain, I can only offer limited protection within the rules. Whether you survive or make achievements ultimately depends on yourself? Yes. I understand, little one. Lin Yang lifts his head, his eyes firm. I will never cause trouble for the captain or madam. My life belongs to madam and the captain. If you tell me to go east, I will go east. If you tell me to catch a dog, I will not chase chickens. His words are firm and decisive. Lafina smiled upon hearing this, and her determined expression added a touch of charm. She originally thought this was just a useful tool that Ophelia found. But now it seems this tool is surprisingly aware. Lafina's favorability with the partner increases, from 0 to 5, attention status. The system's notification sounded in Lin Yang's mind. It's done. Lafina was silent for a moment, as if organizing her words. Ophelia gave you a chance, so I can't let you go into battle empty-handed. She said this and took something from a small leather pouch at her waist, handing it to Lin Yang. It was a plain-looking metal cylinder, about a foot long, with strange carvings on its surface. What is this? Lin Yang asked, feeling it was a bit heavy in his hand. A sacred relic, the light of the blade. Lafina explained, activate it, and it will release a sword made of pure holy light. It's very effective against monsters in the dark fog. She pointed to a button on the side of the cylinder. Try pressing it. Lin Yang followed her instructions. Buzz, a faint humming sound, and a nearly 1 meter long, solid-looking golden blade extended instantly from the top of the cylinder. The hot energy made the inside of the carriage a few degrees warmer. Lin Yang's pupils shrank. Is this a lightsaber? This sacred relic is a trophy I got during a mission long ago. Lafina looked at the blade with a complex expression. It can protect you and also help you complete the tasks assigned by the lady more efficiently. She looked away. Keep it safe. Unless absolutely necessary, don't show it in front of others. For now, you're just a logistics assistant. Only later will you have the chance to accompany me on missions. Yes, Captain. Lin Yang immediately extinguished the light blade and carefully put it into his pocket. This thing is much better than a sword. The rest of the journey fell into silence again. Lafina closed her eyes to rest, and said nothing. Lin Yang stood quietly nearby, digesting everything that had just happened. After about an hour, the carriage slowly stopped. "We've arrived." Lafina opened her eyes, put on her helmet, and was the first to step down from the carriage. Lin Yang followed outside, and a mixture of sweat and dirt smell hit his nose. Before him was a very large temporary camp. Countless simple tents stretched to the edge of the distant woods. Soldiers in various tattered armor walked back and forth, creating a tense and serious atmosphere. This was the night recruitment camp outside Iron Oak Town. "Barton," Rafina called out. A tall, strong deputy immediately ran over. "Captain, take him to the new recruits camp, register him, and assign him as a general worker." Rafina pointed at Lin Yang, her tone returning to the cold, official style. "Yes." Deputy Barton looked at Lin Yang with disdain, clearly looking down on someone from the lower class. "Kid, follow me." Lin Yang followed Barton to the edge of the camp. Compared to other areas, this part was messier and dirtier, and even smelled of. Over 100 ragged, diverse-skinned people gathered together. They were slaves from different estates, wandering refugees, and some common folk trying to change their fate by joining the army. "Kid, go inside," Barton pointed and said. "From today, each of you will start as a low-level servant in the Holy Light Knights. You will undergo 7 days of training. If you pass, you can become a real soldier on the battlefield. Do you understand?" The crowd nodded numbly. Lin Yang looked at this scene and sighed inwardly. No wonder others, with their medieval stereotypes, have such harsh views. Lin Yang stood firm and looked around. Over 100 new soldiers, black-skinned, white-skinned, and mixed races, were crowded together on this muddy open space, like animals kept in captivity. The air was filled with a mix of sweat and other smells. Suddenly, he realized that living in the shed of Rose Manor might actually be quite happy. No one spoke, and everyone observed each other with dull yet cautious eyes, especially Lin Yang, the only new arrival with yellow skin. Lunchtime arrived quickly. A few general workers carried large wooden buckets and slammed them to the ground. Mealtime. "Everyone, line up properly." The bucket contained a thick, unidentifiable paste with a few vegetable leaves floating on top, giving off a sour, unpleasant smell. This was the food provided to the recruits of the Holy Light Knights. Many people showed disgust on their faces, but no one dared to complain. They each took a broken bowl and hurried forward, afraid that if they were slow, they wouldn't get any food at all. Lin Yang stood at the end of the line with a blank expression. He received a bowl, found a corner to squat in, and drank it all in one gulp. Although the food was terrible, it was better than starving. Soon, the loud voice of Deputy Officer Barton echoed across the camp. "Eat faster it. When you're done, training starts." Within 10 minutes, everyone gathered in the square. Barton walked to the center of the open space, looked over the crowd with clear disdain on his face. "You bunch of useless people, don't think that joining the night group means you can enjoy luxury. Here, only the strong survive," he pointed around. "Now, your first training task is simple." He grinned, showing yellow teeth, with a cruel smile. "Fight. Knock down everyone around you except yourself. The last 10 who can still stand tonight will get extra food, 2 pieces of roasted meat, and 2 black bread." As soon as he finished, chaos erupted in the new recruits' camp. Roasted meat, black bread. To these starving lower-class people, it was an enormous temptation. Everyone's breathing grew heavier, and their eyes, which had been dull, now flashed with killing intent. "Start." With Barton's command, a wild fight broke out instantly. Screams, curses, and the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh filled the air. "Look at that yellow-skinned monkey. He looks easy to handle. Take down that yellow-skinned monkey first." A few small groups had formed, and they immediately targeted Lin Yang. To them, this week, yellow-skinned was the softest target. Defeating him would boost their reputation and reduce competition. Seeing this, the other slaves quietly avoided that area. With so many winners, there was no need to fight these groups directly. Faced with 3 strong men attacking him, Lin Yang's expression remained calm. The leader, a dark-skinned, muscular man, threw a straight punch with a whooshing sound, aiming directly at Lin Yang's face. If this punch had hit solidly, it would have knocked out an ordinary person instantly. But in Lin Yang's eyes, the speed of this punch was so slow it looked like a movie scene. He simply tilted his head slightly, The fist brushed past his ear and flew by. The dark-skinned man's face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect this seemingly fragile yellow-skinned guy to react so quickly. He wanted to pull back his punch, but it was too late. Lin Yang didn't give him a second chance. He stepped forward and lightly bumped his shoulder. Bang! A dull sound. The strong man felt like he had been hit by a black bull, his chest tightening, and he was thrown backward uncontrollably, knocking over another accomplice who was trying to sneak attack from behind. The last mixed-race man saw this and shouted in surprise, kicking Lin Yang's waist from the side. Lin Yang didn't even look. He quickly grabbed the man's ankle with his hand. Then, using his strength, he swung the over 200-pound man like a piece of straw. Ah! The mixed-race man let out a series of terrified screams as he was thrown into the air, then slammed to the ground, landing on top of his two companions, instantly knocked out. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. The originally noisy and chaotic open space suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Lin Yang, who was standing there, and at the 3 men lying on the ground. Is it over now? Those 3 tough gang members, who looked quite strong, were all taken down in a single encounter? Deputy Barton, standing on the high platform, showed less contempt on his face. He thoughtfully stroked his beard. Interesting. Lin Yang calmly dusted the dirt off his hands. He looked around, and the previously eager gazes all avoided his eyes. No one dared to look directly at him anymore. It's a joke, fighting 3 at once like it's a game. Anyone who steps up is a fool. There are 10 spots for winners, so there's no need to bother with the toughest challenge. The chaotic fight broke out again, but everyone instinctively avoided the small area where Lin Yang was standing. He stood quietly, watching the others fight fiercely over some grilled meat, like an outsider observing the scene. After 10 minutes, only 10 people remained on the field. Lin Yang was one of them. All right, stop. Barton jumped down from the platform and approached the 10 survivors. You 10 did well, he said, looking at each of them. His gaze lingered on Lin Yang for a moment. Tonight, you get to eat meat. After briefly tending to the injured, everyone quickly moved on to today's training. Running. It's very simple. Just run as fast as you can. This is the only way to survive in the dark fog. Without a doubt, Lin Yang finished first again, even far ahead of the second-place runner. He hadn't forgotten why he came here, to earn military merit and escape slavery. Then, he could return openly to serve the Lord's wife, and occasionally visit the knight captain who ran his business. As expected, Lin Yang, the first-place winner, was rewarded with 2 more pieces of delicious grilled meat by Barton for dinner. The people nearby looked at him with envy, their eyes turning green. But they couldn't beat Lin Yang. 2 servants carried a grill over, loaded with 10 sizzling pieces of meat and 20 small black bread rolls. Night fell, and dinner finally began in the camp. The aroma spread quickly, making everyone swallow their saliva. Lin Yang received his portion, a large piece of grilled meat, enough to make him feel overwhelmed. He didn't gobble it down but sat in a clean corner, eating slowly. The meat was crispy outside and tender inside, sprinkled with coarse salt. It wasn't the best taste, but for a who only ate porridge and internal organs every day, it was a delicious treat. He could feel many jealous eyes on him, but he didn't care. In this place, strength is everything. The first day of training ended in this simple, rough way. In the following days, the training became more formal. Heavy carrying, obstacle climbing, fighting skills. Lin Yang's performance in each area is almost perfect. He can carry 50 pounds and run 5 kilometers, always finishing first with no effort. He climbs a 10-meter-high wooden wall quickly, moving like a monkey, making others behind him look hopeless. During practice with wooden swords, he easily defeats other challengers, making them beg for mercy. But it doesn't matter. No matter who tries, even if his grandfather comes, Lin Yang still wins. After a few days, Lin Yang has made a small space for himself in the new soldiers' camp with his fists. No one dares come within 3 meters of him, whether he's eating, resting, or waiting in line for the old, spoiled porridge. That evening, he received 4 pieces of roasted meat and 4 black bread slices for dinner. The smell spread far, attracting a group of new soldiers who drooled and looked at him with green eyes, but none dared to step closer. Lin Yang calmly tore off a piece of crispy, tender roasted meat, just about to eat it. when a weathered, black-skinned soldier in his 40s approached with his broken bowl. His bowl was almost empty. Clearly he hadn't eaten enough. "Young brother, are you alone?" The old soldier smiled, showing a few yellowed teeth from tobacco. Everyone around looked to see what this veteran, named Bart, was going to do. Lin Yang glanced at him, but said nothing, continuing to chew his meat. Bart wasn't embarrassed. He squatted down beside Lin Yang and lowered his voice. "Your skills are impressive. Where did you learn to fight?" "Not learned, born with it." Lin Yang swallowed his meat and tore off a large piece. Bart chuckled. "You're joking, little brother. My name is Bart. I've been in this recruitment camp for almost a year. I've seen more people than you've eaten salt. Someone like you will surely stand out someday." Lin Yang paused and finally looked at him directly. "What do you want to say? Let's be friends?" Bart said, rubbing his hands and glancing at the roasted meat. "It would be good to have someone watching your back on the battlefield, right?" Lin Yang smiled. He picked up a whole black bread and tore off half of the roasted meat, offering it to him. Bart's eyes lit up instantly. "Want to eat?" Lin Yang handed the food in his hand forward and said, "Trade for information." Bart was stunned, and the people around who were eavesdropping also froze. They thought this yellow-skinned monkey wanted to recruit followers, but it turned out he was here to do business. "What kind of information?" Bart responded quickly. "I want to know everything about the Holy Light Knights," Lin Yang said calmly. "What are the standards for becoming a knight? You soldiers, when you go to battle, how many survive?" Bart's smile faded a little. He glanced at the roasted meat in Lin Yang's hand and swallowed hard. "That's not really a secret, but not everyone is willing to tell you." He lowered his voice. "To be a full knight, you need to be at least a 5-star in the shadow-breaking realm. As for us," he chuckled self-deprecatingly, "out of 10, only 3 survive, and that's considered a blessing from the Holy Light. 5-star in the shadow-breaking realm?" Lin Yang thought to himself that he was currently at 3 stars, 2 stars short, and a 30% survival rate. Was lower than he expected. "Is it really that low? I see you're quite old. So you always survive?" Bart grinned and rolled up his pant leg. "That's because my mother gave me a good leg. Truly enviable talent." "What about the squad leader?" Lin Yang continued to ask. "The squad leader?" Bart looked like he heard a joke. "Those are big shots in the Dawnlight realm. One battle skill can clear out a large area of monsters. We're not in the same world, Dawnlight realm. Lafina is in the Dawnlight realm." Lin Yang understood now. It seems relying on Lafina to keep himself safe on the battlefield is just a dream. She, as a squad leader in the Dawnlight realm, commands over 100 people. In such chaos, there's no way she can always watch over a lowly soldier like him. So, everything still depends on himself. Here, Lin Yang handed the leftover roasted meat and bread into Bart's arms. Bart was overjoyed, gratefully grabbing the food and running aside to wolf it down. With Bart's help, things became much easier. Lin Yang quickly gathered more useful information from a few other veterans using the extra food he had. For example, monsters in the dark fog are divided into several levels. Level 1 monsters are the weakest but are the most numerous, attacking in groups and fighting fiercely. Level 2 monsters are more difficult to deal with and require a proper knight team to defeat. Another example is how to earn military merit on the battlefield. It mainly depends on handing over monster cores. One level 1 monster core can exchange for 1 merit point, and 10 merit points can free a person from slavery. Of course, the key is that you must survive and bring back the monster core from thousands of monsters. It was late at night. In the soldier's tent, snoring and talking in sleep could be heard. Lin Yang quietly sat up. After making sure everyone around him was asleep, he moved like a sneaky cat and quietly slipped out of the tent. There were patrol guards in the camp, but avoiding these ordinary soldiers was very easy for him. He walked to the farthest corner of the camp, next to a small forest. Usually, this was where new soldiers went to relieve themselves. The smell was terrible, and no one wanted to get close. Lin Yang slipped into the woods. When he was sure no one was around, he took out a metal tube from his pocket. It was the light blade that Rafina gave him. He took a deep breath and pressed the button on the side. Buzz, a nearly 1-meter-long golden light blade silently extended from the top of the tube. The hot energy instantly dispelled the cold air around him, illuminating his face with flickering light. Lin Yang held the hilt and tried to channel holy light energy from within himself into the blade. The light blade suddenly brightened, extending a bit longer, and emitted a high-frequency humming sound. It worked. Lin Yang felt happy. This thing really resonated with his own power. He swung his arm, and the golden sword left afterimages in the air, silently cutting through several thick branches, leaving smooth, mirror-like cuts. Good stuff. This tool was practically made for assassination and sneak attacks. With it, his chances of survival on the battlefield could increase by at least 20%. Lin Yang suppressed his excitement and practiced basic moves like chopping, slashing, and stabbing repeatedly. This was his secret weapon. He needed to get familiar with this weapon quickly and make it a part of himself. Just as he was practicing intensely, a faint sense of being watched suddenly came from behind. Lin Yang's body tensed instantly, almost instinctively. He immediately turned off his light sword and quickly hid behind a large tree, carefully concealing his presence. "Don't be nervous, it's me," Lafina's voice came from nearby. She seemed a bit uncomfortable with the smell in the area, her brow furrowing. "Can you come out and talk?" Lin Yang's mind moved, and he quickly subdued his aura, stepping out from the woods. Under the moonlight, Lafina's silver armor reflected a cold glow. She took off her helmet, her golden hair blowing in the night breeze. Her face, usually full of heroic spirit, now carried a serious, official look. "Captain," Lin Yang immediately bowed his head, returning to his humble, obedient appearance. "I've heard reports from Barton about your performance these past few days," Lafina said, sizing him up. "Very good, beyond my expectations. It's all thanks to the captain and madam." Lin Yang quickly took credit, lowering his stance as much as possible. "You're quite good at talking," Lafina said, her expression unchanged. But Lin Yang could feel her gaze lingering on him longer. Of course, Lafina was pleased with Lin Yang's strength. It meant he had a better chance of surviving on the upcoming battlefield and could potentially bring back credit for Ophelia. But on the other hand, growing too fast. The risk of losing control was greater. This thought flashed through her mind. "You're lucky. Ophelia values you very much." Lafina decided to finish what she needed to do. She took a delicate crystal vial from her waist pouch, filled with a light golden liquid. A pure, holy light aura instantly spread out. "This is holy light purification liquid, very precious." Lafina stared intently at Lin Yang. "This was specially prepared for you by Lady Ophelia. She hopes this potion can help you break through to the awakening realm quickly, to increase your chances of survival." "Awakening realm? Too bad, my friend has already broken the shadow." Lin Yang cursed inwardly, but quickly put on an expression of extreme joy and even disbelief. Madam, she actually prepared such precious medicine for me." Lin Yang's eyes instantly turned red, large tears welling up and swirling in his eyes, as if about to fall, but not quite. His acting was truly outstanding. I, Lin Yang, a humble servant, what virtue do I have to receive such great kindness from Madam?" He suddenly looked up at Rafina, his eyes full of passionate loyalty. "Captain, please tell Madam. My life belongs entirely to her. Don't say just going to the battlefield. If she now asked me to die, I wouldn't even frown. I swear, from now on, I will only protect Madam. Anyone who dares disrespect her will be my sworn enemy for life." His words were firm and heartfelt, touching and inspiring. Rafina looked at his loyal dog expression and was completely stunned. She had seen many knights show loyalty to their superiors, but never like Lin Yang, who combined humility and fanaticism so perfectly. Could it be that Ophelia has truly brainwashed him? Well, considering their relationship had long surpassed that of servant and master, that was for the best. The last bit of doubt in Rafina's heart completely disappeared. A tamed, powerful tool that only knew to serve her master was exactly what Ophelia needed most right now. Lover Rafina's favorability increased from 5 to 15, trust level. Huh? Lin Yang was confused. Why did my loyalty oath to the lady suddenly boost her favorability? Get up. Rafina handed the medicine to Lin Yang. "Remember what you said today?" "Yes." "Captain," Lin Yang carefully stored the medicine in his chest. "Take it at the right time and try to break through quickly." Rafina put her helmet back on, hiding her slightly complicated expression. "In a few days, everyone will set out for the Black Mist. Be careful." After speaking, she turned and disappeared into the night with a few swift movements. "Yes, Lin Yong held the holy light purification liquid in his hands. His gratitude and fanaticism gradually faded, replaced by calm. Of course, he wouldn't drink it now. He planned to wait until the next intense exchange with Ophia, then drink it in advance, because the boost at that time would be the strongest. Meanwhile, Rafina returned to her private tent. She sat cross-legged on her bedroll, just after meeting with him. Suddenly, her mind drifted back to the last time she and Lin Yong practiced together. That pure, powerful masculine energy and the feeling of excitement it brought. Thinking about something, she took a deep breath, cleared her mind, and focused deeply on meditation. Since her last full recovery, her level had reached the first star of the Dawn realm, just one step away from breaking through. Half an hour later, boom, a strong aura burst from her body. The candle flames inside the tent flickered wildly and then went out. Lover Rafina has advanced to the second star of the Dawn realm. Almost at the same time, Lin Yong, back in his room, heard a loud explosion in his mind. Detected that Lover Rafina has advanced in strength. Feedback boost activated. A more powerful and pure energy than ever before, like a river bursting its banks, flooded into his limbs and bones from the void. Wow, Lin Yang's face changed dramatically. This energy was too intense. The barriers within his body, which protected his realm, were so fragile in front of this flood that they seemed like a thin sheet of paper. Congratulations, the host has broken through to the fourth star of the shadow-breaking realm. Congratulations, the host has broken through to the fifth star of the shadow-breaking realm. Congratulations, the host has broken through to the sixth star of the shadow-breaking realm. The system's notifications sounded one after another, like a beautiful symphony. Lin Yong felt as if his body was a balloon being inflated. Every muscle, every bone, was rapidly absorbing this energy and undergoing a huge transformation. His strength, speed, perception, all skyrocketed exponentially. Host, Lin Yong, stamina, 885, holy light, 860, realm, 6th star of the shadow-breaking realm. At the 3rd star, both stats were over 550. Martial skills, none. Lover, Ophelia, favorability, 30. Friendly, Lover, Rafina, favorability, 15. Trusting, 6th star of the shadow-breaking realm. This feeling of gaining power effortlessly, with a sudden boost in strength, was simply amazing. Suddenly, he had a thought. Checking the calendar, today was Ophelia's fixed training day, wasn't it? The system remained completely silent. Lin Yong was slightly surprised, then a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the proud lady of the Lord would really only have him as her man. Oh well, next time I can't hide my skills anymore. I must find a way to make it up to her. On the 7th day at the new recruits' camp, the morning horn sounded louder and more serious than ever. After a week of tough training, it finally came to an end. Over 100 ragged new soldiers, from a disorganized group at first, now looked more like soldiers. Though their eyes still showed numbness, they also had a fierceness shaped by hardship. Deputy Officer Barton stood on a high platform, scanning the crowd below. His voice was loud and clear. "You rookies, your good days are over." Hearing this, there was a commotion among the crowd. That, Lord Barton's words are still as harsh as ever. I really should thank him. But Barton seemed very pleased with his tough joke and continued on his own. Today, you will serve as cannon fodder for the Holy Light Knights. No, proud reinforcements, to march with the main army. The target is deep within the black mist. As he finished speaking, a suppressed stir ran through the crowd. What was coming finally arrived. Now, everyone, come forward to receive your gear. A few servants pushed carts filled with simple equipment. The gear was just stiff, foul-smelling leather armor, with rough craftsmanship, a long spear with a holy light pattern, and a cheap copper badge engraved with a holy light rune. This is the Holy Light Amulet, which can help you resist the corruption of the black mist. But it can't withstand even a little attack from monsters, so don't think you can rely on it to survive. Barton explained loudly. Lin Yong took his gear expressionlessly. The leather armor was hard and uncomfortable, but the spear was sharp and sturdy. He weighed the copper badge and felt a faint holy light energy inside, better than nothing. Just then, the crisp sound of hooves approached from afar. Lafina rode a magnificent white warhorse, surrounded by a group of guards. slowly arriving in front of the new recruits' camp. Today, she was fully dressed in shining silver armor that gleamed in the morning light. Her face beneath the helmet was cold and stern. Recently, she had gained the strength of a two-star warrior in the Dawn realm, and she showed it openly, making all the new soldiers feel a bit breathless. Her gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed precisely on Lin Yang. Her horse slowly trotted over and stopped beside Lin Yang. The new soldiers around were so nervous they almost stopped breathing, not understanding why their high-ranking captain was walking through the recruitment area. Lafina glanced at Lin Yang and quickly whispered to him in a voice only they could hear. "Stay alive. The lady needs your help." After saying this, she didn't linger. She suddenly pulled on the reins, and her horse let out a long neigh before turning sharply toward the camp's gate. Lin Yang lowered his head respectfully as he watched her leave, but inside, he was clear and calm. "Stay alive? Of course, that was obvious. As for helping you and the lady, I'll make you both so scared you won't forget it. Everyone move out. Let's go." With Barton's loud shout, the group of hundreds of conscripts, mostly cannon fodder, finally started to move slowly. They formed crooked lines behind the holy light knights, heading toward the dark fog. The pace was slow, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. No one spoke. Only the sound of heavy footsteps and armor rubbing filled the air. When the group reached a fork in the road outside Iron Oak Town, Lin Yang's steps paused slightly. By the roadside, a luxurious carriage he knew very well was quietly parked. The side of the carriage bore the emblem of the Thorn Rose Estate. Lin Yang instinctively looked up. A delicate, pale finger quietly lifted a corner of the curtain. Behind it, those bright blue eyes he had seen many nights were staring at him without blinking. Their eyes met. Ophelia's gaze was complicated, full of hope and worry. This discovery made Lin Yang feel unexpectedly better. He didn't make any unnecessary moves, only calmly withdrew his gaze and continued walking with the crowd toward the front. Inside the carriage, Ophelia slowly lowered the curtain, blocking the outside view. "Madam, shall we go back?" Nearby, old Lena whispered softly. Ophelia didn't answer immediately. She picked up a glass of red tea from the small table beside her and took a gentle sip, trying to calm her restless mind with this familiar action. Let's wait a bit longer. She didn't know exactly what she was waiting for. Maybe just one more look at the back of the who was about to risk everything for her. She told herself it was only to make sure her investment would pay off. Yes, that's all. Just that. Meanwhile, in the moving group, Bart, an old soldier, somehow approached Lin Yang. "Hey, brother," he whispered, winking. "Was that your old flame just now?" Lin Yang glanced at him, but said nothing. "TCH, I can't tell. Looks like you're pretty lucky in love." Bart looked envious. "Having such a noble lady personally see you off must mean you're an important person in the estate, right?" "I'm just a cotton picker," Lin Yang replied calmly. "Cotton picker?" Bart paused, then burst out laughing. "You're joking. A cotton picker with your skills? A cotton picker who gets personal attention from the night leader? A cotton picker who gets a fancy lady in a carriage to see him off?" He patted Lin Yang's shoulder, acting like he understood everything. "Don't worry, brother. I keep my mouth shut tight. In the future, on the battlefield, you should look out for me. Trust me, I'm quick and accurate with directions. If there's danger, just run with me. You'll be safe." Lin Yang ignored his jokes. His attention was fully drawn to the darkening blackness ahead. At the horizon, there was a black wall that seemed to connect the sky and the earth, standing quietly. That was the black fog. As they got closer, a cold, damp, slightly bloody smell began to fill the air. The pace of the group slowed down. Many new soldiers looked nervous and scared. "All troops, stop. Set up camp right here." Rafina's loud voice came from the front of the team. It was getting late, and they decided to set up a temporary defense in the last bright area. The cannon fodder camp's job was naturally to do the hardest and most tiring work. Digging trenches, setting up wooden stakes, building simple watchtowers. Lin Yang held a shovel and mechanically repeated the digging motions. His 6-star broken shadow physique made him feel no fatigue at all. While working, he quietly observed the surroundings and the movements of the official knights. He noticed that their camps were all around a stone tablet that emitted a gentle white light. It was a miniature version of the holy light steel, which could provide a safe shelter in this darkened land. Meanwhile, their group was placed on the outer edge, with no chance to even get close to the stone tablet. Before long, night finally fell completely. At dawn the next day, a pale sun rose over the horizon. Perhaps because they were at the edge of the holy light zone, its warmth was very weak, and only that faint glow proved it was actually the sun. At Rafina's command, the large team officially entered the foggy area. Crossing that invisible boundary, a cold, blood-stained smell immediately surged up. It was as if they had stepped from one world into another. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and visibility dropped to less than 10 meters. Everyone could barely see the outlines of their teammates ahead and behind. The team had to slow down, and the tense atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Hold your holy light amulets tight. If you feel itchy or want to bite someone nearby, shout immediately. I can invite him to eat some elbow meat. If anyone secretly mutates and doesn't share with the brothers, I'll crush his eggs later. Deputy Barton's hellish jokes echoed through the team, but they couldn't dispel everyone's fear. Lin Yang held his cold spear calmly and followed the team. His six-star broken shadow physique allowed him to easily resist the black fog's invasion, but the coldness that seemed to seep into his soul still lingered. They all had fighting power, so why did Rafina and Barton seem so normal? If only I had some kind of cultivation method too. Lin Yang thought this way. The team moved through the silent darkness. On both sides of the road, large, twisted shadowy shapes appeared. They were the ruins of old towns, long swallowed by black fog. Broken walls, rusted steel bars, silently told of past civilizations. Lin Yang's gaze swept over the distant desert, where a lonely, half-collapsed tall building stood. Suddenly, his steps paused. At the top of that building, a large, rusty gold M symbol tilted unevenly, half hidden in the thick fog. Lin Yang was stunned. He blinked to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Wow, a golden arch? A strange, confusing feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. In this world full of holy light, monsters, and knights, seeing that familiar fast food sign from his past life hit him as hard as seeing Ophelia in a bikini jumping in a cotton field. Hey, brother, what are you looking at? Lost your soul? Next to him, veteran Bart nudged him with his elbow. Nothing, just saw a crow. Lin Yang kept his face calm and looked ahead, continuing to walk. Bart looked confused in the direction he had just looked. Besides the thick, impenetrable black fog, he saw nothing. Caw! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream came from the fog ahead. No way. There really is a crow. You jinxed it. Enemy attack. The knight at the front of the team quickly warned. In the next second, monsters poured out from all sides. They were different shapes, but all looked fierce and terrifying, first-level monsters. Some looked like skinned wild dogs, others like giant spiders with countless eyes, bravely rushing toward the outermost soldiers. Ah, help! Chaos broke out instantly. Don't panic. They're just first-level monsters. Grab your weapons and fight. Form up. Stay steady. Spearmen at the front. Shields for defense. Barton shouted wildly, but it was useless. This ragtag group, thrown together in a hurry, collapsed instantly in front of real death. Their formation was gone. Knights attack. Not far away. Rafina led the official knights, quickly forming a sharp triangular formation, facing several larger second-level monsters mixed in with the tide of monsters. She had no time to worry about the casualties of the cannon fodder camp. At the moment she crossed swords with a second-level monster called Shadow Claw Beast, she couldn't help but divert a bit of her attention to glance toward the cannon fodder camp. She was worried that the who was highly valued by Ophelia might die in this first wave of attack. However, when she saw the scene there, her sharp blue eyes suddenly narrowed. The line of the cannon fodder camp was completely in chaos. Most of the conscripted soldiers were clumsily fighting the monsters, either stuck in a stalemate or being knocked down and torn apart. Only Lin Yang. He was surrounded by 7 or 8 first-level monsters, but moved calmly and easily within the chaos. A monster resembling a hyena lunged at him from the left, showing its sharp claws. Lin Yang didn't even look at it. He just slightly shifted his left shoulder and moved his body a tiny bit to the side. The deadly claws just brushed past his leather armor. At the same time, his spear, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, stabbed upward at a very tricky angle from the monster's lower jaw. Thud! The spear tip precisely pierced through its skull, and holy light flooded in. tearing apart its magic core. The monster let out a short, mournful cry, stiffened, and fell heavily to the ground, twitching twice before stopping. The whole process was smooth and flowing, with no wasted movements. Another spider-like monster spat corrosive web from behind, but Lin Yong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He simply stepped forward and easily dodged. Then, he flicked his wrist, and the spear shot out like a black lightning bolt. A counterattack. This move looks very cool. Oh, it seems no one is watching. The spearhead accurately smashed the spider monster's head. He moved like a master dancer on a chaotic, bloody battlefield, walking with ease. All these moves were learned from short videos he watched in his previous life. That's why they are only fragments of special moves. Lin Yong didn't even use a single bit of holy light. He relied entirely on his terrifying body and combat instinct as a level 6 shadow breaker to harvest his enemies. And he didn't even know how to use holy light. Rafina was momentarily stunned. This guy? Is he really that strong? She finally relaxed completely, no longer paying attention to this side, and focused all her energy on fighting the level 2 monster. Brother, you, old soldier Bart, covered in blood, had just narrowly killed a monster that lunged at him. He was now gasping heavily, looking at Lin Yong, who was unharmed, with a look of shock. Lin Yong ignored him. He casually pulled his spear out of the eye socket of a monster, shaking off the foul mucus on it. After Rafina took down the leader and a few other level 2 monsters, it seemed that this wave of attack was finally ending. The number of monsters around had noticeably decreased. However, less than 2/3 of the summoned soldiers remained alive, all wounded and shaken. The aftershock of the battle was still not over, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and decay. The remaining summoned soldiers sat on the ground, panting heavily, their eyes empty, still not fully recovered from the bloody slaughter. Old soldier Bart sat heavily beside Lin Yong. His leather armor was torn open, with a large cut on his chest, and his arm had just been bandaged, but he paid no attention. He was staring at Lin Yong with a strange look, eyes fixed on him. Brother, are you really just a cotton picker? Lin Yong glanced at him, took out a clean rag from his pocket, and slowly wiped the mucus off his spear. What if I am? Do you think I'm a little girl picking mushrooms? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. My lady lord, she really is just a mushroom picker. Bart's mouth twitched. He had just seen it with his own eyes. While he was busy dealing with a monster, Lin Yong had already taken down 7 or 8 with ease, like chopping vegetables. That movement, that efficiency, so clean and quick. Is this really something a cotton picker could learn? If you say he's the illegitimate son of some noble lord, trained since childhood in elite education, I believe it. I believe your nonsense. Bart got up from the ground and walked over to a monster's corpse, carefully digging with a small knife. Lin Yong glanced at him, knowing he was searching for a magic core. This item is a badge of honor, used as a hard currency to exchange for freedom and resources. Lin Yong also stood up and went to the bodies he had defeated, copying the same action and starting to dig. He moved quickly, using his spear tip to pry and poke, and soon a small, pigeon egg-sized crystal with faint black gas appeared in his hand. It's a level 1 magic core. Just as he stored the 7th magic core, a slight disturbance came from nearby. Rafina and her official knights had finished fighting, now clearing the battlefield and reorganizing their formation. She was riding her horse, scanning the camp of casualties, and finally her gaze settled on Lin Yong. Barton, here? Captain, count the casualties. Those who can still move, continue forward. Seriously injured, handle them on the spot. Rafina's voice was calm and steady. Yes? Barton immediately began to carry out the orders. Handle them on the spot means giving those who are unable to move and are beyond help a quick end, preventing them from being turned into new monsters by the dark fog. This is the harsh reality of the battlefield. Soon, the team set out again. This time, no one dared to underestimate Lin Yong. However, everyone instinctively kept a little distance from him, knowing he was the real boss of their casualty squad. Following the boss was the only way to stay alive. After 2 more days of difficult marching, the team's size shrank again. They faced several monster attacks, each less severe than the first, but every time, dozens of lives were lost. The conscripted soldiers went from over 100 to fewer than 60. Lin Yong's gains, however, were quite substantial. He now carried an unremarkable leather pouch at his waist, holding more than 30 level 1 magic cores. These were gathered during the chaos, sometimes openly, sometimes secretly. At the same time, his performance brought some joy to Barton. After all, in the army, being able to survive and lead your teammates out alive was the real skill. As for skin color, everyone didn't care as much as the fake noble lords. This burly man with a face full of scars deliberately walked up to Lin Yong and patted his shoulder. Lin Yong, you are impressive. You have gained a lot. Barton grinned. If you make it back alive this time, I recommend you become a small squad leader. Lin Yong humbly lowered his head. Thank you for your support, sir. He knew in his heart that Barton was trying to win him over. After all, a strong subordinate can play a big role on the battlefield. On the third evening, the team finally reached their target area. It was a large, circular valley, like a sleeping giant beast, lying on the dark land covered in fog. At the entrance of the valley, jagged rocks and dangerous terrain could be seen. Everyone stop. Rest in place. Rafina's voice came through. The team stopped. Everyone quickly recharged their energy and water and checked their weapons and gear. Lin Yong leaned against a rock, biting into a dry, hard black bread, but his eyes looked past the swirling fog toward the depths of the valley. He could feel a faint, pure holy light energy coming from the center of the valley. That should be where the sacred relic is located. Hey, brother, do you think we can make it back alive this time? Old Soldier Bart came over again, looking more tired than a few days ago, with deep-set eyes. I don't know, Lin Yong replied with a shake of his head. I always feel this place is much more evil than any I've been to before. Bart lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. My great-grandfather's grandfather said that before the era of the polar night, these circular valleys were called volcano craters. They could spit fire. Lin Yong ignored the old man's nonsense. He was focusing on sensing the atmosphere inside the valley. Besides the holy light, he also felt a very strong, violent energy fluctuation lurking just below the holy light. That was definitely not a good sign. All personnel, stay alert. Prepare to enter the valley. Rafina also sensed it, but with the situation urgent, she had to give the order. The formal knights formed a spear formation and led the front. Meanwhile, Lin Yong and the others, considered cannon fodder, stayed behind and to the sides, responsible for guarding the rear and handling miscellaneous tasks. The moment they stepped into the valley, the cold, sinister atmosphere grew even thicker. The ground beneath our feet was even dark brown, soaked countless times with fresh blood. The entire valley was terrifyingly silent. Not a single breeze could be felt. The team carefully moved toward the center of the valley. The deeper they went, the clearer the holy light aura became. Finally, they reached the middle of the valley. It was a relatively open flat area. In the center of the flat land, on a half-meter-high stone platform, stood an object emitting a gentle white glow. The object had a strange shape, cylindrical with a rounded head at the top, made from an unknown white material, with some mysterious golden patterns carved on its surface. It was vibrating rhythmically, each shake sending out gentle ripples of holy light. It was a sacred relic. Everyone's breathing grew hurried. Only Lin Yang's expression suddenly changed when he saw it. Wow, this sacred relic. Why does it look like the goddess's husband? 6. People say sacred relics are blessings from the gods. So, who says the goddess doesn't have her own needs? First and second squads, move forward and guard. Others, stay put and wait. Rafina calmly commanded. However, just as the two squads of knights prepared to advance and seize the relic, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! Boom! The entire valley suddenly shook violently, as if a giant dragon was turning over. Everyone's footing became unstable, staggering in all directions. What's going on? An earthquake? Just as everyone panicked, in front of the stone platform holding the relic, the ground suddenly bulged upward into a huge mound of earth. Then, the dark brown soil exploded apart. A massive, terrifying head burst out from underground. It was a giant worm, as big as a small mountain, with a body covered in thick, rock-like black armor. It had no eyes, only a huge mouth occupying the entire head. The mouth opened wide, revealing countless rotating, ring-shaped teeth like a meat grinder. A foul, nauseating stench burst out from that enormous mouth. Level 3. Monster. Abyssal worm. Seeing this scene, the experienced knight couldn't help but shout in fear. The abyss worm. As soon as the name was spoken, everyone's face grew serious. This creature is huge and known for being very difficult to fight. Roar. The abyss worm let out a deafening roar. Retreat. Summon soldiers. Fall back. Leave the valley. Rapina quickly made a decision and ordered a retreat. But it was already too late. The massive body of the abyss worm completely emerged from underground. It looked like a moving mountain of flesh, surrounding everyone and blocking their escape. Despair spread quickly through the team. It's over. We're going to die here. I don't want to die. Many of the summoned soldiers' mental defenses broke down completely, and they couldn't hold their weapons. All knights below the Dawn Realm form a defensive line immediately. Rapina decisively ordered, "Knights at the Dawn Realm and above, follow me to face the enemy." She knew very well that their only chance of survival was for her and the few other strong Dawn Realm knights to fight the enemy head-on. Yes, the knights responded together. "Charge with me." In the next moment, she suddenly kicked her horse's belly. The white warhorse let out a long neigh, carrying her like a silver lightning bolt, rushing straight toward the abyss worm. For the holy light, the other 4 Dawn Realm knights exchanged glances and roared angrily, following their leader to charge. Rapina led the charge at the front. Her knight's spear burst with an unprecedented, brilliant golden light. The strength of a 2-star Dawn Realm knight was fully unleashed at this moment. "Holy light judgment," she shouted softly, and her spear transformed into a golden streak, fiercely stabbing toward the giant mouth of the abyss worm. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. The knight's spear, strong enough to pierce steel plates, only managed to break a few of the worm's ring-shaped teeth, unable to pierce its skull. A powerful rebound force hit back. Rapina felt a sharp pain in her hand, and both she and her horse were shaken backward. Other people's light slash attacks only caused sparks to burst on the black shell of the worm, seeming to do little damage. But Lafina shouted, "Don't worry, their magic will be used up. Their defenses will weaken. Keep going." Yes, the battle quickly became intense. A Dawn Realm knight tried to attack from below, but was hit hard by the worm's huge tail, flying like a torn sack and crashing into a distant rock wall. He couldn't get up for a long time. Lafina's situation was also not good. Every time she charged, the worm pushed her back with its terrifying big mouth. Several times, she was in danger. Her horse was also covered in blood, with cuts from flying stones. Lin Yong crouched behind a rock, watching everything. "Brothers, what should we do?" Bart crawled over, trembling. "Wait," Lin Yong said. "Wait? Are we waiting to die? Can you say something nice?" Lin Yong ignored him and focused all his attention on Lafina. This woman was tougher than he thought. After being forced back again, Lafina didn't rush forward recklessly. She held her horse and moved along the edge of the battlefield, her sharp blue eyes fixed on every move of the abyss worm. She was looking for an opportunity. Suddenly, Lin Yong noticed that after the worm spat acid or hit with its big mouth, a small gap appeared near the underside of its abdomen, close to the tail, about the size of a palm. It opened slightly due to muscle contractions. Is that an air intake? The gap was fleeting and almost impossible to see. But Lafina also noticed it. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Everyone, cover me," Lafina shouted softly. The remaining 3 Dawn Realm knights and all able-bodied knights immediately directed all their attacks at the worm's head, creating an opening for their leader. Now is the time. Lafina squeezed her legs tightly around her horse's belly, leaned forward, almost merging with the saddle, transforming into a silver streak of light, and quickly circled to the side and rear of the abyss worm. The holy light on her knight's spear reached its brightest point, dazzling and hard to look at directly. Die. The abyssal worm seemed to sense the deadly threat. It suddenly twisted its huge body, opened its massive mouth, and lunged fiercely at the silver streak of light. It was too fast. Lafina didn't have time to fully dodge. With a sharp sound, the jagged teeth grazed her left arm. Her silver armor shattered instantly, and blood quickly stained her arm. But Lafina didn't even frown. She forcibly twisted her body in midair, and with all her strength, she violently and precisely stabbed her knight's spear into the cracks of the creature's shell. Holy light! Explode, boom! A blinding golden light suddenly burst from inside the abyssal worm. Ugh! This third-level monster let out a mournful cry before its huge body collapsed with a loud crash, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yong knew it was truly dead. In the valley, a burst of cheers erupted, celebrating their survival. We won. We did it. Long live the captain. Lafina fell from her horse, supporting herself with her spear. She knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. Her left arm was torn and bloody. Her golden hair was stuck to her pale face with sweat and blood. She looked extremely exhausted, clearly out of energy. But her eyes remained bright. Although she had almost been killed in the fight, it wasn't a big problem. She slowly walked toward the sacred relic in the center of the valley, glowing softly with white light. Just as she was about to touch the strange-shaped staff, several black shadows suddenly shot out from the shadows on both sides of the valley. They moved so fast, like ghosts, interrupting her action. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Hee hee hee. A strange laugh echoed through the valley. Thank you, Knight Captain, for clearing away this troublesome fellow for us. The woman in the black cloak stopped not far from Lafina. Her eyes, hidden in the shadow of her hood, shone brightly. Now, this relic belongs to our Abyss Church, Lin Yong. The church appears, but it feels very stiff. The woman in black stopped not far from Rafina. Her eyes, hidden in the shadow of her hood, shone very brightly. Now, this relic belongs to our Abyss Church. Dream on. Rafina gritted her teeth, supporting herself with her spear. The blood at the corner of her mouth was swallowed back alive. As long as I am still standing here, you won't get to touch it. The woman in black seemed to hesitate for a moment, then looked back uncertainly at a taller figure in black behind her. She cheerfully said, "Oh, boss, she won't give it. What do we do now?" The taller figure was silent for 2 seconds, seeming quite speechless at his subordinate's words. Then he spoke in a hoarse, impatient voice. "If she won't give it, then we take it by force." Lin Yong, hiding in the distance. How can these guys be so vague? They focus on politeness first, but the politeness part just stalls completely? Meanwhile, outside the valley, again, a dense, nerve-wracking screeching sound echoed. A new wave of monsters was attracted by the death of the abyss worms. Not good. A monster tide. Run. The surviving knights and conscripts immediately fell into chaos. The people from the Abyss Church didn't expect this change either, their faces turning slightly pale. Stop messing around, quick and decisive. Hold off Rafina and steal the relic. Yes, the leader of the black-robed men gave the order. Several black-robed figures immediately rushed toward Rafina. Others charged toward the relic in the center of the valley. The entire valley instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. The remnants of the Night Order, the cultists of the Abyss Church, and the monster tide pouring in from all sides fought in a chaotic battle. No one noticed that Lin Yong, the instigator, had quietly retreated to the edge of the battlefield. He moved like a ghost, weaving through the chaotic monster crowd. The light sword in his hand swung every time, taking the life of a first-level monster. He didn't join the fight between the Night Order and the Abyss Church, nor did he help anyone. There are at least 10 of the Light Realm inside. He still believes that making money through war and harvesting monsters is the best way. 1, 2, 10, 20. The leather pouch at his waist was swelling visibly. He's going to make a fortune. This is a huge profit. Lin Yong was harvesting while keeping an eye on the situation around him. Although Lafina was surrounded by 2 black-robed men, they didn't seem intent on killing her. The others, though strong, were injured and struggling to hold on, making the scene dangerous. The leader of the black-robed men was protected by his subordinates and was about to reach the sacred relic. Oh no, they are about to take the relic. But even if Lin Yong cursed silently, it wouldn't help. The enemy was also in the light realm, and he had no chance. Just then, an opportunity appeared. Lafina, under attack, suddenly prepared to unleash a powerful attack. "Holy light, grant me the power to tear through darkness," she shouted angrily, and her silver armor instantly burst into golden flames. She was burning her life and soul, forcing herself to use a strength beyond her limits. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. Not good. She's going to lose control. The 2 black-robed men with her looked terrified and hurriedly retreated. But Lafina's target was not them. She gathered all her burning energy into her knight's spear and, with her last strength, threw it at the black-robed leader who was about to touch the relic. This strike was incredibly fast, even more astonishingly fierce. The black-robed leader felt the deadly threat. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. He quickly created a dark shield in front of him. Boom! The golden spear and the black shield collided with a loud bang. The violent energy exploded instantly. The black-robed leader and the mysterious woman were both knocked back by the powerful shock, spitting blood in midair and dropping the relic from their hands. Lafina, after launching this incredible attack, exhausted all her strength. Her body went limp, and she fainted completely. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Yong no longer hesitated and pushed his speed to the limit. He transformed into a blurry shadow, moving almost instantly toward the center of the valley. Everyone's attention was caught by the huge explosion just now. No one noticed that this unremarkable soldier had already reached the relic nearby. He grabbed the humming white jade pillar, feeling its smoothness and a strange vibration. Yes, it's mine. Lin Yong was overjoyed. He quickly saw the badly injured Lafina and, without hesitation, rushed to her side. Ignoring her heavy armor covered in blood, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. Wow, it's really heavy. Yellow-skinned monkey, put down the relic. The leader of the black-robed men, who had just gotten up from the ground, shouted angrily. Other members of the Abyss Church and some monsters attracted by the relic's glow also turned and rushed toward Lin Yong. Lin Yong instantly became the main target. Run. Without hesitation, Lin Yong carried Lafina and turned to run. Brother, over there. In the chaos, old soldier Bart's dark face flashed by. He used all his strength to point in one direction, then shouted loudly and scrambled in the opposite direction to escape. Lin Yong looked where he pointed. It was a relatively sparse forest with gentle terrain. Good. Trust Bart. He ran straight toward it. With a burst of speed, Lin Yang's incredible 6-star shadow-breaking realm speed fully unleashed. He carried a person weighing over 100 jin, about 55 kilograms, running faster than a war horse. But even so, the broken Shadow 6-star could not keep up with the Dawn Realm. Lin Yong didn't expect that. At the moment he grabbed the sacred relic, an endless stream of terrifying holy light began to pour into his body, causing his speed to surge again. Then, the column-shaped relic emitted a bright glow. The pursuers behind him, whether they were assassins from the Abyssal Church or monsters, were overwhelmed by that light, their legs suddenly weakening. Roar. Everyone was unable to continue. The wind howled in their ears, and the scenery sped past. Using his precise knowledge of the terrain and quick reflexes, Lin Yong moved smoothly along the rugged mountain path. Gradually, in the distance, a familiar, rusty building with several large, Mishue characters still holding an ice cream stick and marked by a big red and white snowman sign appeared through the thick fog. That's the place. A flash of joy crossed Lin Yang's eyes, and he increased his speed a little more. Like an arrow shot from a bow, with unstoppable force, he charged straight at the glass door of the abandoned building. Crash! The glass shattered loudly. Lin Yong, carrying Rafina, successfully rushed into the ruins that represented the civilization of his past life. Lin Yong crashed into the abandoned building, shards of broken glass and dust covering his face. He ignored the discomfort, quickly pulled down the rolling shutter, and then pushed a collapsed cabinet against the back to block the door. Although he felt this might not be very effective, it at least gave him a bit more safety. Hope the monsters can help stop those guys. After doing all this, he carefully lowered the heavy woman on his shoulders. Captain, Rafina, wake up. Lin Yong gently patted Rafina's cheek, which was icy to the touch. Her silver armor was badly damaged in many places, especially the wound on her left arm, which was hideous, with flesh exposed and blood almost staining half of her armor red. Her breathing was weak, like a flickering candle in the wind. Lin Yong felt very anxious. He searched through the small bag at her waist, but it was empty. He wished he had learned some treatment methods earlier. Don't tell me you don't have any healing potions left? Rafina's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her bright blue eyes had lost their usual sparkle and looked dull. No, I don't have any left. Her voice was weak and faint. You? Don't worry about me. Take the relic. Find a way to survive on your own. Lin Yong looked at her and said, but if you die? What will happen to Lady Ophelia? Rafina's delicate body stiffened noticeably. Even now, you still won't tell me the truth? Lin Yang knelt down and looked directly into her eyes seriously. Don't forget, if you die, she will be truly alone and helpless. And you know very well, even without a healing potion, as long as I am here, you still have other ways to recover, right? One sentence sounded like a thunderclap in Rafina's mind. Her fading pupils suddenly contracted, and she looked at the yellow-skinned in disbelief. He found out. How could he know? A wave of shame and shock surged within her. You. Rafina's lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. What? Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged. It doesn't matter how I know. Think carefully. What will happen to Lady Ophelia if you die? When she is left all alone, the greedy nobles of Iron Oak Town will devour her, leaving nothing behind. So now, it's either I force you to do it, or you take the initiative. You choose. The instinct for survival, her promise to Ophelia, and the overwhelming pressure from this man completely shattered Rafina's last pride. She didn't want to die. She couldn't let Ophelia's hope be destroyed because of her. Rafina closed her eyes, and 2 tears slid down her cheeks. Her voice trembled with acceptance. I will teach you. My armor, there's a hidden clasp under the collar. Following her instructions, I quickly found the concealed clasp beneath her elegant neck, hidden behind intricate patterns. It was cold to the touch and carefully made. Press it down, then turn it half a turn. Click. With a soft sound, the heavy armor covering her chest suddenly popped open. I didn't stop. I kept following her instructions, removing the arm guards, skirt armor, and leg armor. One by one, the silver armor pieces, stained with blood and dirt, were thrown onto the ground with dull clinks. Finally, only a black, tight-fitting soft armor soaked with blood remained, hugging her stunning curves. What's next? I asked. Rafina's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. She turned her head away, afraid to meet my eyes. Like last time, I didn't ask more. I tore off the tattered soft armor on her body and held her in my arms. Cool skin and hot skin pressed tightly together in this ruined place, a symbol of the old world. The Holy Sun technique activated on its own. Rafina could clearly feel the holy light quickly healing her broken meridians and torn wounds. Her pale cheeks regained some color. Near death, Host is infused with the host's life energy. Tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations. Stamina 100. Holy Light 120. Congratulations. You have broken through to the 9-star shadow breaking realm. The powerful energy feedback brought me great joy. And Rafina, pulled back from the brink of death, was overwhelmed by instinct rather than reason. In the peak of pleasure and the rush of regained strength, her arms, now restored with power, instinctively and tightly wrapped around my back. Captain, it seems the training is over, but I haven't finished yet. She held me, her voice hoarse. Just call me Rafina. Also, training can't slack off. Keep going. Congratulations. Rafina's affection level increased by 60, loving state. I don't know how much time has passed. As the howling of the monsters outside the window gradually faded away, this primal moment of life merging finally came to an end. Rafina lay in Lin Yang's arms, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked her blonde hair, sticking tightly to her smooth forehead. Lin Yang felt the warm, delicate body in his embrace and glanced at his system panel, feeling very happy. This time, he gained a lot. He had made a big profit. He looked down at the sleeping female knight. In her dreams, she let go of all her disguises and defenses. Her brave face still carried a slight blush of satisfaction. Lin Yang gently placed her on his clothes. Then, his eyes turned to the biggest prize of this encounter. He walked over and picked up the sacred relic he had dropped on the ground. It looked like a goddess's partner. It felt smooth and warm to the touch. Lin Yang examined this familiar yet strange-looking object. Huh? Is there a switch? He hesitated for a moment. But in the end, curiosity got the better of him, and he pressed it. At the moment he pressed it, a ring of light spread out. Then, a line of familiar virtual text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Unclaimed sacred relic detected. Life rhythm. Bind. Effect. Once activated, it will form a life aura around the user. Within the aura, all living beings' cultivation speed will be increased. Note, this aura has a gradual strengthening. effect on female life forms. The longer they stay within the aura, the stronger the side effects of gradual strengthening, but the boost to cultivation speed will also increase significantly. This is quite a sneaky sacred relic, but it makes sense, considering what it looks like. Lin Yang finally understood why that monster was so deadly. Staying around this thing every day, it's no wonder it developed so well. He stared at the virtual text in front of him, feeling excited. He decisively chose to bind. Sacred relic, life rhythm, successfully bound. Host. Lin Yang, a faint light shot out from the relic and entered Lin Yang's forehead. He could feel that a strange connection had been established between him and the relic. As long as he thought about it, he could control its activation and deactivation. Lin Yang suppressed his excitement and carefully stored the treasure beside their clothes. Eating should be done bite by bite, and walking should be step by step. Now, there is something even more important to do. He turned around and looked at Rafina, who was lying on his clothes and still lost in a sweet dream. Lin Yang walked over and gently nudged her shoulder. Captain? Rafina? Rafina's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw that the person in front of her was Lin Yang, her once lively blue eyes flickered with a hint of panic and shyness. She instinctively tried to cover herself with the torn cloth beside her. You? Don't look. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of a hoarse, sleepy tone, very different from the decisive female knight on the battlefield. Lin Yang didn't avoid her. Instead, he crouched down and looked at her intently. Rafina. He called her name seriously. Rafina felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her cheeks growing hotter. She could only turn her head away. What? What are you doing? Lin Yang didn't answer. Instead, he opened the small leather bag on his clothes. Clink. With a crisp sound, over 40 magic cores of different sizes, emitting faint black energy, along with a few larger ones with darker energy, were poured out onto the ground in front of Rafina. In that moment, the ruins beneath them seemed to be covered with all the achievements, wealth, and glory everyone dreamed of. Rafina was stunned. She looked at the pile of magic cores in disbelief, then at Lin Yang. You? What are you doing? Each magic core represented a battle achievement. All these together, not only enough to free her from slavery, but also to elevate her from a second-class citizen to a commoner. Is he crazy? Rafina, Lin Yang's voice was deep and sincere. On the battlefield, when I saw you rushing headlong to protect everyone from that level 3 monster, when I saw you risking your life and firing that incredible shot. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. I realized that I might have fallen in love with you. Rafina froze completely, her bright blue eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Lin Yang. Love? Has she fallen for me? This man. He said he loves me? What should I say in response? They had just finished being together, and now he was confessing his feelings. Rafina felt a bit overwhelmed. So, I give you all of this, Lin Yang said softly, pointing to the magic cores on the ground. I don't want any credit or freedom. I just want you to become stronger, strong enough that you won't push yourself into such a desperate situation again. Your life is more important to me than anything else. Rafina's lips trembled, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She wanted to argue, to say something, but it felt like something was blocking her throat, and she couldn't speak. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. In the Holy Light Nights, she was the leader everyone respected. In Ophelia's presence, she was a trusted friend and a strong supporter. But no one had ever seen her as someone needing protection. No, I can't. After a long time, Rafina finally reacted. She shook her head hard, tears welling up in her eyes. These are earned with your life. You should use them to gain your freedom, not give them to me. I told you, my life is less important than yours. Lin Yang's tone was very firm. I just want you to live well. But, no buts. Lin Yang interrupted her, gently taking her cold hand in his. Rafina, promise me, accept these, and become stronger, okay? Feeling the warmth from his palm and his gentle, unwavering tone, Rafina's last defenses finally broke down. She looked at the man before her, into his eyes full of sincerity and love, and finally shyly nodded. Well, I'll only take a small part, she choked up, carefully selecting a few second-level magic cores and about 10 first-level magic cores from the pile. These should be enough for me to reach my peak again. Leave the rest for yourself. It's an order. In the end, she added a touch of the captain's authority, though her tear-streaked face made it seem less convincing. Lin Yong sighed helplessly. All right, I'll listen to you, my captain. He affectionately flicked her nose. Rafina's face instantly turned red up to her ears. She said no more and picked up a second-level magic core. Sitting cross-legged, she began to absorb the energy quickly. Pure magical energy flowed steadily from her palms into her body, healing the hidden wounds caused by burning her life force and replenishing her lost strength. Maybe because she had just fought at her limit, at this moment, under the surge of energy, her recently achieved level was starting to rise again. A powerful aura spread from her body. The peak of the second star in the Dawn realm. Rafina slowly opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented fullness of power inside her, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. But before she could be happy, a hot male body pressed against her from behind again. Strong arms wrapped around her slender waist. Lin Yong, what are you doing? Rafina's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Captain, your injuries are healed, and your strength has improved. Lin Yang's lips brushed her ear, warm breath spreading over her. Her body trembled slightly. I think we should continue to strengthen our training results. Next, there would be 2,000 words of effort. Congratulations, host. Lover Rafina's affection level increased to 80, deep love state. Lover Rafina's strength has improved, tenfold feedback activated. Boom. A torrent of energy, more terrifying and pure than ever before, instantly flooded Lin Yang's limbs and bones. The barrier of the 9-star breaking shadow realm was as fragile as a thin sheet in front of this divine and mighty power. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough to the Dawn realm, 1 star. Host. Lin Yong stamina, 1250 holy light, 1220 realm. Dawn realm, 1-star combat skills, none partner. Ophelia, favorability, 30, friendly, partner. Rafina, favorability, 80, deep love. Lin Yong felt as if the whole world had changed at this moment. He could see the holy light particles flowing in the air and hear even the tiniest movements clearly. He clenched his fist gently, feeling an unprecedented sense of power. This is the Dawn realm, enough to survive long in dark fog and possess terrifying strength that can crush Shadow Realm experts. Rafina, in his arms, also sensed his body changing. The sudden surge of holy light energy was hard to hide, making her feel stunned. Have you broken through? She looked up, her blue eyes full of shock. What kind of monster is this man? How long has it been? From awakening just a few days ago to now. He must have reached 3-star awakening, right? Such rapid progress is even beyond the reach of the top geniuses in the Holy Church. Lin Yong looked at her amazed face, smiled slightly, and gently brushed aside a strand of sweat-dampened golden hair on her forehead. Isn't that all thanks to the team leader? His voice was gentle, with a hint of teasing. Rafina's cheeks instantly turned red again. She lightly punched Lin Yong, but her strength was so small it was more like a tickle. Smooth talker. They shared a tender moment before starting to tidy up. Rafina put on the clean inner clothes Lin Yong handed her and took a few intact armor plates from the damaged armor, piecing together a simple set of protective gear. Watching her skillful movements, Lin Yong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Rafina, earlier in the dark fog, I saw some strange ruins. Strange? Yes. There was one with a golden M symbol on top, and another with a red and white snowman symbol, holding some kind of stick. Rafina thought for a moment and shook her head. Those are relics from before the Eternal Night era. Some are mysterious ruins, and others are strange extraterrestrial objects that appeared suddenly. No one knows what they were made for anymore. Scholars of the holy teachings have studied this, suggesting it might be another glorious but long-lost civilization. Of course, it could also be 2 civilizations overlapping, but I don't quite understand that part. Lin Yong nodded thoughtfully. Gurgle. An untimely sound came from Rafina's stomach. She blushed and looked down shyly. After continuous battles, risking her life, and the long training, just now, her energy was completely drained. Lin Yong smiled, stood up. Wait a moment. I'll see if I can find something to eat inside. Huh. Lin Yong smiled again, then walked straight into the storage room of the milk tea shop. Huh. Rafina was a bit confused. How could there be food in such a place? Soon, Lin Yong came out holding several sealed snack packs. He tore open one, and the smell of food still drifted out, as if it was fresh from yesterday. Here, try this. It's still good. They shared the surprisingly preserved snacks, and their hunger disappeared. The energy lost from battles and training quickly recovered. They spent a rare peaceful day in this abandoned milk tea shop. The next morning, Lafina's injuries and energy were fully restored. We should go back, she said, standing up with a more serious look. Barton and the others didn't know if they were alive or dead. She had to go back and check. She took out a small, white jade stone engraved with complex symbols from her pouch. This is a communication stone. I hope I can contact them. She infused holy light into it, and the jade glowed softly. After a moment, Barton's rough but surprised voice came from the stone. Captain, you're alive? I am alive, Lafina replied simply. Where are you now? We've retreated with the others to a temporary camp near the edge of the dark fog. Captain, I'm fine, and I have the relic. Stay where you are, I'll be there soon. She cut off the communication and let out a breath of relief. Let's go. She looked at Lin Yang, her eyes showing a hint of dependence she didn't even realize herself. The two of them left the shelter quickly, heading toward the edge of the black fog. In the temporary camp, the atmosphere was very gloomy. Fewer than 10 surviving soldiers and dozens of knights, all injured and numb, sat around. Deputy Officer Barton sat by the campfire, his rough face often looking toward the black fog, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the guard on duty shouted, "Something is coming. Everyone, get ready." Everyone instantly jumped up, grabbed their weapons, and nervously looked into the fog. Two figures slowly emerged from the thick mist. It's the captain. Leading the way was their brave and elegant captain. Although her armor was badly damaged, the aura of a strong expert from the Dawn realm was unmistakable. And behind her, wow, it's that, Lin Yang? He's still alive? That's amazing. He also has a sacred relic. Everyone's eyes focused on the white cylindrical object in Lin Yang's hand, glowing softly with white light. The next moment, the camp erupted in loud cheers. The captain is back. We got the relic too. We won. Oh my God. Bless the light. Barton was so excited that tears welled up. He rushed forward to give Lafina a big hug, but seeing the captain's cold gaze, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Instead, he grabbed Lin Yang's shoulder and patted his back hard with his large hand. Good job. I knew you were lucky. Ha ha. Soldiers around also gathered around. Their gazes at Lin Yang no longer held contempt or disdain, but genuine admiration and gratitude. Brother, you're awesome. How did you save the captain? You are a hero of our whole camp. Old Soldier Bart pushed through the crowd and excitedly shook Lin Yang's hand. Brother, how about it? I wasn't lying, right? I pointed in the right direction. Ha ha ha, I survived too. In the military camp, strength and military achievements are your true skills. At this moment, the eyes looking at Lin Yang no longer held the contempt once directed at slaves, nor the initial jealousy. Instead, there was pure admiration and a little bit of flattery. Brother, your skills are really hidden deep. Exactly. From now on, you'll be my big brother. Veteran Bat pushed through the crowd, grabbing Lin Yang's shoulder and spitting excitedly. Did you see that? Did everyone see? This is my brother. I told you, following my brother means you'll get good food. A wave of friendly laughter spread around. Lin Yang smiled quietly without saying a word. He could feel a gentle gaze always resting on him. He turned his head and met Lafina's smiling blue eyes. Under the morning light, although her clothes were torn, she looked stunningly beautiful. All right, everyone stop messing around. Lafina spoke softly, but her words made the noisy camp instantly quiet. Everyone rest, count the spoils, and prepare to return. Yes, Captain. On the way back, the journey was much easier than before. Although the team was severely reduced, their morale quickly recovered. They not only completed the mission, but also brought back sacred relics, which was a huge achievement. When the team appeared near the farmland outside the Carlo Holy Light District, the farmers and townspeople working there were first stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. The knights are back. They've won. The news spread quickly, like it had wings. When the team entered Iron Oak Town, the streets were already crowded with people coming to welcome them. Flowers, bread, wheat beer. People generously threw their best offerings to these heroes returning from battle. Lin Yong rode a spare horse, walking among the team, watching this scene with some emotion. Once, he was just a cotton picker in a manor, not even qualified to look directly at these free citizens. And now, he had become a hero in their eyes. Knights. Well done. Everyone knows that the knights include people of all skin colors, so when facing these heroes, their feelings are quite pure. That yellow-skinned person was a soldier when he left, but now he's riding a horse. Below, Bart shouted to the passerby, "What are you saying?" He saved the captain. A real hero. A yellow-skinned hero. Good job. After all, saving the captain and reclaiming the sacred relic is a story more legendary than knights defeating monsters. Rafina sat on her white horse, looking at the humble and calm man beside her, whose face was still modest despite being watched by many. He is my man. This thought suddenly popped into her mind, making her cheeks feel warm. Back at the Knight's base in Iron Oak Town, the noise was kept outside the high walls. Rafina dismissed everyone, but kept Lin Yong behind and took him to her tent. Sit. Inside, only the two of them. Rafina took off her helmet, her long golden hair flowing freely. She poured him a glass of water, and for a moment, the atmosphere was quiet. Lin Yong. Rafina spoke first, breaking the silence. Thanks to you this time. It's all because of your good leadership, Captain. Lin Yong quickly responded, standing straight. Rafina shook her head and walked over to him, her beautiful eyes looking seriously at him. The sacred relic. According to the rules, it must be handed over to the church. Her voice carried a slight, barely noticeable apology. This is a strict rule. Even the leader can't break it. Unless they can't use it, or have used it up, then the knights can distribute it freely. Lin Yong hesitated slightly while holding his water glass. That doesn't make sense. This relic is bound to him. They definitely can't use it. He looked up, showing a surprised expression. Hand over? But isn't that what we fought to get back? I know. Rafina's eyes softened. I understand this isn't fair to you, but the Holy Church controls the core of the Holy Light Monument. All relics need to be studied and analyzed by them to be used to their fullest. She paused and continued. Moreover, the rewards for submitting relics are much greater than what we could keep for ourselves. Whether it's merits, equipment, or potions, the benefits will exceed your expectations. Lin Yong remained silent. He lowered his head, seeming to make a difficult choice. In fact, he was already very happy inside. You guys can study the relics all you want. Besides making a fancy noise, what else can they do? Using them to gain real benefits is a smart move. After a long while, Lin Yong seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly looked up. Okay. He looked at Rafina with a firm gaze. I'll follow the captain's orders. I don't want any rewards or merits. As long as this helps you and raises your status in the Knight Order, that's enough for me. This statement once again hit Rafina's soft spot. Her eyes turned slightly red. She reached out and gently held Lin Yang's hand on the table. Fool. The next day, led by Rafina, Lin Yong arrived at the Holy Church branch located in the center of Iron Oak Town. It was much simpler than he expected, with no luxurious decorations, only tall domes and a large statue of the goddess of holy light. An old man dressed in white priest robes greeted them. When Rafina placed the white, cylindrical relic on the altar, the old priest's cloudy eyes lit up immediately. Such pure life energy, such a strong holy light fluctuation. He carefully lifted the relic, as if handling a precious treasure. Captain Rafina, you have made great contributions to the Holy Church. The old priest's gaze shifted to Lin Yong, with a hint of scrutiny. Is this the brave warrior who recovered the relic at a critical moment? Yes, Your Excellency the High Priest. Rafina stepped forward, shielding Lin Yong behind her. His name is Lin Yong. He was at Rose Manor. This time, he was conscripted to fight with us and has made great contributions. She handed over the already prepared report of his achievements. The High Priest took the report, quickly glanced at it, and the more he looked, the more surprised his face became. Using just one person to kill dozens of level 1 monsters during the monster surge. And when the captain was exhausted, he took a brave risk and recovered the sacred relic from the Abyssal Church. The High Priest put down the report and looked deeply at Lin Yong. Young man, what reward do you want? Before Lin Yong could speak, Rafina spoke first. Your Holiness. Lin Yang's achievements are enough to free him from slavery. I kindly ask the Holy Church to recognize his merits and give him the proper status. That is natural. The high priest stroked his white beard. Not only that, he stepped in front of Lin Yong, raised his aged hand, and with a solemn tone announced, Lin Yong, in recognition of your brave performance and devotion to the holy light, I, in the name of the main priest of the Nightfall Holy Sect in the Karo district, hereby promote you to apprentice knight. From today on, you are no longer but a proud warrior under the light of the holy light. As he finished speaking, a gentle holy light descended from the ceiling, enveloping Lin Yong. He could feel that deep inside his soul, some invisible chains seemed to be completely broken at this moment. He was free. At the same time, in Rose Manor, Ophelia was flipping through the account book, feeling a bit anxious. The night group had been away for almost 10 days, and there was no news at all. Is the dead or alive? Can her plan succeed? Just then, Lena, hunched over, hurried inside with a face full of wrinkles and an uncontrollable excitement. Madam, great news. Amazing news. Ophelia's hand trembled, and the account book fell to the ground. Has the night group returned? Yes. They're back. They're back. Lena's voice was trembling with excitement. Captain Rafina not only brought back the relic and made a great achievement. And Lin Yong, he's also alive. Ophelia suddenly stood up, breathing quickly. He made a contribution? He did. An enormous one. Lena eagerly shared the news she had heard, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. I heard that in the end, he was the one who rescued the sacred relic and Captain Lafina from the midst of the army. The whole Iron Oak town is going crazy over it. The Holy Church, to honor him, not only canceled his servant status on the spot, but also promoted him directly to apprentice knight. Apprentice knight. Ophelia's mind suddenly buzzed. Her heart started pounding uncontrollably. It's happening. Her plan is coming true. A huge wave of joy flooded her heart. Ophelia walked to the window, looking at the gloomy sky outside, but her face was lit up with a bright, rare smile. She turned around, her blue eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Ophelia took a deep breath. Her luxurious silk gown almost strained against her chest, revealing a vast expanse of white. Lena, yes, my lady. Prepare the carriage. To Iron Oak Town. Ophelia paused, then changed her mind. No, first to the Knights Guild headquarters. I want to personally bring back my knight. Iron Oak Town, Holy Light Knight Order headquarters. Lin Yong changed into a brand new apprentice knight's leather armor. It was still simple, but compared to his ragged clothes, it was like night and day. He stood outside the tent, surrounded by knights who once looked down on him. Now, their gazes carried a mix of politeness and curiosity. Brother Lin Yong, congratulations. From now on, you're one of us. Let's have a drink sometime. Lin Yong simply nodded with a smile, humble but confident. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the camp gate. It's the carriage from Rose Manor. Oh my, it's Lady Ophelia herself. Lin Yong looked up and saw that familiar, luxurious carriage stopping at the entrance. The curtain was drawn back, revealing Ophelia dressed in a well-fitted black knight's uniform. She stood tall and graceful, walking down the carriage amid the watchful eyes of the knights. Her gaze immediately locked onto Lin Yong in the crowd. Their eyes met. In Ophelia's eyes, there was clear admiration, joy, and a hint of something she herself hadn't noticed, passion. My knight. Her voice was soft, but everyone present could hear clearly. I heard you returned safely, so I came to see you. Suddenly, there was a gasp around the room. My knight. That title was too close. Lin Yang's heart moved, but he kept a respectful and humble look. He kneeled on one knee, placing his right hand over his chest. Thank you for your concern, madam. You shouldn't have come personally. It's enough to wait for me at the estate. It's okay. Ophelia reached out and helped him up naturally. You have done great work for Rose Manor. This is your well-deserved honor. She turned to look at Rafina, who had just finished her work and stepped out. Seeing this, her eyes showed some complexity. Rafina, thank you. Ophelia said sincerely. Thank you for taking care of him. Rafina slightly tugged at her mouth and forced a smile. It's what I should do. That afternoon, in the grand hall of the Iron Oak Town's Lord's meeting, a splendid awards ceremony was held. When the high priest of the Holy Church announced publicly that, due to Lin Yang's outstanding service to Rose Manor, The Lords' Council unanimously agreed to grant Lady Ophelia Romand the title of Viscount. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Below, the noble lords who had once mocked Ophelia during the meeting looked at each other with mixed expressions. Especially Viscount Buckley, whose face turned green. He never imagined that this woman he saw as a mere ornament, this widow he thought he could easily overpower, would quickly receive a hereditary noble title. And all of this was because of a yellow-skinned Ophelia, dressed in luxurious clothes, gracefully stepped onto the stage and received the emblem symbolizing her Viscount title from the high priest. She stood on the stage, her gaze sweeping over the crowd below, finally resting on a quiet figure standing in the corner. Their eyes met. Just as Ophelia was about to step down, a clear voice rang out. "Madam, wait." Lin Yong stepped out from the crowd, approached the stage, and under the jealous or surprised gazes of the nobles, knelt on one knee. "Viscountess Ophelia, I, Lin Yong, hereby swear." He raised his head, his gaze sincere and passionate. "I will serve you forever. My sword, my shield, and my life will fight for you until my soul is lost in holy light." These words were spoken with conviction. Ophelia's eyes slightly reddened, and a part of her heart was deeply touched. Lover Ophelia's favorability increased. From 30 to 50, flirtatious state. "My knight, rise up." Lover Ophelia's favorability increased. From 50 to 60, devoted state. Lin Yong stepped forward and took Ophelia's hand. The two of them gracefully left the stage under everyone's watch. Boom. The entire conference hall erupted in chaos. Lafina stood at the back of the crowd, watching the couple leave. Her fingers, gripping the reins, turned slightly pale. She was happy for her friend, but felt a strange tightness in her heart. After the ceremony, Lafina found Lin Yong. "I'm heading back to the knight headquarters." She looked at him with a complex expression. "Ophelia, I leave her in your care. Don't worry, Captain. Don't call me Captain anymore." Lafina turned her head away. "Call me Lafina." She mounted her horse without looking back, leaving only a sentence behind. "Take care." Watching her silver figure disappear at the end of the street, Lin Yong lowered his gaze. He knew that this female knight already held a special place in his heart. "What are you looking at?" Ophelia's voice came from behind, with a hint of subtle jealousy. Lin Yong turned around and smiled. "I'm watching my master, Lord Viscount." Ophelia was pleased with this answer, and her smile grew brighter. "Let's go, my knight." She linked her arm with Lin Yang's, her movements so intimate that the surrounding servants stared wide-eyed. "We are going home." The carriage slowly left Iron Oak Town. Inside, Ophelia leaned on the soft cushion, her bright blue eyes fixed on Lin Yong without blinking. "Oh, Lin Yong, I'm here. Do you know what kind of reward a loyal knight receives after making great achievements?" Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew hotter with Ophelia's flirtatious question. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his respectful and humble expression. He looked up, meeting her eyes that seemed to draw people in. "Serving you is my greatest honor. I dare not ask for any reward. Is that so?" Ophelia chuckled softly, her smile carrying a lazy, charming look. She extended a slender finger, gently tracing Lin Yang's hand. The delicate touch made his body tense slightly. Loyalty of the mind is naturally commendable, but physical achievements. Her voice lowered, warm breath brushing his ear. Also need tangible rewards. Lin Yang's breath became uneven. He knew that this lady, recently promoted to Viscount and now fully in charge of Rose Manor, no longer intended to hide her desires. The carriage slowly entered Rose Manor. When the doors opened, Lena and Carl, along with their servants, respectfully waited outside, but everyone was stunned. They saw the newly made Viscount walking down the carriage arm in arm with the former yellow-skinned, showing affection. Their posture was so close, it looked more like a couple in love than a master and servant. Carl's face turned pale instantly. He instinctively lowered his head, afraid to look again. The surrounding slaves trembled with fear, bowing their heads even lower. The world truly has changed. "Lena," Ophelia's voice regained some coldness. "Old servant, present. Prepare the best bath and fragrant oils. Send them to my bedroom." Lena shivered, thinking it was for the lady herself, and quickly nodded. And Ophelia glanced at Lin Yong beside her. "Prepare a set of clean silk clothes and several sets of everyday wear for my knight." From now on, our estate will be honored to have a resident apprentice knight. Boom. This sentence sounded like thunder in the ears of all the slaves. An apprentice knight? Who? Lin Yang? Did he really achieve such great accomplishments this time? Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Ah. In the corner, Lord Roman's throat made a hurried, muffled sound. His cloudy eyes stared fixedly at the bed, and his body twitched uncontrollably in the wheelchair. However, no one paid attention to him. In the distance, this is conquest. And also being conquered. Lover Ophelia's favorability increased, from 60 to 80, love state. Ophelia's strength has improved, tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, the host. Stamina 110. Holy Light 100. Congratulations, the host. Realm stabilized at the Dawn Realm, 1-star peak. The next morning, as the first pale sunlight shone through the window, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. Lord Roman didn't know when Lena had gone out to enjoy the sun. Next to him, Ophelia was still asleep. Her usually proud and cold, beautiful face now showed a hint of contentment and laziness, like a gentle cat. Lin Yang was about to quietly get up when Ophelia's eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up too. She saw Lin Yang, was momentarily stunned. Then the wild images from last night flooded her mind, and her cheeks blushed with a charming redness. But she quickly regained her noble demeanor as a viscountess. Lena, she called out toward the door. An old woman pushed the door open again. When she saw Lin Yang lying on the lady's bed, a smile appeared on her old face, but she said nothing, only bowing politely. Madam. Ophelia sat up, the smooth quilt slipping from her bare shoulders, revealing a large expanse of white skin. She casually put on a sleep robe and announced with a smile, starting today, the apprentice knight Lin Yang will also serve as the chief guard of Rose Manor. He will reside in the east wing of the main house. All commands within the manor will be considered as my orders. Although she had guessed this for a while, hearing the command still made Lena stiffen slightly. Chief guard, residing in the main house. Commands equal to the lady's orders. This former yellow-skinned has truly risen to great heights. Yes, madam. The old servant understands. Orphea nodded happily, and then turned to look at Lin Yang. Her eyes became gentle again. My knight, from now on, this estate, you and I, will protect it together. That morning, Orphea gathered all the servants and slaves in the estate. After she publicly announced Lin Yang's appointment, the whole square fell silent. All the slaves looked at the yellow-skinned man standing beside the Viscount with wide, frightened eyes, trembling like leaves. That day, Lin Yang moved into a bright, spacious room on the east wing of the main house. The room was decorated to noble standards, even more luxurious than the bedroom of the former Lord Roman. That night, as Lin Yang lay on the soft, comfortable bed, feeling the continuous flow of energy from two directions, Orphea quietly entered the room, wearing her familiar black lace nightdress. She didn't speak, just like a lazy cat. She slipped into Lin Yang's bed and hugged him tightly from behind. My knight, she whispered softly in Lin Yang's ear. Are you tired today? Lin Yang turned over, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her gently. No, I'm not tired. Then, Orphea's cheeks flushed with a charming blush. Then, shall we continue practicing? Lin Yang smiled, knowing that this charming young woman was truly enjoying the experience. Sure. Lover Orphea's daily practice of Holy Sun technique restores Stamina 5, Holy Light 5. Lover Rafina's daily meditation restores Stamina 15, Holy Light 20. Over the next few days, Lin Yang's life was as luxurious as an emperor's. During the day, he, as the chief guard, inspected the estate and gave some advice to the newly appointed foreman, Bart, on managing the slaves. At night, the new young lady, Orphea, willingly cuddled up with him to practice and explore the mysteries of life. His strength also steadily increased thanks to the diligent efforts of his two toolwoman wives, bringing him close to the second star of the Dawn Realm. This decadent life continued for about a week. One morning, a letter from the Holy Light Knights broke the peace of the estate. Let me go report to the Knight Order and receive official training. Lin Yang looked at the letter, feeling a bit surprised. Yes. Ophelia leaned against him, helping to straighten his collar. This is a necessary step for becoming a knight. Also, Lafina said in her letter that she will personally guide you. She will guide me herself? Why? Don't you want that? Ophelia looked up, her blue eyes showing a hint of cautiousness. Of course I do. Lin Yong lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. It's my greatest honor to become stronger for my noble lady. Ophelia smiled happily at that. But inside, she felt a strange unease. Lafina. She always felt that her best friend's gaze at Lin Yong was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, she quickly pushed this thought out of her mind. So what? As long as Lafina was involved, she was happy to share her man. The next day, Lin Yong bid farewell to the reluctant Ophelia. He rode a magnificent black horse toward the knight headquarters in Iron Oak Town. At the gate, he met the burly deputy officer, Barton. Hey, isn't this our hero, Sir Lin Yong? Barton greeted him warmly, giving him a big hug. Leaving your cozy home already, Lord Barton? You're joking, Lin Yong said, patting his back. Ha ha. Come on, I'll take you to see the captain. Barton slung his arm around Lin Yang's shoulders and swaggered into the camp. Along the way, all the knights who saw Lin Yong, whether official or trainee, saluted him respectfully. They reached the deepest part of the camp, where the captain's private tent stood. Barton stopped. The captain is inside. You can go in by yourself. I won't bother you. Lin Yong pushed open the tent flap. Lafina was standing with her back to him, in front of a large map of the Holy Light region. She wore a tight training outfit that highlighted her energetic and striking figure. Hearing the noise, she turned around. When she saw it was Lin Yong, her expression clearly became a bit unnatural, and her eyes flickered with hesitation. You've arrived. Her voice showed no particular emotion. I'm here to report, Captain. Rafina. Lin Yong stepped forward and gave a standard knight's salute. Cough. Rafina nodded, forcing herself to look at him. Come with me. Your training starts today. She led Lin Yong to a spacious private training room. This is the basic sword technique of the Holy Light Knights. Cross Holy Light slash. Rafina tossed a thick, half-finger-sized book to Lin Yong. Take a look first. If you have questions, ask me. After saying that, she moved to the side and began cleaning her long spear, seeming not to want much interaction. Lin Yong didn't mind. He picked up the book and started reading eagerly. The content wasn't long, only about 10 pages. Because of the illustrations, he finished quickly. A few minutes later, Lin Yong finished reading and then picked up a wooden sword from the nearby weapon rack. Following the instructions in the book, he began practicing. But he soon noticed a problem. He understood every word in the book and each technique for applying force. But in practice, he always felt a bit stiff, and his power was far weaker than described. He practiced for over half an hour, sweating heavily, but his skill level hardly improved. This won't do. The efficiency is too low. Lin Yong put down the wooden sword and went to stand beside Rafina. Captain, Rafina looked up and saw his sweaty, exhausted look and couldn't help but smile. I still don't quite understand. Lin Yong scratched his head, showing a, I'm not very smart, expression. Could you demonstrate it for me personally? Is that so? I thought you were quite skilled already. Rafina snorted softly, but finally nodded. Watch carefully. She picked up a wooden sword, took a deep breath, and her aura instantly became sharp and commanding. Cross Holy Light slash emphasizes the combination of strength and speed. The holy light must burst out in an instant. As she explained, she swung the wooden sword. A solid, golden cross-shaped sword light suddenly formed in the air and sharply struck a training in the distance. Bang! They, made of fine iron, had a clear cross-shaped cut on its chest. However, just as she made her move, Lin Yang's mind was flooded with system notifications. Detected that partner Lafina is demonstrating the combat skill. Cross Holy Light slash. Tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of Cross Holy Light slash has increased to Master. Lafina continued to perform the second move. Detected that partner Lafina is demonstrating the combat skill. Cross Holy Light slash. Tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, host. You have understood the secret technique of Cross Holy Light slash. Holy Light explosion. Lin Yong was stunned. What the heck? Is there such a good thing? Lin Yong held a wooden sword. The power surging inside him from quickly mastering the skill made him feel an urgent need to release it. So that's how it is. Practicing silently is too slow. But as long as my wife personally teaches me, the system can give 10 times the reward instantly. This isn't training. It's like getting a cheat code and extra help. Lafina, standing nearby, saw him just standing there, staring at the wooden sword with a thoughtful look, her brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Did you get stunned after just one look? She thought Lin Yang was shocked by the power of a battle technique performed by a strong expert from the Dawn realm, and her tone carried a hint of pride she didn't even realize. No, Lin Yang snapped back to himself, grinning. I just think, Captain, your move just now seems to have a tiny flaw. What did you say? Lafina's tone instantly rose. Her bright blue eyes stared at Lin Yang, full of a warning. Say that again? Who does he think he is? The youngest captain of the Dawn realm in the Holy Light Knights, a swordsmanship genius. Now, a rookie who has only learned basic sword techniques for half an hour dares to say her move has flaws? Hee hee, Captain, just watch. Lin Yang didn't waste words. He moved his body, and the wooden sword in his hand swung along a mysterious trajectory. He did not gather holy light into his sword like Lafina did. Instead, he infused his strength into his wrists and waist. Just as his sword move was about to take shape, he suddenly unleashed a burst of holy light. A faint hum filled the air. A bright, golden cross-shaped sword light, more solid, more dazzling, and faster than the one Lafina had just used, shot out. Boom! The poor iron was cut in half in an instant, unable to withstand the force. Its upper body fell heavily to the ground with a loud crash. The entire training room instantly fell into silence. Lafina froze, staring blankly at the two halves of the training. She looked at the faint scar she had left on her own sword just moments before, her mind completely blank. It was the same fighting technique. Even more surprising, the opponent hadn't fully used his holy light. But his power was more than twice as strong as her own, a 2-star light realm warrior. How could this be? How? How did you do that? Lafina's voice trembled as she looked at Lin Yang, as if she were seeing a monster. You're a good teacher, Captain, Lin Yang said, putting away his wooden sword with an innocent look and spreading his hands. I just followed your instructions, combined strength and speed, let the holy light burst out in an instant, and then it just happened. Lafina opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Was this what she meant to teach? It was, but it also seemed completely different. Could this man really be a rare genius in martial arts, one in 1,000 years? Could he understand deeper secrets of martial arts after just one look, even more profound than her teacher? Lafina's mind was in chaos. She felt her pride as a talented swordswoman being shattered by this man's single sword strike. I don't believe it. Let me try? She bit her lip, feeling stubborn, and picked up her wooden sword again to practice. But no matter how she mimicked or adjusted, her sword light could never reach the smooth, perfect, and powerful state that Lin Yang had just shown. 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Lafina's forehead. Her breathing grew rapid, and her tight training uniform, soaked with sweat, clung to her body, outlining her stunning curves. A mixture of sweat and light fragrance drifted into Lin Yang's nose. He looked at the beautiful figure still struggling and sweating, and the fire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He stepped forward, from behind, gently lifted the soft body still wielding a sword, and embraced her around the waist. Ah! Rafina let out a surprised cry, and her wooden sword clattered to the ground. She was effortlessly held in Lin Yang's arms like a princess. You? What are you doing? Put me down. Rafina's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment and anger as she struggled in his arms. Don't move. Lin Yang looked down at her with a mischievous smile. Captain, are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Rafina's eyes flickered with hesitation. Because Ophelia became a viscount, and I became her chief guard, so you're upset and want to beat me in swordsmanship to prove you're better than her. Lin Yang's words hit her deepest secret. Rafina stopped struggling. She bit her lip, turned her head away, and said nothing. You don't have to do this. Lin Yang carried her and slowly walked to the corner of the training room. You know, in my heart, you and she are both very important. He paused, then leaned close to her ear and whispered so only they could hear. By the way, Rafina, if I keep earning more achievements and become a knight, according to the Empire's laws, Can I marry several wives? Rafina's body suddenly stiffened. Her face turned bright red from her neck to her ears in an obvious rush of blood. Lin Yang secretly chuckled. Medieval nobles had their perks. He gently placed the girl, who was almost completely flushed, on a pile of soft leather mats in the corner. These mats were used to cushion during combat practice. Now, they made the best bed. Lin Yang. No, don't do this here. Rafina finally found her voice, with a hint of pleading. There are guards patrolling outside. Wouldn't that make it even more exciting? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Do you think I believe that? Ophelia's fingertips gently traced circles on his chest. Your sword skills are improving quickly, but every time you come back from Rafina, you seem to get faster. The words, get faster, were spoken with extra emphasis and bite. Lin Yang knew that if he kept pretending to be clueless tonight, he probably wouldn't get a good night's sleep. He sighed, took her small, restless hand in his, and looked serious. Madam, have you forgotten? Rafina has helped us. Back in the valley, she burned her life to get the holy relic. She almost died. If it weren't for me, she would have died there. Lin Yang briefly explained what happened, omitting any spicy details, and only emphasizing that their mutual training was a desperate act to save her. I saved her not just because of personal friendship, but also for you. He looked directly into Ophelia's eyes, speaking sincerely. She is alive and stronger now, so she can stand firm in the Night Order and be your most loyal ally. If she had died, you would be truly isolated and helpless in Iron Oak Town. Ophelia listened quietly, and the icy cold on her face slowly melted. Then, she felt a deep concern for Rafina. She hadn't expected that Rafina had gone through so much outside and almost lost her life. Fortunately, I have you. Ophelia leaned against Lin Yang's chest and sighed in relief. So, do you plan to stay like this with me forever? No, madam. Ophelia looked up in surprise. I will keep earning merits until I can become a knight. Then, I will marry several wives, and someday, you and the others can be reunited as sisters. She chuckled softly, giving Lin Yang a playful, affectionate look, then lightly punched his chest. You greedy little rascal. Her voice was sweet, but lazy with happiness. Are you afraid? Lin Yang looked down with a mischievous smile. What am I afraid of? Ophelia snuggled back into his arms, like a contented cat. The stronger my knight becomes, the more proud I am as his mistress. She paused and added, but from now on, you must not hide things from me anymore. Understood, my Lord Viscount. A family crisis caused by jealousy was easily resolved by Lin Yang. The two of them shared a tender moment again. Then Lin Yang suddenly spoke. I have to visit the knight headquarters tomorrow, just for the usual check-in. Yes, go ahead. Remember, try to find out what she thinks of me. Don't worry. The next morning, Lin Yang rode his horse back to the knight headquarters. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was wrong. The whole camp was tense and serious, with patrol guards twice as many as usual. Knight Lin Yang. Deputy Barton saw him and hurried over, looking very worried. What happened? Lin Yang dismounted. Something big has happened. Barton lowered his voice and pulled him aside. Last night, the patrol team found someone near the Black Fog. Who? Unknown. He's a knight from the neighboring Silver Moon Holy Light District, badly injured. He's still unconscious in the medical tent. Barton looked a bit scared. He didn't come back alone. He brought back a thing. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He followed Barton to an open space in the middle of the camp. The area was cordoned off, surrounded by knights on all sides. Rafina was standing at the front, her face cold and serious. Lin Yang pushed through the crowd, and his eyes widened. In the center of the space, there was a black, unknown creature's limb, about 2 meters long. The limb looked like it was made from the twisted, compressed remains of many humans and monsters, fused together. Its surface was covered with a strange, constantly writhing membrane-like substance. A strong, evil aura radiated from it, making the air around thick and sticky. What is this thing? Lin Yang asked, unable to hide his curiosity. I don't know. Rafina shook her head, her voice unusually serious. Before the survivor fainted, he kept calling out 2 words, living nest, and devour. A living nest? Lin Yang looked at the still wriggling limb, his face grim. I have already sent someone to report the news to the Holy Church. Rafina looked at Lin Yang. This matter might be beyond what we can handle. By the way, I need to visit the Holy Church branch tomorrow. You will come with me. The high priest seems to need your help. Okay, Lin Yong nodded. He felt that a big storm was brewing. Half a day later, at Rose Manor, a fancy carriage decorated with a double-headed eagle emblem stopped proudly in front of the mansion. The carriage door opened. A tall, thin young nobleman with a pale face and deep-set eyes, looking like he had been drained by alcohol and indulgence, stepped out surrounded by guards. He was the nephew of the old lord, Roman, a laid-back baron wasting his days in the imperial capital, Rhode Akkad. Aunt Ophelia, my dear aunt, I heard you were promoted to Viscount. I came all the way from the imperial capital to congratulate you. Before Rhode arrived, his sarcastic voice already echoed into the living room. Ophelia was busy managing the estate's accounts. Hearing the voice, her brow immediately furrowed. She put down her feather pen, slowly stood up, and her face returned to its usual cold and proud expression. Baron Rhode, what wind brought you here? Rhode swaggered into the living room, plopped down in the main seat, crossed his legs, and looked at Ophelia with a scrutinizing gaze, shamelessly scanning her elegant figure. Of course, I came to visit my poor, bettered uncle, he said with a grin, showing yellowed teeth from tobacco. And, by the way, to see how some people have managed to get their hands on my uncle's estate. His words were very clear. Ophelia's face suddenly darkened. Rhode, watch your words. I am now the officially recognized hereditary viscount of the empire and the legitimate owner of this estate. Ha ha! Rhode burst out laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Hereditary viscount? Just because a yellow-skinned contributed some effort? Ophelia, don't think I don't know. If it weren't for you using your body. Shut up, Ophelia snapped sharply. Oh, beautiful Rose. Are you angry now? Rhode stood up and slowly approached Ophelia, a fierce smile on his face. I tell you, the assets of the Arcade family are not for an outsider woman like you to inherit. If you know what's good for you, hand over the inheritance of the estate and obediently become my mistress. I might let you live a comfortable life. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, trying to grab Ophelia's chin. Get lost. Ophelia immediately slapped him without hesitation. Smack. A clear slap echoed through the living room. Rhode was struck and turned his head aside. Instantly, 5 clear finger marks appeared on his face. He paused for 2 seconds, then touched his burning cheek in disbelief. You dare to hit me. A wave of anger surged in his heart. His pale face turned bright red from the fury. Don't be so shameless, he shouted angrily and raised his hand to strike back. 2 guards behind him, also at the breaking shadow realm, quickly stepped forward, ready to hold Ophelia back. At this critical moment, a cold voice came from the doorway. Are you done with your hands? Everyone looked up. Lin Yong, who had gone to sign in at the Knights Guild this morning, had already returned. He was standing at the door, looking at them calmly. Who the are you? Dare to interfere in my affairs. Rhode saw another yellow-skinned person and became even more angry. He is the yellow-skinned you mentioned. Ophelia saw Lin Yong return, and her tense heart finally relaxed. A hint of amusement appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oh, you are Lin Yong? Rhode squinted and looked Lin Yong up and down. Then a malicious thought flashed through his mind. No, you're not the trainee knight Lin Yong. You're just an ordinary in the estate. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Break his legs. The 2 guards immediately understood what was happening. They sneered and walked toward Lin Yong. Destroying a trainee knight would definitely not earn the support of the Knights Guild. Plus, they were at the 3- or 4-star level of the Breaking Shadow Realm. Dealing with a newly promoted trainee knight was a piece of cake. However, in the next second, their fierce smiles froze. Lin Yong didn't even move. A powerful energy suddenly burst out from him. The 2 guards seemed to hit an invisible wall, groaning as they were knocked back, spitting blood and fainting immediately. The whole living room fell into complete silence. Rod's arrogant expression turned to one of fear. Although he was a fool, he could tell that this energy was definitely from the peak of the shadow-breaking realm. How could this yellow-skinned monkey be so strong? You. He pointed at Lin Yong, trembling and unable to speak clearly. Lin Yong slowly walked up to him. He really wanted to fight, but the Lord was standing there, and he was only an apprentice knight. If something went wrong, he wouldn't just lose himself, but also cause trouble for Ophelia and Rafina. Either you leave on your own, or you'll regret it when I'll leave myself. I'll leave myself. Rod scrambled to his feet and, supported by other guards, hurriedly ran out of the living room. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, turned back, and shouted with hatred. Just wait. A yellow-skinned monkey and a shameless widow. The Arcad family won't let you go. The living room finally returned to silence. Ophelia looked in the direction where the group had disappeared, her body still trembling slightly, not out of fear, but from the excitement of being protected. She turned around and looked at the man who had shielded her from everything. Her anxious heart finally settled completely. Lin Yang, she called softly, her voice filled with a dependence she hadn't even noticed. Lin Yang stepped beside her, gently wrapping her in his arms and patting her back. It's okay now. The warm embrace and steady heartbeat made Ophelia relax completely. She buried her face in Lin Yang's chest and whispered, "That. How dare he? Because he thinks the Arcad family's wealth is more important than your dignity." But now, Lin Yang looked down at the woman in his arms. They're wrong. He lifted her face so she could see his eyes. With me here, no one can hurt you again. Not the Arcad family, or any other nonsense. Ophelia looked at him, her eyes meeting his serious gaze. Her nose tingled, and her eyes quickly turned red. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him. Affection level of lover Ophelia increased, from 80 to 90, devoted. Just as the two were sharing this rare moment of warmth, Carl ran in from outside, pale and breathless, forgetting even to knock. "Viscount, Lord Lin Yang, the knights. The knights are here." Ophelia quickly stepped back from Lin Yang's arms, straightened her slightly messy clothes, and regained her noble composure. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Rafina had just left. Why were there more visitors already? A young trainee knight entered. Seeing Lin Yang, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Sir Lin Yang, the High Priest requests your presence." "The High Priest?" Seeing Ophelia's puzzled look, Lin Yang said, "We were supposed to visit with Rafina tomorrow, but it seems the meeting has been moved up." Half an hour later, at the Holy Church's branch hall. It was the same simple prayer room, but the atmosphere was much heavier than before. The high priest and several white-robed priests stood around the white, pillar-shaped relic called the Rhythm of Life, all frowning and sighing. "Sir Lin Yang, you're here." When the high priest saw him, his tired old eyes brightened with relief. "Your Excellency, you asked for me?" Lin Yang said. "Ahem." The high priest cleared his throat, trying to maintain his dignity. "It's like this. Regarding this sacred relic known as the Rhythm of Life, we have studied it for several days." He paused, his wrinkled face turning slightly red. "And we still don't understand it." A young female priest muttered under her breath. "Not only that, we've taken turns channeling holy light into it, but all it does is shake harder, completely useless." "Oh wait, the faster shaking. Might have some other effect?" "Silence." The high priest glared at her. "Ahem." The high priest turned back to Lin Yang and said in a more careful tone, "We've discovered that this relic seems to have a special connection with you. Only your holy light can fully awaken its power, just like the last time you brought it back." Lin Yang's heart was already filled with joy, but his face showed surprise and gratitude. "How could that be? I am just a small apprentice knight. How can I compare to the scholars of the Holy Church? There must be some mistake." "No mistake," the high priest said firmly. "We brought you here because we want you to try again." "All right then." Lin Yang reluctantly stepped forward, reached out, and took the sacred relic. He thought to himself, "Buzz." The life rhythm suddenly burst out with an incredible bright light. A pure, visible aura of life spread rapidly from it, forming a glowing circle around him. The entire prayer room was instantly filled with a warm, almost dreamlike atmosphere. All the priests present felt their holy light inside them, as if they were soaking in a hot spring, starting to move happily on their own. Meanwhile, the female priests nearby blushed, their legs slightly tightening, as if they were experiencing something special. Everyone felt their training speed had increased by at least 20%. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Unbelievable. This life energy. Quick, absorb and understand it. This is definitely more effective than drinking several bottles of holy light potion. A group of normally serious priests sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, faces full of bliss, as if they had never seen such a thing before. The high priest was also excited but kept his composure. He looked at Lin Yong, who was holding the relic with a calm expression, and his eyes were complicated. The treasure was indeed valuable. But the problem was, only this kid could use it. What the heck is going on? After a long while, the light faded. The high priest sighed deeply and made a difficult decision. He walked over to Lin Yong and solemnly handed him the sacred relic. Knight Lin Yong, after unanimous research by our high church leaders, in order to better utilize this sacred relic and to observe and record it more thoroughly. From today on, this sacred relic will be entrusted to you for custody. Of course, he added, you must regularly report your research, insights, and experiences to the Holy Church. Understand? This statement sounded very formal and righteous. Lin Yong forced a smile, stood straight, saluted seriously, and said, Yes, Your Holiness the High Priest, I will not fail the trust of the Holy Church. I will dedicate myself fully and serve until my last breath. Holding the sacred relic that had been lost and found again, Lin Yong left the Holy Church branch satisfied. This feeling of taking advantage of kindness was simply excellent. When he left the night Holy Church, it was already completely dark. Lin Yong rode his horse, hummed a tune, and leisurely returned to Rose Manor, planning to share the good news with Lady Countess. However, as soon as he entered the manor gate, he saw Ophelia waiting there with a worried face, neglecting her manners. Seeing Lin Yong return, she hurriedly ran over, clutching her dress. Lin Yong, something's wrong. Her voice carried an unprecedented panic. Something big has happened. He's gone. Who's gone? Lin Yong dismounted quickly, looked at Ophelia's pale face, and felt a sudden jolt in his chest. For Ophelia to be so distressed, it was definitely not a small matter. Roman, that old man. Ophelia grabbed Lin Yang's arm tightly. He disappeared from his room. We can't find him. Lin Yang's eyebrows furrowed instantly. How could a paralyzed, undead person disappear on their own? When was it discovered? Just now. Lino went to bring him dinner and found his room empty. Let's go and see. Lin Yong didn't ask more questions. He pulled Ophelia and hurried toward the old lord's bedroom on the west side of the main hall. At the door, frightened servants trembled and gathered around. Old Lena and Carl stood there with grim faces. Lin Yong pushed open the door. A cold, damp smell, like the darkness of many years without sunlight, hit him. Inside, everything was exactly as it had been. The bed was neatly made. A half-full water cup sat on the table. But in the corner where the wheelchair was usually parked, it was completely empty. On the ground, not even a single wheel mark from the wheelchair could be seen. Have you looked everywhere? Lin Yong asked in a deep voice. We've searched everywhere. Carl's voice trembled. The entire mansion, every corner. But there's no sign of the master. It's like he vanished into thin air. Ophelia swayed, almost unable to stand. Lin Yong quickly supported her and looked around the room rapidly. He went to the window, which was locked from the inside, covered in dust, with no signs of being opened. He checked the door again. The lock was intact. A living person and a heavy wooden wheelchair just disappeared inside a sealed room? This was too strange. Call everyone over. Lock down the estate. Search every inch, Lin Yong ordered immediately. As the chief guard, his commands were obeyed without question. Suddenly, the entire Rose Manor was in chaos. But after half an hour, there was still no sign of him. Lin Yong, what should we do? Ophelia's voice was starting to break with tears. Could he already? Don't scare yourself. Lin Yong comforted her, but his mind was racing. Kidnapping? It didn't seem likely. Who would kidnap a half-dead, paralyzed person? What would they want? And there was no sign of a fight or break-in at the scene. At that moment, Lin Yang's peripheral vision caught a flicker. Above the room, the heavy brass chandelier seemed to sway slightly. No, it wasn't the chandelier moving. The entire beam was gently shaking. Be careful. Lin Yang's face changed. Almost instinctively, he pushed Ophelia aside. Boom! With a loud crash, the decayed beam, along with a large amount of rubble and dust, suddenly fell from the ceiling. The target was right where Ophelia had been standing earlier, or rather, where the wheelchair was. Boom! If it had hit solidly, even Ophelia, in her broken shadow state, would have been badly hurt. And if it had hit Roman, he would probably have been killed instantly. Ophelia stared blankly at the huge beam crashing down in front of her, her mind completely blank. And she did not fall. A withered, thin, and wrinkled hand, unknown when, was steadily supporting her. Lena? Ophelia looked at the old woman in front of her with disbelief. The old woman was hunched over and trembling even when walking normally. Lena's face no longer showed the dullness and humility it once had. Her posture was straight and firm at this moment. A powerful, sharp aura suddenly burst out from her small body. 3-star breaking shadow realm. Lin Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This old lady finally did something human. Lena smiled bitterly. Sorry for the delay, madam. I haven't found Roman's disappearance yet. Please forgive me, Lena. You. Ophelia was completely stunned. She pointed at Lena, unable to speak for a long time. Lena sighed and solemnly knelt down in front of Ophelia. Madam, forgive this old servant for hiding the truth until now. Her voice was no longer hoarse and old, but became full of strength. My true identity is your mother's personal guard, under the command of the Lady Countess of Silver Moon City. When you married into the Holy Light District of Carlo, the Lady Countess was worried and sent me secretly to protect your safety. The Lady Countess of Silver Moon City, Ophelia's mother. A series of information bombarded everyone's mind. Ophelia stared blankly at Lena kneeling before her, her eyes instantly turning red. So, her mother had always cared about her. Quick, get up. Ophelia hurriedly helped her up. Lin Yang said from beside them, Ophelia, now is not the time for recognition. We need to find someone quickly. Oh, right. Keep looking for the master. The servants dispersed again to search, while Lin Yang's gaze swept across the entire scene. This was a hopeless situation, meaning the enemy planned to kill Roman on the spot if they couldn't take him away. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a barely noticeable mark on the beam above. He crouched down, extended his finger, and gently picked up a small amount of black powder. The powder was extremely fine, mixed with dust. If it weren't for his heightened senses far beyond ordinary people, he wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Yang gently pinched a small amount of black powder on his fingertip. A familiar yet strange feeling came over him. It was smooth, a little cold, and mixed with a very faint, almost unnoticeable energy that was not holy light. This feeling, in Lin Yang's mind, he suddenly remembered the image of the woman in a black robe, holding a sickle and hammer, speaking in an abstract yet cute way, in the circular valley. The Abyss Church. It's them. This powder, and the aura emitted by those cult members, come from the same source. Lin Yang's face darkened. Things are more complicated than he thought. Why would the members of the Abyss Church sneak into Rose Manor and specifically kidnap an old man who is barely alive? What are they after? He quietly wrapped the powder and put it into his pocket, then stood up. How is it? Ophelia hurried over. Nothing much. Lin Yang shook his head, not revealing what he had discovered. Since this involves the Abyss Church, it's better to keep the number of people who know as small as possible until he understands their purpose. Lena. Lin Yang turned to the old woman who had just shown her strength, but now looked hunched again. Can you sense again if there are any special energy traces left in this room? Lena nodded and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes, looking a bit confused. Strange. Besides the normal holy light aura, there's only a very faint smell, like a mix of death and decay. Death and decay. Now Lin Yang was more certain. Madam, Lena turned to Ophelia, looking guilty. It's my fault. I failed in my duty, and the thief took advantage of Lord Lin Yang's absence to get close to you. Please, forgive me. You can't blame yourself. Ophelia waved her hand, feeling upset. Even you didn't notice. Their strength is probably far beyond ours. Don't panic for now. Lin Yang said, Lena, from now on, stay close and protect Madam at all times. Carl, send more people. Raise the manor's defenses to the highest level. No strangers are allowed near. Yes. Everyone seemed to find their confidence and immediately started to act. Ophelia looked at Lin Yang's calm and steady face, and her chaotic feelings surprisingly calmed down. As long as this man was here, the sky wouldn't fall. The next morning, Ophelia hadn't slept well all night. She and Lin Yang were having breakfast when a guard hurriedly rushed in to report. Viscount, Lord Lin Yang. Something's wrong. That Lord Roderick. He's back. And he brought the enforcement team from the Lord's Council. What? Ophelia's previously calm face instantly turned pale. The enforcement team from the Lord's Council? That scoundrel Roderick. How could he act so quickly? Don't panic. Lin Yong helped Ophelia sit down and poured her a glass of water. Prepare for whatever comes. If he comes, let him come. As soon as he finished speaking, the front door of the mansion was kicked open from outside. Roderick's pale, yet arrogant face appeared again before everyone. This time, he seemed much more confident. Behind him, a group of knights dressed in black armor, with the scales and sword emblem on their chests, followed. The enforcement team from the Lord's Council. This is a powerful and violent organization in the entire Carlo Holy Light District, created to handle noble disputes with great authority. Ophelia Auntie. Roderick's gaze crossed Lin Yong and proudly looked at Ophelia on the main seat. I suspect you to seize the Ardard family's property and harm my uncle. Now, I, Roman Ardard, the first heir, demand to enter the estate to visit my uncle. Behind him, a middle-aged knight who looked like a captain stepped forward expressionlessly, showing a document stamped with the Lord's Council seal. Viscount Ophelia, according to imperial law, we have the right to investigate the estate. Please cooperate. His words were flawless and convincing. Ophelia trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. Roderick, you shameless scoundrel. You're lying. She suddenly stood up, her aura from the breaking shadow realm uncontrollably radiating outward. Lena, standing beside her, also took a step forward, her dull old eyes flashing with cold light. As soon as Ophelia gave the order, she was confident she could make Lord Rhodes' head move in 3 seconds. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became tense. Stop. Lin Yong gently held Ophelia's arm and pulled her back behind him. He took a step forward, standing in front of everyone, with a slight smile on his face. Baron Rhodes, right? Who do you think you are? Seeing Lin Yong, Lord Rhodes' eyes filled with anger and hatred. A yellow-skinned monkey. Do you have a say here? Get out of my sight. Lin Yong. Ophelia was anxious. She thought Lin Yong was going to stand firm. Confronting the law enforcement team head-on would be a crime of rebellion. Madam, don't worry. Lin Yong didn't turn around, only giving Ophelia a reassuring look with his eyes. He turned back to Lord Rhodes, smiling even more brightly. Baron Rhodes, you're right. Indeed, I have no right to speak here. After all, this is your family matter, the Arcad family. When he said this, not only Lord Rhodes, but also Ophelia and Lena were stunned. What does that mean? Why you? What do you mean? Lord Rhodes was confused. I mean, Lin Yong spread his hands and made way to the side. You are the first heir of Lord Roman. It's reasonable for you to visit your uncle. No one can stop you. Please go ahead. He made a polite gesture, humble like a true servant. Lord Rhodes was completely confused. What kind of trick was this kid playing? He suspiciously looked at Lin Yong, then at Ophelia. In the end, greed overpowered reason. You're smart enough. He waved his hand, leading the law enforcement team, and swaggered toward the old lord's bedroom. Lin Yong, are you crazy? Ophelia quickly pulled Lin Yong aside, lowering her voice, anxious and angry. If you let him in, how can we explain? Lord Roman is missing. They will definitely blame me. Why should we explain? Lin Yong asked back. Not explaining means waiting for death? Madam, Lin Yong looked at her very seriously. Do you think this estate is a treasure or a burden for us? Ophelia was stunned. What do you mean? I received some news from a friend in the Night Order. Lin Yang's voice lowered further. The black fog is spreading faster than ever before. Places like Rose Manor on the border are bound to be swallowed sooner or later. Is it worth holding on to such a risky place, constantly worried and dealing with hidden dangers? Ophelia's heart sank suddenly. So, you mean, sell the estate and let it go? Lin Yong smiled. Ophelia, your stage shouldn't be limited to this small border. You are a viscount, a noble officially recognized by the empire. If there's a church, you should go to a safer, more prosperous inland area of high society. There, your status can bring you resources and influence you can't imagine. By then, we can gather troops and build a real power of our own. Instead of being stuck here, tied to this broken estate and an old man who's gone missing. These words hit Ophelia like a heavy hammer, deeply piercing her heart. She stared blankly at Lin Yong, watching the broad future he described for her. Yes, why should she keep holding on to this broken place? This place, full of humiliating memories and always at risk of being swallowed by darkness? Once she understood this, The panic and anger in Ophelia's eyes gradually turned into a bright resolve. At that moment, a wild scream of joy from Rod came from the bedroom on the west side. People are gone. They really are gone. Ha ha ha, Ophelia. You wicked woman. You're doomed. He stormed back with his law enforcement team, full of fury. But what he saw was not the terrified face he imagined. Instead, the new lady of the estate had tears streaming down her face, her body trembling, her expression full of grief, as if she might faint at any moment. Rod. I don't know where he went either. Rod looked at her like this and felt even more triumphant. Stop pretending. Law enforcer, you all saw it. The evidence is clear. I demand that the estate's property be immediately frozen, and that the woman who poisoned her husband be arrested. Wait a moment. A cold voice came from the doorway. The law enforcement captain's hand was already on his sword hilt. He turned around at the sound and sharply focused his gaze on Lin Yang. Luo seemed to find a strong supporter and became even more arrogant, pointing at Lin Yang's nose and shouting, Captain, don't waste time with him. It was this yellow-skinned monkey who hurt my guard. He's in league with that poison woman. Arrest them both. However, the captain paid no attention to his shouting. Lin Yang's name was already well known in this small town. Sir Knight, we are just following orders. I understand. Lin Yang interrupted him gently, with a calm smile on his face. You are investigating Lord Roman's disappearance. I will cooperate fully. He then shifted his tone, took a small cloth-wrapped package from his pocket, and slowly unfolded it in front of everyone. This is what I found on the ground in the old lord's room. Inside the cloth was a small pile of black powder, quietly resting. The captain leaned in closer, about to examine it carefully, when a cold, rotten smell suddenly filled his nostrils. His face changed instantly, and he instinctively took a step back. This is the scent of black mist. Having spent many years near the edge of the Holy Light District, he was very familiar with this smell. Exactly, Lin Yang put away the cloth bundle. This smell is identical to what I've smelled on those cultists deep in the black mist. Cultists of the Abyssal Church. Hearing this, the captain and his team looked grim. What kind of joke was this? A dispute over noble estate property, and now it involved the crazy Abyssal Church? Sir Lin Yang, do you mean? The captain hesitated. My meaning is simple. Lin Yang looked at him steadily and spoke clearly. Lord Roman's disappearance was likely not murder, but kidnapping. The kidnappers are members of the Abyssal Church. This matter is beyond your Lord's Council's jurisdiction. Now, it should be classified as an heretical invasion incident, and the Nightshade Holy Church will take full charge of the investigation. Every word Lin Yang spoke was clear and strong, with logical reasoning. The law enforcement captain listened and nodded repeatedly, as if granted a great mercy. Yes, Sir Lin Yang is right. This concerns the Abyssal Church, and we must report to the Holy Church. We have no right to interfere. He just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Getting involved with the Abyssal Church would be a disaster. Then, what about my uncle's estate? Rode blinked. Of course, it's yours. Lin Yang generously waved his hand. Congratulations, Rode. Since you are the first heir, until your uncle's whereabouts are known, Rose Manor will be managed by you. Ophelia, Lin Yang turned to the noble woman behind him, his eyes gentle. Let's go. Ophelia looked at Lin Yang, watching how he quickly resolved a big problem and threw away a difficult burden. Her blue eyes sparkled with admiration. She stood up, walked to Lin Yang's side, and didn't even glance at Rode. She quietly instructed Lena and Carl. Carl, handle the handover and stall for time. Lena, pack all the gold coins, jewelry, and magic contracts quickly. Yes, madam. Rode didn't want the law enforcement team to leave and tried to resist, but they were so frightened they didn't care about anything. No matter what benefits Rode offered, they were too scared to stay and ran away immediately. In the end, Rode impatiently signed those dozen contracts. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yang and Ophelia, protected by Lena's guards, boarded the carriage and left. Humph. You guys run fast. Rode spat angrily at the empty living room. Just a broken estate. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. I'll still get rich. He rubbed his hands greedily and rushed toward the estate storeroom. But when he kicked open the door, he froze. It was completely empty. Not a single gold coin, not even a copper penny. He went crazy and rushed to the master bedroom. opening all the drawers and searching every cabinet. Except for some cheap decorations, there was nothing else. "Where's my money? Where are my jewels?" Rode let out a loud, pig-like squeal. A servant nervously handed over a list. "Lord Baron." "Lady." "Oh no." Lady Ophelia took all her personal belongings from the contract before leaving. Rode quickly looked at the list and almost spat out his blood. The entire Rose Manor, except for the land and the slaves working there, all the valuables that could be sold were Ophelia's dowry. He had tried everything, but ended up with nothing but an empty shell. Ugh! Rhode's eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight away. On the carriage leaving Rose Manor, Ophelia leaned on Lin Yang's shoulder, watching the scenery rush past outside the window, feeling a bit like she was in a dream. "Lin Yang, where are we going now?" "To find Lafina," Lin Yang said, stroking her smooth hair. "We need a safe place to start over." The carriage sped along quickly. Just as they were about to enter Iron Oak Town, a beautiful white warhorse galloped toward them from the town. The rider was Lafina. She looked worried, probably having heard the news. Ophelia. Seeing the carriage, Lafina quickly pulled her horse to a stop. The two carriages stopped side by side on the road. Lafina dismounted quickly and walked to the window, looking at Ophelia, who was safe and sound, and finally let out a long breath. "What happened?" "I heard Rode. That troublemaker took the law enforcement team to trouble you at the manor." Lin Yang lifted the curtain and briefly explained what had happened. Lafina listened in silence for a moment, then looked at Lin Yang with a complicated expression. "Leaving the manor, escaping like a cicada shedding its shell. What were you thinking? How did your mind work?" She had to admit that, given the situation, this was the best and only correct choice. "Let's not talk about that now." Lafina shook her head. "You two probably have nowhere to go now, right?" She looked at Ophelia and then at Lin Yang. "I have a private estate just outside Iron Oak Town. It's not big, but it's definitely safe." Lafina's cheeks flushed slightly. "If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for now." Rafina's private estate is located by a quiet lake outside Iron Oak Town. When the carriage entered through the ornate iron gate, Lin Yang hesitated as he lifted the curtain. In front of him was a 3-story white stone villa with a delicate spire and large windows. Under the pale sunlight, it looked quietly luxurious. In front of the villa was a neatly trimmed large lawn, and in the distance, there was a small, charming fountain. This place is more grand and refined than the main house of the Rose Manor. Ophelia felt like her feelings were a mixed-up mess, hard to describe. Once, the Rose Manor was her pride as the lady of the estate, but now everything was changing again. Rafina was already waiting at the door. She had changed out of her military uniform into simple casual clothes, but her strong presence was still clear. "All arrangements are done. You can go inside and rest first." Rafina led them into the villa. After giving a full introduction, she took them to the largest bedroom on the second floor and pushed open the door. "You can stay here for now." Lin Yang smiled and asked, "Captain, where will you sleep tonight?" She looked between Lin Yang and Ophelia, then said, "I have some urgent duties for the nights. I need to go back first." After saying that, she hurriedly left, as if escaping. Lena, after settling her luggage, politely bowed and withdrew, leaving the space entirely to the two of them. The bedroom door was gently closed. Bang! A soft sound, like the last straw that breaks a camel's back. Ophelia could no longer maintain her noble lady demeanor. She suddenly turned around, threw herself into Lin Yang's arms, and buried her face deep in his chest. "Lin Yang, we really have to start over. It's okay. I'm here. I'll fight with you." Lin Yang reached out and gently stroked her soft, golden hair. After a long while, Ophelia's emotions gradually calmed. She looked up, her bright blue eyes red and swollen from crying, and stared at Lin Yang without blinking. "Did you tell Rafina? Is she also one of yours now?" She asked this very softly, very carefully. Lin Yang did not hide anything. He nodded calmly. Ophelia stared at him blankly for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a laugh that was tinged with tears, but still very touching. She reached out and lightly punched his chest. "You bad guy. Such a greedy bad guy." Her tone was more like a playful surrender than blame. Lin Yang held her tighter, lowered his head, and whispered into her ear in a voice only she could hear, word by word. "Don't be afraid, from now on. I am your territory. I am your home." Swish. Ophelia felt her mind go blank. All her worries, fears, and confusion disappeared because of this gentle yet commanding declaration. Ophelia tiptoed, responding to her lord with unprecedented obedience and enthusiasm. This was a clear sign that she was completely surrendering herself, without holding back. Feeling her change, Lin Yang's passion burned even hotter. He suddenly lifted this beautiful young noblewoman into his arms and strode toward the luxurious big bed that could fit 4 or 5 people rolling around. Meanwhile, at the camp of the Holy Light Knights, inside the captain's tent, Lafina was feeling very anxious. She was worried about her best friend Ophelia's future, but at the same time, she kept thinking about Lin Yang. She repeatedly wiped her beloved knight's spear with silk, but her mind kept flashing images of Lin Yang and Ophelia in the villa's bedroom. What are they doing now? How will she face both of them in the future? Her restless feelings made her grip the spear tighter and tighter, causing it to hum as she polished it. In the luxurious master bedroom of the villa, a scene of 20,000 words of description was unfolding. When Lin Yang took out the sacred relic and activated it, Ophelia couldn't help but gasp. Ophelia had never been so uninhibited before, but she had no regrets at all. She had long since given her heart completely to this man. Ophelia's emotional transformation, loyalty lock-in, tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, host. Your partner Ophelia's affection has increased by 100 points, eternal mark. Congratulations, host. Your stamina increased by 200. Holy light increased by 220. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the 2-star level in the Dawn realm. An unprecedented surge of powerful energy exploded within Lin Yang. 2-star in the Dawn realm. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and perception had all reached a new level. Ophelia, during her cultivation, also broke through her boundary and advanced to the 3rd level of the Shadow realm. The next morning, Ophelia woke up in Lin Yang's strong, warm embrace. She opened her eyes and saw his handsome sleeping face close by, a gentle blush appearing on her cheeks. All the worries and fears from last night had vanished. Now, he was finally at peace. Knock, knock. Lena's voice came from outside the door. Madam, are you awake? Come in. This time, it was Lin Yang's voice. Lena pushed the door open as expected. When she saw Lin Yang giving orders on behalf of Ophelia, she realized that from now on, this man was truly her master. Lena, please prepare breakfast for me and the lady. Yes, ma'am. Lena responded and left. My night. Ophelia lazily leaned against the bedhead, enjoying Lin Yang combing her long, golden hair like a waterfall, with a gentle smile on her face. Are you going back to the night order today? I need to report in and receive guidance from Lafina. Go ahead. Ophelia nodded obediently, then turned to adjust his collar. Please thank her for me, and greet her well. Lin Yang smiled, kissed her on the forehead, and left the villa. The warm sunlight shone on him as he felt the continuous feedback of power from within his body, making him very happy. However, as soon as he entered the night camp, Lin Yang sensed something strange. The knights, who usually shoulder each other and talk loudly, looked at him with unusually complicated expressions today. There was sympathy, pity, and even a bit of gleeful curiosity. Oh, our great hero is back. Deputy Patton's loud voice rang out nearby. His big hand like a fan directly grabbed Lin Yang's shoulder and pulled him into the corner. How are things, brother? Patton winked and lowered his voice. Have you taken care of our new lady noble? Lin Yang smiled, but said nothing. Hee, I knew it, Patton said with a look of understanding. Then he leaned in closer, speaking even softer. But brother, you need to be careful today. He nodded toward the captain's tent. The captain came early this morning, looking very angry. During roll call, he punished 3 lazy apprentice knights by making them clean the toilets all day and night. I guess your training today won't be easy. Lin Yang's smile froze. No worries. I'll make the captain have a tough day too. Lin Yang silently thanked Patton for his kindness and headed straight to the familiar private training room. When he pushed open the door, a faint fragrant breeze greeted him. Rafina was already waiting inside. Today, she had changed out of her usual silver armor and was wearing a tighter, all-black training outfit. The outfit perfectly outlined her slender figure, and her long golden hair was tied high in a ponytail. Her face looked a bit tense. No worries, soon you'll relax. Lin Yang thought to himself. You're here. She opened the door directly, her tone neutral, showing no emotion. Rafina didn't waste words. She threw an old, yellowed secret manual onto the table beside her. Take it. Lin Yang took it and saw 3 ancient characters on the cover. Holy War Technique. Is this a skill? Rafina said seriously. It's the core of the power system after the era of midnight. In the past, only nobles could access it. Knights from common backgrounds had to risk their lives to learn even the most basic universal version, earning countless battle merits. She paused, her gaze shifting to the gloomy sky outside the window. But now, things are different. The spread of the black mist is accelerating, and the pressure at the front lines is increasing daily. Even the Silver Moon Holy Light Zone has developed a nest of strange creatures. The Karo Holy Light Zone is in danger, and the high-ranking leaders of the Holy Church are finally beginning to feel fear. To quickly improve their strength, they made an exception and distributed the Holy War Merit Manual to all apprentice knights for free training. Lin Yang looked at the manual in his hand and sneered inwardly. It sounds good, but isn't it just because they're afraid of death? If it weren't for the urgent situation, these vested interests who control the channels for advancement probably wouldn't be willing to share this little benefit at all. What about you? Lin Yang closed the manual and looked at her. What kind of cultivation method are you practicing? When asked, Rafina's tense face finally showed a hint of pride that she couldn't hide. Our family's inheritance, the moonlight skill, is only suitable for women. I see. Lin Yang nodded, then waved the Holy War Merit Manual in his hand and asked curiously, and this? How effective is it? It enhances holy light and adds a sharp attribute to your combat skills. Rafina explained simply, when practiced to a high level, it can easily tear through the shells of monsters 1 rank higher than yourself. It's the most basic and practical technique. Oh, Lin Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, he grinned and handed the manual back to Rafina. Why not? Try learning it too? Rafina was stunned, doubting she heard him right. What did you say? I said, you should try learning it too. Let's learn together. Lin Yang's expression was very serious, but his tone was gentle enough to make water. It's about making connections. Maybe it could bring some unexpected benefits to your Moonlight Heart technique. Ridiculous. A common, mainstream manual like Holy War Merit could never compare to the secret techniques passed down through my family for generations. Rafina instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she looked into Lin Yang's unwavering, serious eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say no. Anyway, it's not a bad thing for you, right? Rafina, unconsciously, Rafina felt her cheeks flush. She avoided Lin Yang's gaze and took the manual from his hand. Okay. I was just looking, she emphasized and added that sentence again. The two of them sat on a leather mat in the corner of the room, placing the thin secret book in the middle, with Lin Yang flipping through it. Rafina learned much faster and soon focused her mind, trying to guide the holy light inside her body according to the instructions in the book, following a new training method. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, after memorizing everything by heart, also began to practice the technique with difficulty. Soon, almost at the moment Rafina successfully started practicing the Holy War skill, a voice sounded in Lin Yang's mind. Detected that partner Rafina has begun practicing the Holy War skill, tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, host. Holy War skill, training progress. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Congratulations, host. Holy War skill has reached perfection, understanding the secret of the technique. Invincible. In an instant, Lin Yang felt as if a master swordsman's lifelong cultivation insights had been forcibly poured into his mind. What was once confusing and hard to understand about the holy light movement now felt as natural as breathing. Every detail, every trick, was clearly imprinted deep in his soul. So, this is how the holy light can be used? Meanwhile, Rafina slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of disappointment was visible on her face. Is that all? She tried to circulate the energy again, feeling the holy light inside her that was only slightly sharper than usual, and she sneered. This Holy War skill was truly common and unimpressive, even less refined than her family's Moonlight skill. It seemed the old folks of the Holy Church were really desperate, even resorting to such things as treasures. Just as she was about to give up on wasting her time, a calm voice came from beside her. Not quite. Rafina looked up in confusion, meeting Lin Yang's deep eyes. What's not right? Lin Yang shook his head, stood up, and looked down at her. He spoke calmly, almost like a teacher guiding a student. Your holy light movement route has 3 mistakes. First, the holy light should emerge from the energy sea and not directly shoot along the arm's meridians. Second, when the holy light flows to the fingertips, it disperses too much and isn't focused enough. Third, and most importantly, Lin Yang paused. When ending a move, you shouldn't release your remaining strength outward, but instead draw it back into the energy sea to nourish the next burst. This is the true cycle of life. After hearing this, Rafina was completely stunned. It took 3 seconds before a feeling of shame and frustration surged in her heart. Impossible. Her brave and beautiful face turned bright red. Every step I took was exactly according to the manual. Not a word out of place. Who is she? The youngest genius captain of the Holy Light Knights. Raised immersed in martial arts, with a deeper understanding of strength than most. Now, a man who has practiced the technique for less than an incense stick's worth of time dares to say she did it wrong? This is a huge insult. Manuals are dead. People are alive. Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged. If you don't believe it, you can try yourself. Try it then. Rafina was completely stirred up with a competitive spirit. She grabbed a nearby wooden sword, shouted softly, and used the holy light within her according to the method in the Holy War technique, attaching it to her attack move. The cross holy light slash, and struck fiercely. Whoosh! A golden cross-shaped sword light roared out, slashing at a training in the distance. Bang! The chest bore a deeper cut than before, but that was all. The power was indeed improved, but the increase was quite limited. Rafina's face suddenly looked a bit displeased. Not enough, far from enough. Lin Yang spoke again, with a tone of regret. He stepped forward slowly, took the plain wooden sword from Rafina's hand. Watch carefully, to see what true holy war technique really is. Lin Yang took a deep breath, without even adopting any stance. The holy light within him, following a well-established route, spun wildly, releasing a sharp, domineering aura. In the next second, Lin Yang moved. Same as holy light slash. At the moment the wooden sword was swung, a golden sword glow about 3 inches long suddenly appeared in front of the blade, looking solid. The sword glow was bright and dazzling, showing its sharpness. Whoosh! The fake iron in the distance broke in half instantly, without making a sound. The upper half fell to the ground with a loud crash. The cut was smooth and mirror-like. The entire training room fell completely silent. Rafina looked at the split, then at the small cut she had just made. Finally, her gaze settled on the wooden sword in Lin Yang's hand, which was still trembling slightly. Same technique, same wooden sword, same fighting skill. Why? Why did this happen? You. She pointed at Lin Yang, her hand trembling uncontrollably, holding the sword sheath. How? How did you do that? Lin Yang lowered his sword, returning it to its normal state. He turned around and slowly walked to the dazed Rafina. He didn't answer her question, but reached out gently, touching her cheek and feeling her soft skin. He looked into her blue eyes and smiled kindly. Because I am your talented husband. His fingertips softly stroked her face, his words tempting. Maybe. We have some special connection that others can't understand. Rafina's body stiffened. Talented husband. Special connection. What is he talking about? Seeing her blue eyes flicker with changing emotions, Lin Yang knew it was the right moment. He stepped forward and gently embraced this distracted female knight. Rafina's body instinctively wanted to resist, but her strength was soft and gentle, more like an invitation to stay close. It's you, Rafina. Lin Yang's lips brushed her ear, his warm breath making her sensitive earlobe turn red. You ignited me. Without you, I am nothing. His words hit her heart deeply. This speech completely broke down her last mental defenses. She no longer struggled. The arms that once lightly pushed away her waist now slowly tightened, pulling her into a tight embrace. She buried her face deeply into Lin Yang's broad, warm chest. So, this is how it is. Congratulations, host. Lover Raffinia's favorability increased to 90, loyalty level. The system's notification sounded in Lin Yang's mind. As promised. It's done. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. He could feel the woman in his arms had completely relaxed, like a gentle spring water, very tempting. The atmosphere in the training room gradually became more intimate and warmer. Lin Yang's hands started to move unsteadily on her sweat-soaked training clothes, which were tightly pressed against her body. Just as he was about to take the next step and explore the secrets of the technique. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden, urgent knocking on the door interrupted him. Captain, Captain, something's wrong. A knight outside shouted in panic. The sample of the living nest sent from the Holy Church suddenly started to move. What? Raffinia, in Lin Yang's arms, was struck by lightning, jolted awake from the intimate atmosphere. She pushed away Lin Yang. Her flushed face instantly regained the dignity and calmness of a Saint Light Knight team leader. I understand. I'll go right now. She responded to the door while hurriedly tidying her disheveled clothes. The living nest. That's a tricky thing even the Silver Moon Holy Light District finds difficult. Now it's suddenly moved. Who knows what chaos might happen? She finished dressing, grabbed the long spear beside her, and without even glancing at Lin Yang, turned to rush out. However, just as she took a step forward, her wrist was tightly grasped by a strong, powerful hand. What are you doing? Let go. Raffinia turned back, glaring at Lin Yang with both urgency and anger. At this moment, what is this guy still trying to do? Lin Yang didn't speak. Instead, he held her hand and, with a slight force, pulled her back into his arms. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yang looked down at her, a playful smile on his face. The city of fire is already burning. It won't take long now. You. Rafina was both angry and anxious. Doesn't he understand how serious this is? It's a nest of danger. She struggled hard, trying to break free from Lin Yang's hold, but his arms were like iron clamps, holding her tightly and making her unable to move. Let go of me, or I. Before she could finish her threat, Lin Yang's lips pressed down forcefully on hers. Ugh, Rafina's eyes widened in shock. She frantically fought back, punching Lin Yang's back. But that familiar, commanding kiss made her body soften even more. A rush of excitement surged in her heart. After all, outside was her loyal subordinate. Her angry fists gradually lost strength. Time seemed to pass endlessly. When Lin Yang finally released her, Rafina was weak and slumped into his arms, breathing heavily. Her blue eyes were filled with tears, no longer showing the sternness of a captain. Are you in such a hurry to leave now? Lin Yang looked down at her dazed expression, a mischievous smile on his face. Rafina bit her lip, gathering all her strength to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. You monster. Do you believe that monsters will always bully others? And then, the story continues with an imaginary 2,000-word scene. Meanwhile, in Iron Oak Town, in a messy, dirty tavern hidden in a narrow alley. Get out. You poor beggar. Rod was thrown out of the tavern like a dead dog, falling heavily onto the muddy street. His once elegant noble clothes were now stained with wine and filth, emitting a foul, sour smell. A bunch of snobs looking down on others. He struggled to get up from the ground, his last copper coin spent. His eyes were full of hatred and resentment. Lin Yang, Ophelia, he gritted his teeth, muttering their names. You wait for me. When I find a chance, I will make you beg for life and wish for death. As he cursed, a figure cloaked entirely in a black robe silently appeared before him, as if emerging from the shadows. Lord Rhodes, it seems you have failed. The voice was hoarse and deep, with an unnatural quality. Rhodes was startled and looked up, recognizing the person. It was the mysterious figure who had helped him kidnap Uncle Lamont. An uncontrollable anger surged inside him. Failed? It's not my fault. But yours, you bunch of useless fools, Rhodes growled angrily. You promised to help me take back the estate. And what did I get? Just an empty shell. A junkyard where even slaves have run away. If it weren't for that yellow-skinned monkey Lin Yang and that wicked woman Ophelia, I wouldn't be in this mess. The robed man paid no attention to his angry words. Do you want to take back what is yours now? He threw a black cloth bag at Rhodes's feet. I can give you another chance. Rhodes hesitated, suspicious, and picked up the bag to open it. Inside were several ominous black magic cores and a strange badge carved from unknown bones. A token from the Abyssal Church. Rhodes's heart pounded wildly. He knew exactly what it was. It was the key to embracing darkness and gaining power. For revenge, wealth, and to reclaim everything he had lost. "What do I need to do?" Rhodes asked without hesitation, his eyes filled with greed and madness. The robed man seemed pleased with his reaction. He took out a crystal bottle filled with a deep purple liquid from his wide sleeve. "Very simple. Find a way to pour this catalyst onto the Holy Light Monument in the center of Iron Oak Town. If you complete the task, the church's gates will always be open to you. You will truly evolve, walk freely in the black mist, and possess powers far beyond those of the so-called knights." Holy light? That's just a lie for the weak. Rhodes snatched the crystal bottle and clenched it tightly. He stared at the strange, seemingly alive liquid inside, a twisted and cruel smile on his face. "Lin Yang, Ophelia, your end has come." When Lin Yang and Rafina arrived at the core square of the Carlo Holy Light District, it was already in chaos. Rafina struggled to hide her body's strange weakness and tried to maintain her captain's dignity, but her awkward walk drew strange looks from some knights. In the center of the square, the high priest and several knights captains formed a circle, all sweating heavily and looking pale as they maintained a large holy light magic circle. In the middle of the circle, a special metal container used to seal the nest remains was trembling violently, emitting a loud, harsh buzzing sound. On the surface of the container, fist-sized blisters kept forming, with dark purple goo oozing out and a disgusting smell. A very evil aura kept hitting the fragile, holy light magic circle. "Quick, Captain Rafina, come help." The high priest saw Rafina and, like seeing a savior, shouted hoarsely, "Use your holy light to suppress it." And Lin Yang Knight, "Your relics." Rafina didn't hesitate. She rushed forward and poured her holy light from her dawn realm into the magic circle without holding back. But her power was like throwing a stone into the sea. The magic circle's glow only brightened for a moment before fading again. "No, this thing is devouring our holy light," one captain shouted in fear. "Lin Yang." Rafina urgently looked back. Lin Yang nodded and slowly stepped forward. Under everyone's hopeful or doubtful gazes, he took out a white, cylindrical life rhythm from his chest. With a thought, a powerful holy light halo suddenly burst out, centered on him, sweeping across the entire square. A warm, comfortable, almost heavenly feeling instantly dispelled the cold and evil brought by the nest. The knights present felt as if their dried-out bodies had been soaked in a hot spring, and their consumed holy light was rapidly restored. And the closest Rafina's face turned bright red instantly. Her legs went weak, almost losing her balance, and an indescribable tingling sensation surged through her body. Even the older priestesses inside the magic circle looked flushed, breathing quickly and with dazed eyes, as if they had seen a priceless treasure in Lin Yang. Ugh! A sharp, piercing scream that no human could produce came from a metal container. That powerful holy light of life was deadly poison to something filthy like a living nest. The container, which was shaking violently, gradually calmed down. The unstable magic circle also became steady and bright again. The danger was over. Everyone on the square let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yang with gratitude and amazement. Rafina stood behind Lin Yang, watching his not very tall, but now very dependable back, her blue eyes shining with wonder. This man, this fool, he always manages to create miracles at the most critical moments that others can't imagine. Suddenly, Lin Yang turned his head, winked at her slyly, and mouthed to her in a way only they could hear. "Captain, can you hold on?" Rafina's cheeks instantly turned red as if they could bleed. She glared at Lin Yang fiercely, her face full of shame and anger, almost tangible. This fool, how dare he tease her like this at such a moment? If the situation weren't so serious, she really wanted to shoot through that annoying smile on his face. "Please follow me." The high priest's tired voice interrupted their silent confrontation. The high priest wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and signaled for Lin Yang and Rafina to follow him to the side. Although the crisis on the square was temporarily resolved, no one looked relaxed. The evil aura coming from the remains of the living nest still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a huge stone. In a secret room of the Holy Church branch, the high priest brushed aside those around him and poured clean water for the two. His wrinkled face was unusually serious now. "Your Excellency, the high priest, that thing." Rafina was the first to speak. The high priest knew what she wanted to say and shook his head with a bitter smile. "It might be a new monster. Knight Rafina, rest assured, if we can't figure out what it is, we will destroy it. The situation elsewhere is much worse than we imagined." As he spoke, the high priest took out a sealed letter from his chest, sealed with wax. The envelope bore the emblem of Silver Moon City. "This is a distress signal sent from the Silver Moon Holy Light District about half an hour ago through the highest level of encrypted communication." The Silver Moon Holy Light District. Lafina's pupils suddenly shrank. That district is a second-level Holy Light area, one level higher than the Carlo Holy Light District, with many strong fighters and a large army. What could have happened to make them send a help request? The high priest tore open the wax seal and said, "The message says they also found a nest there, and for a month, they have been completely devouring 2 border towns in the eastern part of the Silver Moon Holy Light District. Over 100,000 civilians and nearly 10,000 knights stationed there have been forced to evacuate through the black fog. They sent 3 elite teams of strong fighters from the Dawn Realm to stop the black fog from spreading, but they suffered heavy losses." Boom. These words hit like a thunderclap in Lafina's mind. A month, and 2 towns in the core area of Carlo have been swallowed. This is almost like a natural disaster. "Ah, that thing isn't a monster as we understand it." The high priest's voice was hoarse and full of despair. "It has no physical form. It is a moving, expanding ecosystem that can devour all living beings and holy light. So, we are trying to find a way to fight it." The high priest sank into his chair, losing all his energy and spirit. "As for this letter, it is a request from the Silver Moon Holy Light District for us to send reinforcements, to work together and hold back the nest from the side, protecting the civilians' retreat." He chuckled bitterly. "I understand your Knight Order. What can we do? We are just a 3rd-level Holy Light area. Even if we send the entire Knight Order, it might not make a difference. Self-preservation is already difficult." The room fell into complete silence. A sense of despair spread through the air. Lin Yang had been listening silently. The end of the world came faster and more fiercely than he had imagined. Places like Rose Manor couldn't even withstand the expansion of the black fog, let alone the nest. Escaping from that mess was the wisest decision he had ever made. Now, his only way to survive was to become stronger at all costs. His strength comes from the women around him. "We must quickly improve the abilities of Ophelia and Rafina as well." "I understand." Lin Yang broke the silence, looking at the high priest. "Sir, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave now. As for the support, we will consider it ourselves." The high priest weakly waved his hand. Rafina also regained her senses. She looked at Lin Yang with a very complicated expression. "I need to return to the Knight Order immediately to prepare the team and be ready for the worst situation. I'll go back to the villa." Both of them exchanged a look, seeing the heavy sense of urgency in each other's eyes. When Lin Yang rode his horse back to the lakeside villa at full speed, he had already thought out the next special training plan for Ophelia and Rafina. However, when he pushed open the villa door, all his plans were completely disrupted by what he saw. In the living room, Ophelia was sitting gracefully on the sofa. Her posture was still elegant, but her tense fingers gripping the teacup revealed her inner anxiety. Opposite her, a figure cloaked in a black robe sat in a very relaxed pose, with one leg crossed over the other, holding a steaming cup of tea. It was the member of the Abyss Church from the Circular Valley, who spoke in an abstract yet adorable way. Why was she here? Lin Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't even have time to think. His body's instinct reacted first. A shadow flickered. Lin Yang's figure appeared in front of Ophelia like a ghost, protecting her tightly behind him. The powerful aura of a 2-star light realm burst out instantly, and his internal, holy war skill was running wildly. A sharp, unmatched aura locked onto the woman in black. The air in the living room froze instantly. What are you trying to do? However, in the face of this pressure that could make any broken shadow realm expert tremble, The woman in black didn't even move her eyebrows. She even had the leisure to slowly sip her tea. Then, under Lin Yang's almost murderous gaze, she slowly raised her hands and made a surrendering gesture. "Don't be nervous, brother." Her voice remained soft and slightly abstract, sounding harmless. "I'm not here to fight. I'm here to deliver something." "Deliver something?" Lin Yang furrowed his brows even more. At that moment, a gentle little hand lightly touched his arm. "Lin Yang," Ophelia's voice came from behind him. She means no harm." The woman in the black robe seemed pleased with Ophelia's testimony. She put down her teacup and gently pushed a small, old-fashioned wooden box onto the table. "Here is your package. Please sign for it." Lin Yang remained cautious and signaled to Ophelia with his eyes. Ophelia understood and carefully leaned over to take the wooden box. She opened the lid. Inside was a black obsidian seal, carved to symbolize the Lord's power, resting quietly on a velvet cushion. It was the private seal of the old Lord Roman. Beneath the seal, there was a thick stack of documents. Ophelia pulled them out, and her blue eyes widened instantly. They were transfer agreements for over a dozen properties and shops owned by Lord Roman in the imperial capital and other major commercial cities. All the documents had Roman's signature and the Lord's seal. This was a huge fortune that would make any noble jealous. "This is a little welcome gift from our church," the woman in black said casually, swinging her pink feet and explaining in a friendly tone. "Mr. Roman was very happy to join us in pursuing true, eternal evolution. He said these worldly things are now trash to him, so he's giving them to you." As a breakup fee, Lin Yang and Ophelia exchanged surprised looks, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. "Voluntarily joining? What exactly does the crazy Abyss Church want to do?" "Looking forward to our next meeting, my fellow." Before she finished speaking, her figure blended into the shadows of the room and disappeared. In the living room, only Lin Yang and Ophelia remained, exchanging glances. Lin Yang slowly picked up the Lord's seal, feeling its cold surface. He sensed the residual power on it, which was not holy light. He turned to look at Ophelia, who was still shocked, and spoke in a deep voice. "Before I return, what did she tell you?" "Both of you." Ophelia swallowed hard, trying to calm her racing heart. "I don't know how she got in. It was like she appeared out of nowhere. Lena immediately stepped in front of me, but that woman just waved her hand gently, and Lena collapsed, falling into a deep sleep." She pointed to the sofa in the next room, where the old woman Lena was lying quietly, breathing steadily, clearly unharmed. "She didn't hurt anyone. She just sat down calmly, poured herself a cup of tea, and said she was waiting for you to come back." Ophelia's voice was tinged with fear. "She said there were some packages that needed your personal signature." Lin Yang frowned. The Abyss Church's crazy behavior was becoming more unpredictable. Money? A land deed? What kind of conspiracy was behind this? But he didn't dwell on it for long. He looked at Ophelia and recounted everything he heard today at the Holy Church's branch, word for word. From the terrifying nature of the Nest of Life, to the heavy losses in Silver Moon City in the Second Holy Light Zone, and the plea for help from the High Priest. With each detail, Ophelia's face grew paler. When Lin Yang finished, she stared blankly at the thick stack of wealth contracts on the table. Contracts that could drive any noble mad. Her beautiful blue eyes no longer held any joy, only deep fear. Silver Moon City. That was where her mother was. Even that level of Holy Light Zone was struggling to survive. How long could the Karo Holy Light Zone hold on? These properties, these shops, what difference do they have from scrap paper in the face of such a disaster that devours everything? "I understand now," Ophelia murmured to herself. She looked up at Lin Yang, her confusion and fear gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented determination. "Lin Yang, you're right. These things are no longer important." Lin Yang was pleased with her reaction. A smart woman is much more useful than a pretty ornament. He casually put the contracts and seals into his arms. Although these items have lost some value in the face of the apocalypse, they can still be exchanged for many resources. "It's good that you understand this." Ophelia's bright eyes sparkled. "Tomorrow morning, I will sell these and exchange them for useful training supplies." "Exactly. That's what I was thinking too." Lin Yang stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. "Also, Ophelia, do you want to use other ways to become stronger?" His voice carried a strange, enchanting power, very persuasive. To be strong enough to protect yourself, to hold your own destiny, and no longer be afraid of anything. I want to. Ophelia nodded without hesitation, answering firmly. She was tired of feeling helpless and at the mercy of others. Seeing the fire burning in her eyes, Lin Yong smiled mysteriously. He slowly took out the sacred relic. When the relic appeared in the living room, the whole room seemed to become warmer and more intimate. Ophelia's face immediately turned red. Just then, the villa's door was pushed open from outside. Rafina rushed in hurriedly. She had apparently finished an urgent task with the night order and came back immediately. Ophelia, Lin Yong, how are things? I heard. She stopped mid-sentence. Her gaze fixed tightly on the sacred relic in Lin Yang's hand. Suddenly, Rafina's pretty face turned bright red, and her ears looked as if they might bleed. Rafina, you're back. Ophelia, like she had found a savior, happily went to meet her and affectionately took her best friend's hand. Her mind was full of thoughts about becoming stronger and the crisis of the apocalypse, so she didn't notice Rafina's unusual reaction. Lin Yong looked at the two stunning women before him, one mature and charming, the other brave and spirited, and couldn't help but smirk. Perfect timing. To fight the apocalypse, we must work hard to train and improve. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Ophelia and Rafina both froze at the same time. First, Ophelia looked confused, then seemed to remember something, and a charming blush appeared on her cheeks. She glanced at the relic and then looked at her blushing best friend. She gently bit her lip, spat softly, but did not object. Rafina, like a cat with its tail stepped on, was almost ready to explode. Nonsense. You idiot. Who would want to be with you? She was both shy and angry, but her words grew softer, especially after seeing Ophelia's pleading and hopeful eyes, which made her lose confidence. She knew that Ophelia needed safety and strength right now, and Lin Yong was the only one who could give her all of that. All right, go take a shower and relax. Lin Yong ignored Rafina's weak protest and gave a direct order. You'll be tired later. After speaking, he went upstairs to the master bedroom. In the living room, Ophelia and Rafina stared at each other. Finally, Ophelia took her friend's small hand and said, Rafina, just do it for me. Okay. Seeing her best friend's pitiful look, what could Rafina say? She could only stomp her foot hard, blush, and was half pushed, half led by Ophelia into the bathroom. I don't know how much time passed. When the door of the master bedroom was pushed open again, Lin Yang's breath paused for a moment. A misty, warm steam spread out from behind the door, blending the fresh scent of shower gel with the woman's natural fragrance, creating a charming aroma. Ophelia was in front. She wore a black lace silk nightgown, semi-transparent fabric outlining her full, mature curves perfectly. Her long, golden hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, water droplets sliding down her smooth neck into her deep, captivating cleavage. Her usually proud and beautiful face was now flushed with moisture, glowing with a tempting redness. Her blue eyes looked shy and timid at Lin Yong, like a ripe peach ready to be picked. Behind her was Rafina, also blushing. She chose a pure white silk nightgown with a completely different style. Its simple design highlighted her tall, athletic figure, giving off a unique sense of restrained beauty. The loose gown emphasized her impressive waist-to-hip ratio, and her two long legs, soaked in moisture and looking straight and firm, were barely visible under the hem. She dared not look directly at Lin Yong, lowering her head slightly. Her high, tied-up blonde ponytail had come loose, soft strands resting on her cheeks and neck, adding a rare touch of femininity. Seeing this stunning scene that could drive any man crazy, Lin Yong smiled and said, Why are you still standing there? The end is near, and time is tight. Hurry up and start practicing. That night, Lin Yong himself was also exhausted. The next morning, the first pale sunlight shone through the large floor-to-ceiling window onto the messy silk bedding. Lin Yong slowly opened his eyes. Two women curled up beside him, long eyelashes covered with tiny tears, as if they had dreamed of something. Indeed, practicing hard is very tiring. Lin Yong simply thought to himself and brought up his system panel. Congratulations, host. Lafina's strength has improved, tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, host. Ophelia's strength has improved, tenfold feedback activated. With the blessing of the sacred relic, the feedback effect is further enhanced. Congratulations, host. Stamina 200. Holy Light 200. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough to the Sunlight Realm, 3 stars. A powerful force, more vast than any last night, silently washed over him, pushing his realm to a new high. He did it. Lin Yang clenched his fist, feeling the almost overflowing power, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. He looked at his detailed stats. Host. Lin Yang Health, 1650 Holy Light, 1680 Realm. Dawn Light Realm, 3 stars. Cultivation Technique, Holy War Technique, Perfection, Secret Skill, Indestructible, Combat Skill, Cross Holy Light Slash, Proficiency, Secret Skill, Holy Light Explosion, Lovers. Ophelia, Favorability, 100, Eternal Mark, Rafina, Favorability, 90, Loyal, Dawn Light Realm, 3 stars. With this strength, only the leader of the Knights and the High Priest of the Holy Church in the entire Carlo Holy Light District could compete with me. And I achieved all this in just one night. This quick progress is unbelievable. If the old folks in the Holy Church who have been practicing for decades knew, they might be heartbroken. At this moment, Rafina in his arms blinked her eyelashes and woke up. She opened her eyes and immediately met Lin Yang's smiling gaze. The wild and embarrassing images from last night suddenly flooded her mind. You? What are you looking at? Rafina blushed and instinctively pulled up the blanket, wrapping herself tightly, only revealing her shy blue eyes. She looked like a frightened kitten, not the brave team leader she usually was. Just looking at you. Lin Yang smiled and leaned closer. Rafina's movement also woke Ophelia on the other side. She groggily opened her eyes, saw Lin Yang, and immediately showed a satisfied and gentle smile, leaning in to kiss his cheek. My knight, good morning. This charming greeting made Rafina's face turn even redder. Seeing her best friend and this man so close, she felt a mix of emotions. It was like her family's prized vegetable being eaten by a pig, and she ended up following the pig. All right, everyone get up. Lin Yang patted the beautiful girl's hips. The end-of-world crisis won't wait for us to sleep in. We need to discuss our next plan. When mentioning serious matters, Ophelia and Rafina's expressions became serious. After washing up, the 3 of them enjoyed a hearty breakfast prepared by Lena. Lin Yang was the first to speak. Ophelia put down her fork and knife, her brows furrowed with worry. My mother is in Silver Moon City, and Silver Moon City is the heart of the second-level Holy Light Zone, which should be the safest place. But even that level of area is overwhelmed by the Nest of Life, and they are starting to ask for help from outside, showing how bad the situation is. The danger of the Nest of Life is that it devours and spreads. Rafina took over, her face serious. It's not like monsters that die after being killed. It's an ecosystem that can keep expanding as long as there is life and holy light. Our Carlo Holy Light Zone will eventually become its target too. This is not just a warning. Once the black fog and the Nest of Life press in, the entire Carlo Holy Light Zone might not last even a month. So, we must find a way out before that happens. Lin Yang made a firm decision. Although the land deeds and properties are now worth less, they can still bring us a lot of training resources. We need to sell them quickly and exchange everything for magic cores, potions, and equipment. His plan was clear. Escape is necessary. But before escaping, we must strengthen our power to the limit. Only with a strong enough fist can we have a say wherever we go. I agree. Ophelia nodded without hesitation. But where do we go? Rafina asked the most important question. Go to a higher-level Holy Light Zone? Or, back to Silver Moon City? Going to Silver Moon City means facing the threat of the Nest of Life. But there is Ophelia's mother. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Just then, outside the villa, there was a commotion of voices and the sound of hooves. Lena hurried inside, looking strange. Madam, Lord Lin Yang, outside. Outside there's a convoy fleeing from the Silver Moon Holy Light Zone. They say they're here to find Viscountess Ophelia. The 3 looked at each other, surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. They quickly left the villa and saw a convoy stretching over 100 meters at the gate of the estate. Most of the people in the convoy were poor, frightened civilians, mixed with a few relatively fancy noble carriages. A young knight, dressed in silver armor but covered with scars and dirt, quickly approached, guided by a servant. He saw Ophelia, paused in surprise, then immediately knelt on one knee. "Are you Lady Ophelia Roman, Viscountess?" "Yes, I am." "That's wonderful. I am here on the order of Count Felicity, escorting refugees, and I have finally found you." Count Felicity, Ophelia's mother. Ophelia's breath caught, and she hurried forward to help him up. "How is my mother?" "Countess is safe and well." The knight carefully took out a sealed letter from his chest and handed it to her with both hands. "This is a personal letter from the Countess." Ophelia trembled as she took the letter. After completing his task, the knight turned and left. Yang Lin and the others returned to the living room to check the letter. Ophelia tore open the seal. The handwriting was familiar, her mother's elegant script. The letter confirmed their previous guesses, and it was worse than they had imagined. The spread of the living nest was faster than expected, and the eastern front of the Silver Moon Holy Light District had completely collapsed. The church and the high-level lords were discussing abandoning the outer areas, shrinking the defense line, and focusing on protecting Silver Moon City. At the end of the letter, Countess Felicity used a commanding tone, giving Ophelia two choices. First, immediately take the Holy Light Steel from the Carlo Holy Light District and go to a safer inland Holy Light District. Second, go to Silver Moon City. Countess Felicity promised that if Ophelia came, she would use all her strength to protect her and her daughter, as well as Yang Lin and Lafina. After reading the letter, Ophelia's eyes welled with tears. She looked up, seeking help, and looked at Yang Lin and Lafina. Going to Silver Moon City is too dangerous." Lafina was the first to oppose. "Going now is like rushing into the middle of the battlefield, risking everything." Yang Lin nodded as well. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but he didn't want to sacrifice uselessly. "We are not strong enough now. Going would only be cannon fodder. But I can't just ignore my mother." Ophelia's voice trembled with tears. "We're not ignoring it," Lin Yang said as he held her hand to comfort her. "We just need time. We need to become stronger." He looked at Rafina, who immediately understood. "That's right." Rafina's eyes became sharp again. "We must improve our strength quickly. Instead of waiting passively, we should take action." She looked at Lin Yang with determined eyes. "Lin Yang, I have an idea. Let's go fight in the Black Fog. Only through life and death battles can we grow the fastest. Plus, we need a lot of magic cores to exchange for resources." "Going into the Black Fog to hunt monsters?" Lin Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, how did I forget about this? I can take Rafina to kill monsters, exchange magic cores for resources, and then use those resources to improve their strength. As they get stronger, I will get 10 times the reward. Then I can keep fighting monsters desperately. This is a perfect, endless cycle, like a perpetual motion machine." "Okay." Lin Yang took a sip of the red tea Lena made and tapped the table. "Let's split up and act separately. Ophelia, you're in charge of handling our assets. Those land deeds and shops must be sold quickly to get the training supplies we need. Magic cores, potions, equipment, everything, the more the better. This is a huge sum of money. Even if the end of the world is coming and assets lose value, a small but valuable estate is still worth a lot. The fortune accumulated by old Roman over decades is enough to arm a small army." "I understand." Ophelia nodded decisively. In that moment, she seemed to shed her noble lady's softness and became more like a decisive leader. She knew very well that her reliance was no longer on her vague noble title, but on the man in front of her. Lena's intelligence network has been operating in Iron Oak Town for many years. Official channels are too slow and easy to attract attention. I know an underground black market with larger transactions and higher efficiency. Going there directly can save us a lot of trouble." Lin Yang nodded approvingly. "Yes, she's starting to look more like a true head of the household." His gaze shifted to Lafina on the other side. "As for us," Lafina paused, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. "Venture into the dark fog, hunt monsters. We need more magic cores to grow stronger. Most importantly, real combat is the fastest way to improve." The plan was simple, direct, but effective. One person in charge of internal affairs, handling logistics. 2 people outside, responsible for earning gold. Life is looking more promising. That morning, Lin Yang and Lafina went to the Holy Church branch. Patrol mission at the Dark Fog border. The high priest looked surprised when he heard their request. His wrinkled face first froze, then broke into a wide smile. He was worried about the nest of life creature. What could they use to fight such a disaster-level threat? And Lin Yang, the walking, holy relic activator, was his only hope. He hoped Lin Yang would keep the relic close by near the dark fog, maybe even scare the nest of life to death. Now that they volunteered, he had no reason to refuse. Approved. Absolutely approved. The high priest patted his thigh, eager they wouldn't change their minds. On behalf of the Holy Church, I thank both of you knights for your contribution to protecting the holy light. He not only approved immediately, but also acted very generous. Send someone. Prepare the best supplies for the knights. Holy light potions, antidotes, everything. He then secretly pulled out a rolled-up parchment map from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yang. Knight Lin Yang, this is a map made by our Holy Church, showing the locations of high-level monsters nearby. While patrolling, you can check out these places. If you can bring back information about those high-level monsters, that would be even better. Old fox. Lin Yang sneered inwardly. This isn't just a map. It's clearly meant to send them as scouts and cannon fodder. But that suits me fine. Rest assured, High Priest. Lin Yang took the map seriously. We will not fail our mission. Coming out of the temple, the two of them bumped into Deputy Officer Barton. Hey, isn't that our hero and our beautiful team leader? Barton's loud voice rang out from afar. Without hesitation, his big hand like a fan reached out and put an arm around Lin Yang's shoulder, pulling him aside. He winked and teased quietly. Nice, brother. Did you apply for a long patrol mission? Oh, and going out with the captain for some alone time? Be careful, haha. Barton. A shy, angry shout came from nearby. Lafina's face was flushed as she glared fiercely at this outspoken strong man. If Lin Yang hadn't stopped her, she might have stabbed him with her spear. Ha ha ha, Captain, just joking, just joking. Barton quickly raised his hands in surrender, then gave Lin Yang a thumbs up, showing I understand you, brother expression. After saying goodbye to Barton, Lin Yang and Lafina walked side by side through the camp. The knights around them looked over, a mix of respect and envy in their eyes. One was a hero with great achievements and deep strength. The other was a brave and elegant knight team leader with high status. Together, they made a striking sight. Barton is just like that. Don't take it to heart, Lafina said first, her cheeks still slightly red. I don't take it to heart, Lin Yang smiled. I think what he said is pretty right. You. Lafina's steps paused, and she glared at him in embarrassment. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? When do we leave for the patrol? Lin Yang changed the subject at the right time. Early tomorrow morning, Lafina said seriously. This time, no other knights are assigned to us. It's just the two of us. Perfect, Lin Yang replied straightforwardly. Having more people would only get in the way, especially since it's not convenient for him to do some private training. Lafina looked at him, seeming to realize something. Her ears turned red again. She said nothing, quickening her pace as she headed out of the camp. The two of them split up. Rapina returned to the Knights' headquarters to prepare equipment and supplies, while Lin Yang went back to the lakeside villa. When he arrived at the villa, Ophelia was already organizing the large pile of land deeds and property documents with Lena and some loyal servants. Seeing Lin Yang return, she immediately came over. Is everything arranged? Yes, Lin Yang nodded, briefly explaining the approval from the Holy Church and the map of the high-level monsters. After hearing this, Ophelia's blue eyes showed a faint, hard-to-notice worry and reluctance. The black mist is very dangerous. You must be careful, don't worry. Lin Yang held her cold little hand. We're not going to die. We're going to level up. He looked at the fully committed noblewoman before him. His heart moved. He lowered his head and softly whispered in her ear, when I return, our territory will need to expand. Ophelia's cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush. She playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Yang, and her flirtatious look made his heart race. If time weren't so tight, he really wanted to take this noblewoman right then and there. That afternoon, Ophelia took Lena and quietly left the villa in a simple carriage. She was heading to the most chaotic yet efficient place in Iron Oak Town, the underground black market. There, as long as you had enough gold coins, you could buy everything. Whether it was forbidden dark magic scrolls, stolen knights' gear from the battlefield, or even relics, it was a den of crime and a paradise of wealth. For Ophelia now, it was her only option to quickly turn her large fortune into cash. Lin Yong stood by the villa window, watching the carriage disappear at the end of the road. He knew that from today on, this former delicate flower would truly begin to change. And he and Rapina would also step onto a path filled with both killing and opportunity. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Yong and Rapina each rode a magnificent warhorse and left Iron Oak Town. They carried no extra supplies, only weapons and a few bottles of the most effective holy light potions. For two powerful experts in the Dawn realm, as long as the holy light does not run out, they can endure in the dark fog for a long time. The two quickly rode forward, and soon the wall of holy light, symbolizing the boundary of human civilization, appeared at the end of their sight. They passed through the thin light curtain, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The light also became dimmer. A black fog mixed with decay and coldness rushed toward them. "Are you ready?" Lafina pulled her horse to a stop and looked back at Lin Yong. Her face was serious and determined. "Anytime," Lin Yong replied calmly and confidently. Lafina took a deep breath and said nothing more. She squeezed her legs to her horse's belly, and the warhorse let out a neigh before rushing into the endless darkness ahead. Lin Yong followed closely behind. The two figures, one in front and one behind, were soon swallowed by the thick black fog. Their joint training journey officially began. The moment they entered the black fog, the world around them fell silent. Their vision was limited to less than 10 meters, and the air was filled with an unsettling silence. Lafina slowed her horse and carefully sensed her surroundings. The holy light within her naturally formed a faint shield on her body, protecting her from the fog's corrosive effects. "Stay close to me," she whispered to Lin Yong behind her. "There are many unknown dangers in the black fog. Don't let your guard down." Lin Yong nodded but kept looking around. This was the world of the extreme night era, a place shrouded in darkness and despair. He took out the map given by the high priest and checked the direction. "We go northwest. According to the map, there's a second-level corrupted spider nest over there," Lin Yong suggested. "Second-level monsters?" Lafina frowned slightly. "Isn't that too risky? We should start with first-level monsters and build up gradually. Time waits for no one." Lin Yong shook his head. "Besides, do you think with our strength, we need to waste time on first-level monsters?" Lafina was silent. Indeed, two experts in the Dawn realm teaming up to hunt first-level monsters would be embarrassing to say out loud. But the second-level corrupted spiders are not only numerous, but also highly toxic. "If we get surrounded." She hadn't finished her sentence before Lin Yong interrupted her. "Then kill them all." Lin Yang's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial, but his confidence made Lafina feel a shock in her heart. She looked at Lin Yang's peaceful side profile and, instinctively, nodded. "Okay, I trust you." The two turned their horses and headed northwest, going deeper into the area. The black fog grew thicker, and the ground beneath their feet became muddy and slippery, covered with rotting plants and the bones of unknown creatures. After about half an hour of travel, a dense, scratching sound came from ahead. Lafina immediately reined in her horse, her eyes sharp as a blade. "They're coming." In the black fog ahead, black shadows about the size of millstones were rushing toward them. These were corrupted spiders, one of the most common monsters in the fog. They had 8 sharp limbs like blades, with swollen abdomens, and their mouths dripped with a disgusting, deep purple venom. "Get ready to fight," Lafina shouted, dismounting her horse, her knight's spear glowing with golden light. However, Lin Yong remained calmly seated on his horse, not even drawing his weapon. "Lafina," he suddenly spoke. "Yes? Do you believe me?" Lafina paused, confused why he was asking this now. But she nodded without hesitation. "I believe." "Good," Lin Yong smiled. In the next moment, a powerful, overwhelming aura burst out from him, far stronger than before. The third level of the Dawn realm. This aura no longer concealed itself, like a small sun, instantly dispersing the black fog within dozens of meters around. Lafina's pupils shrank sharply. She looked at the man beside her in disbelief, her mind blank. Dawn realm. Third level? When did he? The corrupted spiders at the front, frightened by this sudden terrifying pressure, let out screams of terror and even froze for a moment. In that instant, Lin Yong moved. He didn't even draw his sword, just pointed his finger like a sword and lightly drew it in front of him. The complete secret of the Holy War achievement. Unbreakable. The mastery secret of the cross Holy Light Slash. Holy Light Explosion. Hiss. A solid-looking, destructive golden cross-shaped sword light shoots out. The speed of this sword light is extremely fast. As it passes, the air is torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing scream. Thud, thud, thud. The front dozen or so level 2 corrupted spiders are instantly cut in half by this sword light, as if made of paper. Purple venom and broken internal organs scatter everywhere. One strike, instant kill. But it's not over yet. Lin Yang's figure vanishes like a ghost from his horse. He charges into the spider swarm, like a tiger into a flock of sheep. He doesn't use fancy combat skills, only simple punches, palms, fingers, and elbows. Every strike pierces through a corrupted spider's shell, causing it to fall with a loud crash. Venom strong enough to corrode steel splashes on him, but not even his holy light shield can be shaken. This is a slaughter. A one-sided slaughter with no suspense. Rafina stands there blankly, watching the figure walking calmly among the spiders, killing them all, completely stunned. She feels her understanding has been completely overturned at this moment. How many secrets does this man still hide? A few minutes later, the battle ends. The ground is covered with the bodies of over 100 corrupted spiders. Lin Yang stands among the mountain of corpses and blood, spotless. He turns around, looks at Rafina still in shock, and grins. I've made a little progress recently. Rafina opens her mouth, but can't say a word. A little progress. From the broken shadow realm to the sunlight realm, 3 stars. This is called a little? Is this guy even human? But despite her shock, she doesn't ask more. Just as she said herself, she trusts him. Unconditionally. Let's go, dig out the magic cores. You're more experienced at it. Lin Yang walks over and pats her shoulder. Oh, okay. Rafina snaps out of her daze, quickly steps forward, skillfully pries open the spiders' heads with her spear, and retrieves the faintly glowing black magic cores. After cleaning up the battlefield, the two of them continued to go deeper inside. With Lin Yang, a top-level fighter of the Sunlight Realm, the journey became much easier. They moved like unstoppable bulldozers, pushing forward all the way. Whether it was groups of first-level monsters or clever, tricky second-level monsters, they couldn't withstand even one move from Lin Yang's incredible strength. Rafina initially wanted to help, but she quickly gave up. She realized that her proud spear skills and combat techniques looked so flashy compared to Lin Yang's simple, powerful attacks. Her proud, moonlight skill also lost its shine next to Lin Yang's dominant, holy war skill. Gradually, she went from being a teammate fighting alongside him to a support role, picking up equipment and digging for magic cores behind him. This made her feel a new kind of frustration she had never experienced before. But at the same time, she also felt an odd sense of safety. As the sky darkened, the night in the black fog became more dangerous. Many powerful monsters that hid during the day would come out to hunt at night. We need to find a place to rest, Rafina said, looking at the growing darkness with a serious expression. Yes, Lin Yang nodded. He looked at the map. Not far ahead, there should be an abandoned small town. Let's go there. They rode their horses and traveled for about 10 more minutes. The outline of a dilapidated town shrouded in black fog appeared before them. At the town entrance, a crooked wooden sign faintly showed the words, Wind Chime Town. It was clearly abandoned for a long time. The streets were overgrown with weeds. Most of the houses on the sides had collapsed, and everything was silent and dead. They led their horses carefully into the town. This place doesn't feel like there's any living thing around, Rafina whispered. Not necessarily, Lin Yang said, glancing at a relatively intact 2-story building. Some things are very good at hiding themselves. He dismounted and handed the reins to Rafina. Wait here for me. After saying that, he walked alone toward the small building. Rafina watched his back, her grip tightening on her spear. Lin Yang pushed open the creaking wooden door and walked inside. Inside the small building, thick dust covered everything, and a musty, rotten smell filled the air. The moment he stepped into the living room, a shadow silently dropped from the ceiling beam. It was a level 3 shadow cat, one of the top assassins among the dark mist creatures. It moved so fast that its sharp claws left afterimages in the air, aiming straight for Lin Yang's back. But Lin Yong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head without turning around. He simply threw a punch behind him, casually. Suddenly, a golden holy light burst out from his fist. Bang! A muffled sound. The level 3 shadow cat was hit so hard that it didn't even have time to scream before its head was shattered. Its soft body fell to the ground like a lump of rotten mud. Lin Yong retracted his fist and didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. He went upstairs, checked several bedrooms, and after confirming there was no danger, he came out and waved to Lafina outside. "It's safe now. We'll rest here tonight." Lafina led her horse over. When she saw the corpse of the shadow cat on the floor, her pupils shrank again. A level 3 monster. And it was just killed with a single punch? What level of strength does this guy have? They tied the horses on the first floor, then quickly cleaned one of the master bedrooms upstairs. Lin Yong took out a familiar sacred relic from his pocket, the rhythm of life. He placed the relic on the bedside table, and a warm, comfortable aura instantly dispelled the cold and moldy smell in the room. Lafina looked at the relic, which she both loved and hated, and her face unconsciously turned red. She knew that tonight would probably be another tough training session. "Come here, dear." Lin Yong sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling as he patted the space beside him. Lafina bit her lip and hesitated before walking over slowly. "Look at the magic cores you've collected today." Following his words, she placed a cloth bag full of magic cores on the bed. "From now on, you must fully absorb the power of these magic cores." Lin Yang's expression became serious. "I will use the sacred relic to help you, so you can break through quickly." Rafina nodded, took a second-level corrupted spider magic core, held it in her hand, and began to activate her cultivation technique. Lin Yong also reached out and placed his hand on her back. A powerful holy light continuously flowed into her body. With the help of both the sacred relic and Lin Yong, Rafina felt her cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than usual. The tough magic core in her hand gradually dimmed and shattered visibly. 1 hour later, when the last magic core turned to ash, Rafina slowly opened her eyes. She could clearly feel that the holy light inside her had reached the peak of the second star of the dawn light realm, just one step away from breaking through. "How do you feel?" Lin Yong withdrew his hand and asked with a smile. Very good," Rafina said, feeling the powerful energy inside her, a hint of joy on her face. "Just good?" Lin Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He suddenly leaned in close, whispering in her ear with a very tempting voice, "Are you here?" But, a kiss made Rafina's body stiffen suddenly. Then followed 2,000 words of description. In the next 5 days, the two spent their time in the abandoned town, working intensely and efficiently. During the day, they used the town as a base, following the map's guidance, and aggressively cleared the monsters in the dark fog. At night, they returned to the room purified by the sacred relic for deeper, spiritual, and physical training. Under Rafina's guidance, Lin Yang's combat experience grew rapidly at a terrifying speed. He went from only using brute force to charge recklessly, to learning how to observe, predict, and cause maximum damage with minimal effort. Meanwhile, Rafina also advanced quickly, nourished by Lin Yang's incredible strength and the sacred relic. The next afternoon, in a jumble of rocks 10 kilometers north of Fengling town, a furious roar shook the ground, causing loose stones to fall. A 3-eyed demon ape, over 4 meters tall and covered in long black hair, with a third blood-red vertical eye on its forehead, was frantically pounding its chest. This is a level 3 monster at the Dawn of Light stage. Its strength, speed, and defense far surpass those of the corrupted spider and shadow cat earlier. Lin Yong, its third eye is gathering energy. That's its innate ability. Pollution beam. Lafina, holding a spear, moved swiftly through the rocks, constantly distracting the demon ape to create an opening for Lin Yong. Her voice was calm and urgent, without a hint of panic. After 5 days of intense fighting, she and Lin Yong had developed a silent understanding. "Got it." Lin Yong appeared behind the demon ape. He ignored the ominous red glow starting to shine in its third eye and poured all his holy light into his right fist. Sacred war skill. Indestructible. A golden glow gathered at his fist, forming a sharp point of extreme brilliance. Just as the three-eyed demon ape was about to fire its destructive beam, Lin Yong moved. He pushed off the ground, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, instantly covering dozens of meters. The demon ape didn't even have time to turn its head. Lin Yang's fully charged fist struck its back with solid force. Thud! Tough fur, thick muscles, and hard bones. In the face of the indestructible skill, they were fragile and easily broken. Lin Yang's entire arm pierced through the demon ape's back, emerging from its chest. Ah! The three-eyed demon ape froze. The red glow in its blood-red vertical eye rapidly dimmed. It lowered its head, staring in disbelief at the golden fist protruding from its chest, covered in fragments of its hot, shattered heart. Boom! Its massive body collapsed suddenly, sending up clouds of dust. Another instant kill. Phew! Lafina stopped, looking at the corpse of the level 3 monster, and let out a long breath. She walked over to Lin Yong, who had just retrieved a large, energy-filled level 3 demon core about the size of a fist from inside the ape's body. Her blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Your progress is truly remarkable. These days, she has seen firsthand how this man has changed from a rough fighter into a calm, efficient, and deadly top hunter. His ability to learn is simply incredible. With just a little guidance from her, he quickly understands and even applies what he learns, often doing better than she does. Isn't it because you, the team leader, teach so well? Lin Yong carefully stores the magic cores, then smiles and takes credit for their success. Lafina rolls her eyes at him. Her expression no longer has the sharpness she had when they first met, only a charming femininity. They count their gains over the past 5 days. Over 100 first-level magic cores. Nearly 100 second-level magic cores. For third-level magic cores, this is a huge amount of wealth that would make any small noble family jealous. That's enough? Lin Yong throws several large cloth bags filled with magic cores onto the horse's back. Our supplies are almost gone. It's time to go back. Yes, Lafina nods. She looks at Lin Yong and suddenly speaks. Lin Yong, thank you for everything these days. Oh, there's no need to be so formal. Let's go? Home. Lafina's delicate body trembled as she suddenly activated all the holy light within her, launching a final attack against the nearly indestructible barrier of the realm. Boom! An invisible wave of energy spread out rapidly from her center. The surrounding black mist was blown away by this wave, creating a brief vacuum zone. Lafina suddenly opened her eyes wide, a flash of gold shining in her blue pupils. An overwhelming and powerful aura burst from her body. The third level of the Dawn Realm. She succeeded. I broke through. Lafina felt the new, surging strength inside her and was filled with joy. She excitedly turned around and hugged Lin Yong tightly. Lin Yong, I did it. I really did it. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yang's body also suddenly shivered. Detection. Lafina's strength has improved, breaking through to the third level of the Dawn Realm. Feedback system activated. With the blessing of the sacred relic, Life Rhythm, the feedback effect is further enhanced. Congratulations, host. Stamina, 500. Holy Light, 550. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough to the 4th level of the Dawn Realm. Congratulations, host. Your realm is now stable at the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Dawn Realm. Boom. A torrent of energy, 10 times more terrifying than Lafina's breakthrough, exploded inside Lin Yong. His realm, like riding a rocket, instantly broke through the barrier of the 4th level, soaring higher and higher until it reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Dawn Realm, then slowly stabilized. A much stronger, more refined, and more domineering aura radiated from him. You too. Lafina stared blankly at Lin Yong, feeling the terrifying pressure that made her heart race. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. She had worked hard, risking everything, even resorting to seduction just to barely break through to the 3rd level of the Dawn Realm. And now, this guy just helped her once and immediately soared to the mid-stage of the 4th level? This is unfair. Yes, I also broke through, Lin Yong said with a smile, pulling her into his arms. All thanks to you, my captain. Hearing this, Lafina's slight sense of imbalance instantly vanished. Instead, she felt a proud and sweet sense of honor. Yes, his strength is just his own strength. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Yong suddenly spoke. It's about time. We should head back now. Okay, Rafina nodded obediently. During these 5 days, the situation in Opia should also have been settled and assets handled. They need to go back, gather resources, and plan their next move. Should they go to a safer inland area or face the threat of the nest directly in Silvermoon City? They packed their bags, took the large number of magic cores accumulated over these days, mounted their warhorses, and started their journey home. Meanwhile, Iron Oak Town, in the back alley of the dirtiest tavern, rode, like a stray dog, curled up in a pile of trash, emitting a foul smell. These 5 days, he had lived worse than death. Losing his noble status and squandering all his money, he was now worth less than the lowest. Every midnight, he was awakened by the hateful faces of Lin Yong and Opia. He hated them. He wished he could tear those two apart with 1,000 cuts. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a black robe silently appeared before him again. Rhodes suddenly turned his head. Is this my chance? Yes. The night team leader on guard has been temporarily reassigned. Your opportunity has come, the muffled voice of the black-robed figure whispered in Rhodes' ear. Rhodes suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes showing madness. He clenched the crystal bottle tightly, a twisted and cruel smile on his face. He staggered out of the trash heap, using the cover of night like a ghost, sneaking toward the town center. The flames of revenge had completely consumed his reason. All he wanted now was for the entire Iron Oak Town to be buried with those two. Under the night, Iron Oak Town was peaceful. The Holy Light Monument in the town square emitted a gentle, sacred glow, like a silent guardian, shielding the entire town. Patrolling night squads carried torches, walking past the square, talking and laughing. No one noticed a dirty, hunched figure sneaking through the shadows of the building, slowly moving toward the Holy Light Monument. Rhodes' heart was pounding wildly in his chest. He clenched the crystal bottle tightly. The cold feeling of the glass gave him a strange comfort amid his anger and madness. This is the place. He looked at the Holy Light Monument close in front of him, his cloudy eyes filled with hatred. Lin Yong, Ophelia, you have destroyed everything of mine. Today, I will make you, and all of Iron Oak Town, pay with my life. He waited for a patrol to walk away, then suddenly rushed out from the shadows. His movement was as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he reached the base of the Holy Light Monument. Who is there? A knight in the distance finally saw him and shouted loudly. But it was too late. No one could stop him without a captain of the Dawn Realm level. Rhodes' face was twisted in a wild smile. He unscrewed the bottle and poured the deep purple, lifelike strange liquid onto the white stone of the Holy Light Monument. Ha! Everyone die. Just die for me. Sizzle. A sharp, sizzling sound like hot oil pouring on a hot iron suddenly rang out. The deep purple liquid, upon contact with the monument, began to corrode it frantically. Thick black smoke billowed out, carrying a disgusting stench of sulfur and rotten flesh. The originally gentle, glowing Holy Light Monument suddenly dimmed sharply. The protective magic array surrounding the town also started to flicker violently, flickering on and off as if it might go out at any moment. Not good. The Holy Light Monument is contaminated. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm immediately echoed throughout Iron Oak Town. At the moment the Holy Light Monument was contaminated, the entire town trembled violently. The white stone monument, standing for over 100 years, was now being crazily eroded by a strange, deep purple liquid. Sizzle. Amid the harsh corrosive sound, large clouds of black smoke shot up into the sky, carrying a foul smell of sulfur and rotting flesh, quickly spreading across the central square. The holy light shield that once covered the entire town and emitted a gentle glow suddenly flickered violently. The light flickered irregularly, and the edges of the shield became very unstable, with visible ripples spreading wildly across it. The strong energy fluctuations woke many residents nearby from their sleep. They looked fearfully at the flickering holy light outside the window and felt a disgusting, evil aura coming from the square. Panic spread quickly among the crowd. What's happening? Did the Holy Light Monument have a problem? Oh no. The shield is breaking. Monsters are coming in. Run! Screams and cries filled the air. Enemy attack. The Holy Light Monument is contaminated. Everyone, Head to the central square immediately. Hurry. Sound the alarm at the highest level, at the knight's camp. The knights on guard were in chaos. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp, urgent alarm bell rang out amid the chaos, spreading to every corner of Iron Oak Town. But instead of calming people, the alarm made everyone more scared. Because along with the bell, a deafening roar came from the depths of the black fog. Roar. The sound was full of rage and hunger. Soon, thousands of monsters began rushing from all directions toward the town, which was losing its protection. An unprecedented siege of monsters had begun. Outside Iron Oak Town, on the main road, Lin Yang and Rafina rode side by side, leisurely heading back to the town. 5 days of intense fighting and training had tired them, but they felt more satisfied with their increased strength. Lin Yang smiled calmly and asked, "When we get back, how do you plan to tell Ophelia?" Rafina turned her head to look at the man beside her, her blue eyes showing a softness she hadn't even noticed herself. "Tell her what?" Lin Yang naturally said. "Tell her what we've been doing these 5 days." Rafina's cheeks blushed slightly, and she glared at him annoyed. What do you think?" "Of course, we say we've been training hard and fighting to protect the holy light." Lin Yang grinned mischievously. "We've improved so much. Do you think she'll believe that? I wonder if she would prefer to hear you talk about your carefree and wild life in town." Rafina was about to call him shameless, but her face suddenly changed. She quickly pulled on the reins, turning her head sharply to look toward Iron Oak Town. "What's wrong?" "The holy light energy in the town feels very strange." Rafina's expression became very serious. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed, "It's very chaotic, and it's weakening rapidly." With her strength at the 3rd level of the Dawn Realm, she could clearly feel the abnormal energy from afar. Lin Yang also frowned. He sensed it more clearly and more terrifyingly than Rafina. In his perception, the Holy Light Monument at the center of Iron Oak Town was being polluted by a deep, cold, vengeful force from a dark abyss. Outside, in the black fog, countless monsters were rushing toward the town. "Ophelia!" Boom. A chilling killing intent suddenly burst out from Lin Yang's body. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Rafina was startled by this sudden terrifying aura, her heart tightening. "Ophelia is in danger. Follow me." "Yes." Before she finished speaking, he squeezed his legs on the horse's belly. The warhorse beneath him let out a loud neigh and shot forward like an arrow, rushing madly toward Iron Oak Town. Rafina was still amazed by his terrifying killing intent, but when she heard, "Ophelia is in danger," she didn't hesitate at all. "Charge!" she shouted softly and followed closely behind. The two of them pushed their holy energy to the limit without holding back. Rafina's body shone with the brilliant golden light of the 3rd level of the Dawn Realm, like a dazzling shooting star streaking across the dark road. This aura was enough to make any low-level monster nearby feel fear. But Lin Yang, beside her, pushed his power to the extreme. Boom. The mighty holy light of the mid-4th level of the Dawn Realm descended like a real sun, crashing down. The golden holy light, solid and tangible, formed a huge visible halo around him. Where the halo passed, the dense black fog within several meters was forcibly dispersed and evaporated. Rafina was once again overwhelmed by this power far beyond her expectations. She felt that the person she saw was not really a person at all. Instead, it was an ancient beast that had awakened, wearing a human skin. 2 brilliant streams of golden light tore through the dark fog, opening a huge gap. With unmatched power, it charged toward the town, which was already overwhelmed by alarms and the roars of monsters. On the square, Rhodes's wild laughter still echoed. The abyss catalyst spilled on the Holy Light Monument was causing terrible corrosion. Sizzle, the pure monument quickly turned black, releasing thick smoke. Fierce cracks spread rapidly across its surface. Rhodes paid a price too. Some of the purple liquid splashed onto his arm. A piercing scream, unlike any human sound, burst from his throat. His body began to twist and swell in a very strange way. The sound of bones breaking and reassembling was clear. His skin split open, and black-purple muscles grew wildly. Sharp bone spines jutted out from his back and joints. His eyes turned bright red, and his sanity was quickly eroded by the madness of abyss energy. "Lin Yang." "Ophelia." He kept unconsciously shouting these two names. What kind of monster is this? A few knights who arrived quickly, seeing Rhodes transforming into a monster, were terrified. "Stop him!" shouted a squad leader knight, raising his sword and rushing forward. Holy light slash. The golden sword light struck Rhodes's back, which was still changing, but it only made a dull metal clang. Rhodes didn't even pause. He suddenly turned his head, and his face, now completely twisted and unrecognizable as human, stretched into a cruel smile. He casually swung out a claw. Bang! The knight squad leader, along with his shield, was knocked flying by the force. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and crashed heavily into a distant wall, passing out instantly. Monster! He's a monster! The other knights retreated in fear. He transformed into a half-human, half-demon creature over 3 meters tall, covered in black-purple keratin layers, with fierce bone spines growing from his back. A terrifying aura, comparable to the Sunlight Realm 3 stars, burst out from him suddenly. Roar! He looked up and let out a deafening roar, ignoring the tiny knights around him. His blood-red eyes locked onto the direction of the lakeside villa. Ophelia, you wicked person. I want you to die. Boom. He suddenly used all his strength in his legs, causing the stone slabs beneath him to explode. His huge body turned into an out-of-control siege beast, charging wildly down the street toward that direction. All the ordinary people and buildings that tried to stop him along the way were easily torn apart or knocked down. Meanwhile, at the other end of Iron Oak Town, Lin Yang and Rafina had already rushed into the street flooded with monsters. Everywhere, there were dark, heavy monsters. Corrupted spiders, soul-eating dogs, screeching banshees. Various low-level monsters mixed together, forming an unstoppable black wave that fiercely attacked the scattered resistance in the town. How can there be so many? We didn't see this many when we cleared out before. Rafina looked at the endless tide of monsters in front of her, her face turning pale. She swung her spear, and golden holy light blasted several soul-eating dogs away. But more monsters immediately filled the gap. So there's definitely something strange. Follow me. Lin Yang didn't even slow down. He rode straight into the densest group of monsters. Rafina's heart tightened, about to warn him to be careful. But in the next second, she saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Faced with a terrifying beast tide capable of devouring any strong person in the shadow-breaking realm, Lin Yang simply raised his hand, pointed like a sword, and casually drew a line forward. The ultimate move, Holy Light Cross Slash, was unleashed. Shoo, a long, solid golden cross-shaped sword light, dozens of meters long, swept out. Wherever it passed, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then puff, 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 puff. In front of them, within a fan-shaped area, over 100 monsters, both level 1 and level 2, were instantly cut in half by the sword light. Their black blood and broken limbs shot into the air. With one strike, a huge vacuum was created in the midst of the monster tide. Rafina froze in place. She opened her mouth, staring at the blood path made of monster corpses before her, her mind blank. Is this the power of a 4-star Dawn Realm cultivator? No, this is Lin Yang's true skill. Lin Yang moved without hesitation. He was riding his horse, drawing his bow and shooting golden cross-shaped sword lights casually in all directions. Each sword light could take down hundreds of monsters. This was no longer a fight. It was a slaughter, a one-sided, unstoppable crushing. Rafina's hands, holding her spear, trembled slightly. She also activated Holy Light, stabbing out a spear to pin a sneaky, corrupted spider to the ground. Then, she unleashed her Holy Light, sweeping across the area. Dozens of monsters were torn apart, but her destructive power was nothing compared to the overwhelming scene Lin Yang created along the way. She watched the man charging through the monster tide as if no one could stop him. In her blue eyes, besides shock, there was an overwhelming sense of admiration and love. This man was her god. Oh right, Ophelia. Rafina suddenly snapped back to her senses. Yes, Ophelia. So many monsters. Their target was clearly Ophelia. Lin Yang. Ophelia. She called out anxiously. She's still at the lakeside villa, near the Holy Light Monument. There are knights there, but only Lina. I know. Lin Yang's voice was frighteningly calm. Without turning his head, He shot another cross-shaped holy light, cutting through dozens of monsters, blocking the way and destroying the broken half of a nearby building. He turned his face slightly, his golden eyes sharp in the fire and blood. That's why we need to be quick. Before he finished speaking, his horse let out a long neigh and sped up again. Stay close. Lin Yang's tone was firm and unquestionable. He was no longer just clearing the road, but was forcefully carving out a deadly path toward the villa in the most aggressive and direct way. Rafina's heart tightened. Yes, now is not the time to be distracted. Ophelia was still waiting for them to rescue her. She clenched her spear tightly, her worries turning into boundless fighting spirit. She looked at Lin Yang's unbeatable back, and an unprecedented courage surged in her heart. With this man here, nothing is impossible. Rafina urged her horse forward, closely following behind Lin Yang. She swung her spear like a dragon, golden holy light spiraling out, killing any monsters trying to attack Lin Yang from the side. The two moved in perfect coordination, one in front, one behind, forming an unstoppable golden sword that tore through the endless black waves, rushing toward the storm's center, the lakeside villa. Lakeside villa. Ophelia and Lina listened to the increasingly loud roars and alarms of monsters outside, their faces grim. Madam, you must leave quickly. Escape through the back door. Lina stood in front of Ophelia, her old face full of determination. And you? I will hold them off for you, madam. As soon as she finished speaking, boom. The ornate iron gate of the villa was shattered by an irresistible force from outside. Amid flying debris, a terrifying black-purple monster over 3 meters tall appeared at the door. Ophelia, the monster's voice was muffled and rough, like metal scraping. Lina's pupils shrank suddenly when she saw the monster. This aura. It's Rod. How did he become like this? Monster, don't think you can hurt the madam. Without time to think, Lina shouted angrily, her aura bursting out with the 3rd level of the shadow-breaking realm. Her hunched body straightened at this moment, and she charged at the monster Rod. However, facing Rod, who had transformed and reached the pseudo-glorious realm 4-star level, all her resistance seemed pale and powerless. The monster Rod simply waved a claw impatiently. Bang! Lina was like a fly that had been swatted away, blood spraying from her mouth. Her small body was flung backward and crashed heavily into the living room wall, leaving her unconscious. Lina, Ophelia let out a sharp, desperate scream. She looked at the monster approaching step by step, emanating a deep, abyssal aura. Her face lost all color. Despair overwhelmed her instantly. Trembling, she reached into her leg and pulled out a beautiful, gem-encrusted short sword. This was a self-defense weapon given to her by Lin Yang, but she knew it was useless. The monster, Rod, stopped in front of her. His blood-red eyes were full of mockery and cruelty. He seemed to enjoy Ophelia's fear at this moment. He slowly raised his claw, covered with dark purple keratin, and reached toward her rapidly beating heart. The shadow of death completely enveloped her. Ophelia closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yang, goodbye. Just as the cold claw was about to touch her soft skin on her chest, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the villa's window in an instant. Monster, seeking death, the golden glow was dazzling, like lightning tearing through the night. Boom! The large window and half of the wall on the 2nd floor of the villa were instantly shattered by this light. Glass and stone fragments shot out in all directions. A cold, emotionless voice, accompanying this destructive entrance, echoed throughout the living room. Monster, seeking death, this voice. Desperate Ophelia suddenly opened her eyes. Her dull blue eyes lit up with joy and disbelief. It's him, Lin Yang. He's back. The monster Rod, who had already become completely deformed and lost his mind, was also stunned by this sudden change. He felt a terrifying pressure, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami coming, sweeping in from the large hole in the wall, making him tremble from the depths of his soul. He suddenly turned his head, his scarlet beast-like eyes fixed tightly on the figure slowly emerging from the dust and bathed in golden light. Old and new enemies burst out all at once. Lin Yang, in the monster Lord Rod's throat, 2 words filled with endless resentment and madness squeezed out. He abandoned the nearby Ophelia, his huge body suddenly arching forward, causing the tiles beneath him to apart inch by inch. He wanted to kill this man, the man who had destroyed everything he cared about. However, Lin Yang didn't even glance at him. His figure flickered, like teleportation, instantly appearing in front of Ophelia. He quickly caught the frightened noblewoman in his arms, shielding her tightly behind him. "Don't be afraid. I'm back." The warm embrace, familiar scent, and those calm yet powerful words instantly shattered Ophelia's last mental defenses. Ugh, Lin Yang. She could no longer hold back. She buried her face deep in the man's chest and cried loudly. All her fear, despair, and grievances turned into tears at this moment. Roar. The ignored monster Lord Rod let out a deafening roar. He felt an unprecedented shame. This yellow-skinned monkey dared to openly flirt with that scoundrel right in front of him. Dare to die? Boom. His massive body transformed into a dark purple shadow, carrying enough force to collapse walls, and charged recklessly toward Lin Yang and Ophelia. He wanted to crush this pair of scoundrels into meat paste. Be careful. Ophelia, feeling the fierce wind rushing toward her, turned pale with fright and instinctively hugged Lin Yang tightly. However, Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. He didn't even loosen his grip on Ophelia. Just as the monster Lord Rod was about to hit him, he simply raised his right foot lightly. Then, he kicked fiercely at the hideous, ugly monster's head. With style. One kick. This kick didn't have any earth-shattering holy light effects or fancy combat skills. All it had was pure, terrifying power at the mid-stage of the Dawn Realm, reaching the 4-star level. Bang! A dull, bone-jarring explosion. The unstoppable charge of the monster Rodna suddenly came to a halt. His head, harder than steel, was crushed by Lin Yang's kick, like a watermelon hit with a hammer, leaving a huge dent. Dark purple blood mixed with white brain matter burst out wildly from his 7 orifices. Ugh! The monster Rodna let out a painful cry. His huge body, like a kite with its string cut, flew backward faster than before. Boom! He crashed through the other side of the villa wall, flying 10 meters away, smashing a fake mountain in the yard to pieces. He finally stopped, sprawled on the ground like a pile of rotten mud, twitching nonstop. One kick. Just one kick. A terrifying monster with strength comparable to the 3rd level of the Dawn Realm was easily defeated like this. Ophelia stared blankly from Lin Yang's arms, looking at the now harmless monster in the distance. Her mind was completely blank. She knew Lin Yang was strong, but she never imagined he had reached such a level. This was no longer human strength. It was almost like a god. Lin Yang slowly lowered his foot, bowed his head, and gently wiped the tears from Ophelia's face. All right, don't cry. Your makeup is ruined. His voice was soft, with a hint of teasing. Ophelia chuckled through her tears, both crying and laughing, and lightly punched his chest. It's not the time for jokes. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the villa. Rafaela, holding a long spear and covered in blood, rushed in. When she saw the scene before her, she froze. She saw Ophelia safe and sound, saw Lin Yang holding Ophelia, and also saw the monster in the distance, lying in the ruins, unrecognizable as a human. What is this? Rafaela looked at the monster, sensing the remaining violent abyss energy on it, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Such strong power. This monster definitely had the strength of the 3rd level of the Dawn Realm. But it was defeated so easily. By whom? Her gaze finally fell on the man with his back to her. Was it him? Lafina's heart was pounding uncontrollably. She knew Lin Yang had broken through, but she didn't expect the power of the 4-star Dawn Realm to be so terrifying. That was a monster at the 3-star Dawn Realm, not just any ordinary creature. Could it be that he isn't even qualified to draw his sword? Lafina, you're here. Lin Yang turned his head, smiled at her, and gently pushed aside Ophelia in his arms. Go to Lafina. The next scene might be a bit bloody, so you might want to look away. Ophelia nodded obediently, moved to Lafina's side, and the two women stood together, both focusing their eyes on the man. Lin Yang slowly turned around, taking step after step toward the still twitching monster in the yard. Lin Yang, the monster, Rotor, struggled to lift his head. His face was completely decayed, but his crimson eyes still held endless hatred. I will haunt you, even as a ghost. Is that so? Lin Yong reached his front, looking down at him with no expression. Unfortunately, you won't even get the chance to become a ghost. As he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. A golden holy light began gathering in his palm. Watching the increasingly dazzling and terrifying golden sphere in Lin Yang's palm, Roder's crimson beast eyes finally showed a flicker of fear. He wanted to run, but his bones had been shattered by that kick, and he couldn't move. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat, transformed by abyssal energy, could only produce muffled, incoherent roars. He could only watch helplessly as the holy light sphere drew closer and closer. Stop right there. At this moment, several late-arriving knights finally reached the villa. When they saw the terrifying monster in the yard and the man radiating divine pressure, everyone froze in shock. Lin Yong, the knight. One knight looked at Lin Yong, stammering as he spoke, that monster is just trash. Lin Yong didn't turn around, his voice flat. A seasoned old knight hurriedly shouted, "This monster has the aura of the Abyssal Church. We must capture it alive and bring it back for questioning. This is related to the true cause of the Holy Light Monument's corruption." The truth? Hearing this, Lin Yong seemed to find it amusing. He turned his face slightly and coldly glanced at the old knight with his black eyes. "The truth is, he wants to kill my woman. Is that enough of a reason?" The old knight trembled at Lin Yang's gaze, and his words were choked back. Such a terrifying look. It was not like looking at a person, but at a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Lin Yong ignored them. He looked at the still weak monster, Rhodes, at his feet, and slowly raised his right hand. "In front of my woman, you're nothing." As he spoke, the golden light sphere in his palm reached its peak. The ultimate secret of the Holy War skill, indestructible. The mastery secret of the cross, Holy Light Slash, Holy Light Explosion. No, Rhodes let out a final, desperate roar. In the next second, a thick, solid-looking golden cross-shaped holy light shot out explosively from Lin Yang's palm. The beam instantly engulfed Rhodes' massive body. After the screams, the entire courtyard fell into deathly silence. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a cold smile. So powerful. This had completely surpassed her understanding of the Dawnlight realm. The old knight and the other knights were so frightened their legs went weak. Lin Yong paid no attention to their gazes. He turned around and walked back to the villa, gently holding Ophelia in his arms again, softly patting her back to comfort her. "It's okay now. Everything is over." Ophelia nodded forcefully in his embrace, her tense heart finally relaxing completely. This man was her sky, her ground, her everything. As long as he was here, she had nothing to fear, even if the sky fell. They shared a tender moment for a while. Then Lin Yong handed Ophelia to the nearby Rafina. "Take good care of her, Rafina nodded and helped Ophelia, who was still a bit weak. Lin Yong turned around, his gaze passing over the large pit in the yard, and looked toward the distant city covered in flames and shouting. In his perception, tens of thousands of monsters still surged like a tide, fiercely attacking the town's defenses. The knight's resistance was already shaky, but in his eyes, this was not a crisis. It was countless moving magic cores, a huge treasure trove that could make him and his women's strength leap forward again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, along with a cold sneer. "Rafina, protect Ophelia. I'll be back soon." In the next second, his figure turned into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky, rushing toward the most densely packed monster area in the city. Lin Yong, Ophelia, and Rafina shouted in surprise at the same time. The responding knights also clenched their teeth, ignoring the already fallen road, and charged toward the tide of monsters. On the street west of Iron Oak Town, this was one of the most intense attack zones. "Hold on. Everyone hold on." Deputy Commander Barton swung his great sword, splitting a soul-devouring dog in half, and shouted hoarsely at the knights behind him, who were already in danger. He had several cuts on his body, blood soaking his armor, and his breathing was like a broken old bellows. The knights behind him were in even worse shape. They relied on makeshift barriers on the street, forming a small defensive line, struggling to hold on. But everyone was already at their limit. The holy light was exhausted, and their stamina was drained. Several young apprentice knights couldn't even stand steadily anymore. only able to support themselves with their comrades' bodies, mechanically swinging their weapons. And the monsters in front of them seemed endless. A dark mass stretched from the end of the street to the edge of their vision. Corrupted spiders, soul-devouring dogs, screeching banshees. All kinds of low-level monsters gathered into a black wave of death, crashing wave after wave, wildly beating against their fragile boat. Barton spat blood and saliva, watching another wave of monsters rush forward, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Are we going to die here? The captain is gone, and Brother Lin Yong is not here either. With so few of us, we simply can't hold them back. I'm afraid that in less than 10 minutes, their defensive line will be completely shattered and swallowed. Just as Barton was about to unleash his final burst of power and fight to the end, a golden streak of light, like a celestial being descending from the sky, fell precisely into the densest group of monsters in front of their formation. Boom! The golden light exploded. An unstoppable, terrifying wave of energy swept out from the figure at its center. The hundreds of monsters at the front, as if struck by an invisible giant hand, were instantly thrown into the air and burst into clouds of blood mist. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone and every monster instinctively stopped their actions and looked at the suddenly appearing, divine-like figure. That is, Barton widened his eyes, staring at the familiar yet strange silhouette, feeling his heart skip a beat. Barton cursed the strange word that Lin Yong used to love to say. "Brother Lin Yong, my best father, you're finally here." Roar. After a brief silence, the surrounding monsters seemed to be enraged, roaring even more fiercely, rushing from all directions toward the lonely figure. Brother Lin Yong, be careful. Barton was so frightened he nearly fainted, instinctively rushing forward to help. But in the next second, he saw a scene he would never forget in his life. Faced with a terrifying beast tide capable of tearing apart any expert at the Dawn Realm, Lin Yong simply stood still, not even changing his stance. He raised his weapon in his hand, then casually swiped forward. Hiss! A long, solid golden cross-shaped sword light, dozens of meters long, swept out. Wherever the sword light passed, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then puff, 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 puff. In the fan-shaped area ahead, over 100 monsters, both level 1 and level 2, were instantly cut in half by this sword light. Black blood and shattered limbs shot into the sky. With a single strike, amidst the tide of monsters, a huge vacuum zone was forcefully created. Barton froze in place. The exhausted knights behind him also stood still, stunned. They all opened their mouths wide, staring at the blood path made of monster corpses before them, their minds blank. What kind of power is this? Is this still the Holy Cross Light Slash? Why does it feel completely different when he uses it compared to when I do? Lin Yang's movements continued without pause. He drew his bow left and right, casually tossing golden cross-shaped sword flashes around. Each sword flash could take down hundreds of monsters. The holy light seemed endless. He also noticed that his holy light reserves appeared much larger than those of other Dawn Light Realm fighters. And perhaps because his Holy Cross Light Slash was perfected, it didn't consume much energy. Using Holy Cross Light Slash once, depending on its strength, costs about 50 to 100 units of holy light. Lin Yong glanced at his status panel. After reaching the 4-star Dawn Light Realm, he had 1,950 units of holy light. If possible, he wanted to try fighting level 4 monsters again. Right now he was basically Lin, endless holy light, machine gun combat technique, Yong. Seeing Lin Yong turn the battle into a one-sided, hopelessly crushing fight, Barton's hands holding his greatsword trembled slightly. He watched the man charging through the monster tide like a force of nature, his tiger-like eyes filled with shock and an overwhelming sense of admiration. This isn't human anymore. He alone was like an army. No, he alone was even more terrifying than an army. Why are you all just standing there? Lin Yang's laughter woke everyone from their daze. Hold your line. Don't let a single monster cross this boundary. He carved a deep trench into the ground with his sword flash. Meanwhile, he stood alone, blocking the trench, facing the endless black tide. Yes, Barton suddenly snapped out of his shock, summoning all his strength and roaring in response. The knights behind him, as if energized, straightened their backs and reignited hope in their eyes. With this man here, they had nothing to fear. However, Lin Yong didn't stay long in this place. After using a few sword flashes to completely clear the pressure on the western defense line, he transformed into a streak of golden light and rushed toward the next battlefield. He was like a firefighter, moving back and forth across the entire Iron Oak Treetown battlefield. When the eastern street was in danger, he sent a sword flash to clear half the street. When the southern gate was broken, he unleashed a holy light blast, destroying the invading monsters and the city gate together. His holy light seemed endless. His strength appeared limitless. Gradually, all the knights and residents of the town saw the golden streak of light flying across the battlefield. They didn't know who he was, but they knew he was their savior. However, Lin Yong himself was very clear. Continuing like this was too slow. The monsters kept coming endlessly. They couldn't be defeated all at once. The root of the problem was the corrupted Holy Light Monument. As long as the shield of the Holy Light Monument couldn't fully recover, the evil aura would attract more monsters from outside, pouring in endlessly. They had to fix the Holy Light Monument first. Thinking of this, Lin Yong no longer hesitated. He aimed straight for the town center, ignoring the annoying flies around him. He cut through the tide of monsters, creating a bloody path directly toward the dull, darkened Holy Light Monument, charging forward fiercely. The town square of Iron Oak Tree. The situation here was worse than on any other battlefield. The pollution of the Holy Light Monument was still ongoing. The white stone monument was now 2/3 stained with a strange black-purple color, with hideous cracks like ugly scars covering its surface. Thick clouds of black smoke kept pouring out from the cracks, shrouding the entire square in an evil gloom. The high priest and a few night team leaders, who had stayed behind, gathered in front of the Holy Light Monument, forming a small holy light formation to hold it. All of them looked pale, sweating heavily, their holy light almost exhausted. The high priest's wrinkled face looked fierce from overuse and exhaustion. Once the light steel is completely extinguished, the entire Iron Oak town will be doomed. Several captains beside him clenched their teeth, squeezing the last bit of holy light from their bodies to feed into the shaky magic circle. But their efforts were useless against the terrible corruption of the Abyss Catalyst. The glow on the light steel continued to fade visibly, little by little. The protective light shield over the town had become as thin as a sheet of paper, ready to break at any moment. Roar! Around the square, a huge circle of dark monsters had formed. Their red eyes stared greedily at the few humans inside the magic circle who were already at their limit, roaring hungrily. They were waiting for the moment the holy light went out, then rushing in to tear these tasty snacks apart. Despair filled the square. The high priest looked at the endless monsters in front of the knights, his cloudy old eyes flickering with a hint of resolve. It seemed today was the day he would sacrifice himself here. It's a pity he couldn't protect the town. Just as he was about to ignite his life to make a final stand and activate the light steel, a brilliant golden streak shot toward the center of the square like a falling star. Roar! Hell! Thousands of monsters surrounding the square were suddenly swept into the air as if caught in a great storm. Boom! In the next moment, a figure descended, releasing a vast, overwhelming aura of holy light that instantly engulfed the entire square. More than half of the monsters were cleared away. The remaining ones, terrified, scurried back in fear, not daring to get any closer. This is. The high priest and the captain stared in shock at the man who suddenly appeared before them. This power, this pressure. Is it a 4-star in the Dawn Realm? No, it's definitely stronger than an ordinary 4-star. When did such a monster appear in the Carlo Holy Light Zone? High priest. Lin Yong turned around and looked calmly at the almost exhausted high priest. Long time no see. Lin Yong Knight. The high priest saw the face of the visitor and nearly popped his eyes out. It's him. That sneaky relic activator. How did he become so strong? It's only been a few days. Lin Yong glanced at the already fragile Holy Light Monument and raised the relic in his hand. My relic has arrived? Great. That's wonderful. Your relic's power is truly amazing. The high priest hurriedly urged the other captains, who all took out their own relics used to amplify the holy light. Next, everyone held their relics and placed their hands on the holy light monument. Lin Yang was no exception. Buzz, the strange-shaped relic in his hand, life rhythm, was immediately activated, shining with bright holy light. The power of several relics, at this moment, was perfectly combined and amplified by the life rhythm core. A more majestic and pure holy light burst out than ever before. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was like snow meeting the blazing sun. The stubborn black-purple pollution on the holy light monument was being cleansed and driven away at a visible speed by this pure and sacred life energy. Cracks on the monument slowly healed. The once dull and fading holy light monument brightened again. Next moment, a thick, uniquely shaped golden pillar of light shot up from the top of the holy light monument, piercing through the gloom over Iron Oak Town. Then, a roaring wave of holy light spread out rapidly. Wherever it passed, all remaining monsters wailed and turned to dust under this sacred glow. The crisis was resolved. After a brief moment of silence, the entire Iron Oak Town erupted in deafening cheers. We are saved. Thanks to the holy light. Thanks to the Night Order. On the square, the high priest and several captains had already collapsed from exhaustion and were lying on the ground. They looked at the man still standing in front of the monument, feeling very complicated. A few days ago, he was just a lowly, but now he was one of the strongest fighters in the Carlo Holy Light District. The high priest struggled to stand up and wanted to thank Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang just waved his hand, leaving all the tedious tasks of rebuilding, comforting, and counting battle damage to them. He himself turned into a streak of light, picking up the magic cores he had just missed along the way, heading back to the ruined lakeside villa. His woman was still waiting for him there. When Lin Yang returned to the lakeside villa, many knights who had heard the news had already gathered. Barton was directing everyone to clear the corpses of monsters around the villa and set up a temporary guard line. Seeing Lin Yang return, Barton immediately came over, his rough face showing obvious excitement and admiration. Brother Lin Yang, your performance just now was amazing. Barton, thank you for helping everyone clean up here. That's nothing. Go check on the two of them quickly, Barton said, then made a teasing face at Lin Yang again. Lin Yang smiled, patted Barton on the shoulder, and then walked straight into the ruined villa's living room. Inside, Ophelia and Rufina were guarding in the corner. There, the old woman Lena was lying on a makeshift blanket, covered in blood, her breath weak, with more inhalations than exhalations. Ophelia's eyes were red and swollen, tears on her face. When she saw Lin Yang come in, she seemed to grasp her last straw of hope, crying as she rushed forward. Lin Yang, Lena, she's not going to make it. Lena had taken her from the monster Roderick to protect her. Her internal organs had been shaken, and the most critical issue was the invasion of filth into her body. Thanks to her foundation in the 3-star shadow-breaking realm, she was barely holding on. Rufina worried, my holy light can only keep her alive for now. We might need a higher-level sacred relic to drive out the filth inside her. Yes, don't worry. I'm here. Lin Yang handed Ophelia to Rufina, then walked over to Lena, squatting down to carefully examine her injuries. Rufina stood nearby, watching Lin Yang's focused side profile with a very complicated look in her eyes. This man is a fierce and unbeatable warrior on the battlefield. But when facing his own people, he can show such gentle and dependable qualities. The situation is very bad, Lin Yang finished checking and said seriously. Her internal organs are badly damaged, several bones are broken. An ordinary person would have died already. Ophelia's face suddenly turned very pale, her body shook, and she almost lost her balance. Is there any hope? Her voice trembled. As long as I am here, there is hope, Lin Yang replied. He didn't say more. He sat cross-legged beside Lena, holding a sacred relic in one hand and pressing his other hand on Lena's shoulder. Buzz, the sacred relic activated. In just a few moments, the deep pollution inside Lena's body disappeared completely. After finishing, Lin Yang closed his eyes and pushed his senses to the limit. Pure holy light from his mid-level 4-star sunlight realm flowed out from his palm, transforming into a warm life energy that slowly entered Lena's nearly shattered body. He carefully controlled his holy light, like a skilled surgeon, beginning to repair her body, which was full of wounds. First, he used the holy light to reconnect and sew her broken internal organs. Next, he guided the life energy to stimulate cell regeneration, making the fractured bones reconnect and heal. Finally, he injected the purest holy light into Lina's cracked holy core, filling and repairing the cracks like glue. This entire process took nearly an hour. Lin Yang's forehead was covered in fine sweat. This delicate work took much more mental effort than fighting fiercely on the battlefield. Ophelia and Lafina watched silently, not daring to make a sound. They saw with their own eyes that under Lin Yang's incredible treatment, Lina's pale face gradually regained its color. When Lin Yang withdrew his hand and slowly opened his eyes, cough, cough, Lina, lying on the ground, suddenly coughed violently and opened her eyes wide. I am still alive? She looked at the ceiling, her eyes blank. Lina, Ophelia cried with joy and rushed forward, holding her hand tightly. Thank goodness. You're safe. You're really safe. Lina turned her head and saw Ophelia, then saw Rafina standing nearby. Finally, her gaze settled on the man sitting cross-legged on the ground, his face pale. She struggled to stand and bow. Madam, Lin Yang, sir. She knew very well that it was this man who had pulled her back from the edge of death. This kindness was like a second life. From this moment on, the last bit of her cautious respect and reserve for Lin Yang, as a noble guard, had completely disappeared. Don't move. Your injury isn't fully healed. Lin Yang waved his hand, signaling her to lie down. He stood up and approached Ophelia and Rafina. All right, now we need to talk about serious matters. His face was very serious. Lina, listen too. He looked at the three women around him. These three would be the core of his future team. He took a deep breath and announced shocking news. All of our relics combined just now can't reverse the destruction of the Holy Light Steel. The damage to the Holy Light Steel is irreversible. This means the destruction of Iron Oak Town is only a matter of time. The Holy Light Zone in Carlo is no longer safe. We must leave this small third-level Holy Light Zone. Lin Yang's words were like dropping a heavy bomb on a calm lake. Rafina and the just-woken Lina were stunned. Leave here? Leave the place where they had lived and fought for so many years? Lin Yang, are you serious? Rafina's brows furrowed tightly. If that's true, we really can't stay here any longer. As the leader of the night team, she knew better than anyone what the Holy Light Steel meant for a human settlement. It was not just a defense barrier. It was the foundation of everyone's survival and the source of confidence. After a moment of silence, at this moment, Ophelia stepped forward. She took a deep breath. Her beautiful face no longer showed any weakness or panic. Instead, it was filled with firm determination and decisiveness. All right, then let's go. She walked over to Lin Yang, took out a thick list and several heavy storage bags engraved with space magic runes from her. In these 5 days, I have handled most of Roman's assets according to your instructions. Her eyes were clear and bright at this moment. I found the biggest buyer in the underground black market of Iron Oak Town. They offered low prices but were quick and could provide the hard currency we need most. She spread out the list on a nearly complete table. Roman bought over a dozen properties and shops in other major towns of the Holy Light District. I bought everything in the third-level district, leaving only 2 properties in the second-level district. All this brought in 3 million Imperial gold coins. The unused luxury items and artworks in the manor were exchanged for 500,000 gold coins. These are just the appetizers. She paused, then picked up a storage bag. I didn't keep a single coin from the 3 million gold coins. I exchanged everything for the training supplies we need most. Level 1 magic cores, 530. Level 2 magic cores, 320. Level 3 magic cores, 24. 50 bottles of the most efficient Holy Light recovery potion, 100 doses of various antidotes and healing ointments. And this, she took another, larger storage bag. I also obtained 3 extremely precious magic scrolls of group healing technique produced by the Holy Church Workshop. Every time Ophelia announced a number, Rafina and Lina's eyes widened further. When she finished, only the sound of gasping could be heard in the entire living room. This is an incredible amount of wealth. How much did Roman, that old fellow, really stash away? And Ophelia, once seen as a pampered noblewoman in their eyes, had managed to quietly transform such a huge fortune into the strength they desperately needed in just 5 days. Her skills and courage truly made Rafina and Lina look at her with new respect. Lin Yong looked at the radiant woman in front of him and smiled happily. He stepped forward and, in front of Rafina and Lina, gently embraced Ophelia. "You did very well, my Lady Baroness." This heartfelt compliment was more satisfying than any sweet words, making Ophelia feel truly happy. She leaned into Lin Yang's arms, a lovely blush appearing on her face. "So, where shall we go next?" She looked up at her man and entrusted this important question to him. Lin Yang released her and looked at the 3 key members present. "Do you remember your mother's letter?" He looked at Ophelia. Ophelia nodded. "To Silver Moon City." Lin Yang's tone was firm. "Although it's the center of the battlefield, it also means there are the most opportunities and resources there. Most importantly, there, we will find the higher-level power systems we need. Our goal is not to run away from the end of the world, but to carve out our own path within it. We must become stronger, strong enough to control our own destiny." His words were powerful and inspiring. Rafina and Ophelia looked at him with admiration. "Yes, what is there to fear? With this man here, even if the sky falls, he will help everyone carry the burden. All right, to Silver Moon City." Rafina was the first to respond, gripping her spear tightly, her eyes burning with determination. "I, the old servant, vow to follow the Lord to the end." Lina also knelt on one knee, showing her loyalty. Thus, in the ruined villa's living room, Lin Yang's core team officially set their future course. Abandoned Iron Oak Town and marched to Silver Moon City. The next morning, at the Holy Church branch, an urgent meeting concerning the lives of tens of thousands in Iron Oak Town was being held here. The high priest sat at the head of the table, looking serious. Below him sat all the nobles, wealthy merchants, and senior officers of the Night Order from Iron Oak Town. Lin Yong, Ophelia, and Rafina were also present. After a night of rest, Lin Yang's breath had fully recovered, even more focused than before. He sat quietly, and his presence brought an invisible pressure to half the hall. Many people's eyes unintentionally or intentionally focused on this young man. No one expected that after yesterday's battle, he was now able to stand equal with the veteran knight captains. Cough, cough. The high priest cleared his throat, breaking the tense atmosphere in the hall. He stood up, his wrinkled face showing a serious expression, and spoke slowly. "Everyone, as you probably know, last night, our home was attacked on an unprecedented scale. Although, under the leadership of Alexander, Lin Yong, and other knights, we bravely repelled the monsters." He paused, his voice becoming heavier. "The Holy Light Monument suffered irreversible, permanent damage. This means the Holy Light Shield of Iron Oak Town could fail again at any time. This place is no longer safe. After discussions with several captains, we have made a difficult decision. Everyone must move away." Boom. These words sounded like thunder in the hall. The nobles and wealthy merchants present were instantly shocked. "What? Moving away? Are you kidding? What about our businesses? Our estates? Yeah? If we leave Iron Oak Town, where can we go?" Panic and unrest spread among the crowd. "Quiet." Rafina suddenly slammed her hand on the table and shouted. The pressure from the 3rd level of the Dawn Realm instantly calmed the scene. The high priest weakly waved his hand, signaling her to sit down. "I know this decision is very hard, but we have no choice. The headquarters of the Holy Church has already sent news that the battle in the Silver Moon Holy Light Zone is urgent. They are too busy to send reinforcements to us. Staying means waiting for death." These words completely extinguished the last bit of hope in everyone's hearts. The hall fell silent again. After a brief moment of panic, the nobles and wealthy merchants quickly started calculating their own gains and losses. Since migration was unavoidable, they needed to find a way to minimize their losses. "I agree to migrate." A wealthy, plump baron dressed in fine clothes was the first to speak up. His name was Martin, and he was the biggest grain merchant in town. "But we must travel light," he said with sharp eyes. "Supplies are limited, and the journey is dangerous. We can't take everyone with us." He looked meaningfully at the civilians outside the window, who were busy clearing their homes in the ruins. "Those civilians and those slaves. They are just a burden. Taking them along will only slow us down and waste our precious resources. I suggest we only bring nobles, knights, and those who are useful to us. As for everyone else, let them fend for themselves." His cold and ruthless words instantly ignited anger in the room. Baron Martin is right. Another tall, thin viscount stepped forward. "We are not charity workers. In the face of disaster, our first priority is to survive." "Exactly. Those common folk, if they die, so be it. Their lives are not more important than our gold." For a moment, the nobles and wealthy merchants all agreed, revealing their ugly true selves. "You bunch of monsters!" Bang! Barton suddenly slammed the table. He was furious, eyes wide, pointing at Baron Martin's nose and shouting loudly, "Are you even human? Those civilians are our fellow citizens. They farm for you, build houses for you, bleed and sweat for you. Now, when disaster strikes, you want to abandon them. I tell you, there's no way out. The duty of the knights is to protect everyone, not to be your selfish, greedy nobles' watchdogs." Barton's angry shout stirred the knights present. They all stood up, glaring at the nobles with fiery eyes. "How dare you?" Baron Martin's face turned red with anger. He shouted sharply, "Barton, you're just a deputy officer. How dare you talk to me like that? I won't just dare to scold you today. I might even cut off your head. Just wait. Don't run away after school." Barton said this and was about to draw his sword. "Everyone, stop!" Rafina shouted again, stopping the scene from getting out of control. She stood up, her brave face covered with a cold frost. "I, in the name of the 4th Squad of the Holy Light Knights, declare that the Holy Light Knights will never abandon any civilians." Her attitude represented the will of the entire knight group. Although the nobles were reluctant, they dared not say much under the threat of the knights' power. The situation was at a standstill. The high priest sighed nearby, but could not mediate. At that moment, Lin Yong, who had been silent all along, finally stood up slowly. He did not speak or show any pressure. He just stood up. The whole meeting hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Lin Yang's gaze calmly swept over everyone present, finally resting on a chubby nobleman named Martin. "You say you want to abandon the civilians?" His voice was soft, but like a heavy hammer, hitting Martin's heart hard. Martin shivered and instinctively took a step back, forcing himself to say, I am thinking of everyone." "Really?" Lin Yong smiled. "Then I ask you, where does the food come from during the migration?" "Of course. It's from us merchants," Martin answered instinctively. "And the water, who transports it? And the weapons and equipment, who maintains them? And the camp security, who is responsible?" Lin Yang's series of questions left Martin speechless. "Do you think, with just you nobles living comfortably and us limited knights, can we survive all the way to Silver Moon City?" Lin Yang's tone suddenly turned cold. "Without those civilians, you are nothing." He took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the noble seats. "Now, I propose personally, everyone, migrate with all people. All supplies on the road will be managed by the church. If anyone has objections, you can raise them now. Or, you can choose to stay here and be buried with this soon-to-be-destroyed town." He finished speaking. Everyone in the meeting hall fell silent. The nobles who had just been shouting about abandoning commoners now sat quietly, afraid to make a sound. In front of such strong power, their petty plans and selfishness seemed like a joke. The high priest looked deeply at Lin Yang. Everyone heard the knight Lin Yang's proposal. "If you agree, please raise your hand." Suddenly, everyone in the knights section raised their hands, while the nobles looked uncomfortable and raised their hands sparsely. "Good." The high priest smiled happily. "Then it's decided. In 3 days, the whole town will move. Location, Silver Moon Holy Light District." 2 days quietly passed. Night fell again. This was their last night in Iron Oak Town. Although the lakeside villa was now in ruins, Lin Yong had someone clean up the main bedroom on the 1st floor, which was still somewhat intact. The room was lit with a warm candle. Ophelia and Rafina were helping Lin Yong pack his belongings. It was called packing, but there wasn't much to do. They had already put the most important supplies in Ophelia's storage bag. The rest was just trying to fill the space in the bag with valuable items. Lin Yang's bag was more complicated, holding various battle recovery supplies, potions, and so on, since he was the key fighter on the front lines. He needed to prepare these things just in case. After packing everything, everyone looked at the empty house and felt a bit lost. They never thought they would leave after living in the Karo Holy Light District for so long. After a moment of reflection, Ophelia suddenly turned and saw Rafina, who looked a bit confused. She then mysteriously pulled Rafina to the corner of the room. "Rafina, come here for a moment." She took out a black lace silk nightgown from a box, the same one she had worn that night at the villa. "Take a look at this. Do you like it?" Ophelia held the nightgown against Rafina and smiled mischievously. Rafina's pretty face suddenly turned red, as if she remembered something. "Why you? What are you doing?" "I won't wear that kind of thing." Although she said this, her eyes couldn't help but glance a few times at the tempting nightgown. "Oh, what's the big deal?" Ophelia leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "I found out that the bad guy really likes us to dress like this." And she looked at Lin Yang nearby and lowered her voice even more. "I feel like, since you came back from the Black Mist, you've changed. Somehow." "Changed how?" Rafina shyly looked away. "Can't quite say." Ophelia tilted her head and carefully examined her good friend. "It's just a feeling. You seem more like a woman now." Boom. That sentence hit Rafina like lightning in her mind. Suddenly, she remembered the 5 days and nights of fighting and training in the abandoned town filled with black mist. Those embarrassing images flooded her mind instantly. Rafina's cheeks turned as red as if they could bleed, and her ears felt hot. "You? What are you talking about?" I don't understand." Like a cat with its tail stepped on, she was both shy and angry, turning to run away. Seeing her guilty look, Ophelia couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. So, this troublemaker hadn't been resting outside either. But that was good. She also wanted to see Rafina change. At least in this fallen world of morals, a girl like her, always fighting and killing, hadn't had a chance to enjoy life. How sad that would be. Watching the two girls play around, Lin Yang put down his long sword and walked over. He looked at these two stunning women, each with her own charm, one sweet and lovely, the other brave and spirited, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. "What are you talking about? Why so happy?" "Nothing. Nothing." Rafina instinctively hid the black nightgown behind her. Lin Yang's gaze swept back and forth between them, and his smile grew more playful. "All right, stop fooling around. This is our last night here." His voice seemed to carry a strange kind of magic. "Tomorrow, we will set out on an unknown journey. The road ahead is full of danger and challenges, so tonight, we need to get ourselves ready and at our best." Immediately, Ophelia's body softened. She looked at Lin Yang with charming eyes and willingly leaned in to kiss him. Rafina glared at him, but her look was more playful than threatening. Instead, she exuded endless charm. "You? Bad person." Soon, Ophelia noticed Rafina's change. She no longer looked like her usual serious and strict knight leader. Turns out, she could be like this too. The candle flames in the room flickered all night. When the faint morning sunlight seeped through the window cracks and entered the room, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. He felt a stronger, more powerful energy within him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. His training last night was truly effective. 5 stars in the Dawn realm. A surge of pride filled Lin Yang's heart. "This is my source of strength, my foundation. Wherever I go, as long as they are with me, I can keep improving." Lin Yang didn't wake anyone. He quietly got up and dressed. He pushed open the door, and warm sunlight shone on him. Outside, Lina had been waiting for a long time. "Sir, everything is ready." Lin Yang nodded. He went to the yard, looking at the distant street where a large, fully prepared caravan was waiting. He watched the civilians, some with confused looks, others hopeful, and the orderly knights standing in line. The Silver Moon District and the Holy Light District. He hoped the resources there wouldn't disappoint him. Forget it, the future is too far away. Focus on the present. Lin Yang thought, calming his mind, then turned back to wake the two women. Soon, all the survivors of Iron Oak Town, tens of thousands of people, gathered on the main street, ready to begin their unknown migration. At the front of the group are the Knights of the Holy Order, guarding a large platform. On it stands a battered Holy Light monument, firmly fixed in place. It still emits a faint holy glow, like a dying candle in the wind, offering the last bit of protection to this desperate team. They must use the monument's final strength to reach a new safe zone. In the middle of the group are the carriages of nobles and wealthy merchants. Each carriage is beautifully decorated but packed with gold, silver, and luxury items, making them look bulky and heavy. Inside, sharp arguments often break out among the nobles over space and supplies. Their guards are tense, watching nervously for any ragged civilians who might try to steal their belongings. At the back are the largest number of civilians. They carry almost no luggage, many are injured, and they feel uncertain but hopeful about the future. The entire group moves very slowly, chaotically, and without order. Soon, amidst this chaos, a small team appears that stands out sharply. It is a luxurious carriage that has been specially modified. Its body is made of tough ironwood, engraved with protective holy symbols. It is spacious, comfortable, and much more defensible than the nobles' carriages. Lena respectfully opens the door for Ophelia and helps her inside, then takes charge of driving. Lin Yang and Rafina each ride a majestic warhorse, one on each side, guarding the carriage. This small team looks like a swan among a flock of ducks, standing out sharply against the large, chaotic Iron Oak town. Let's go? With the High Priest's command, this team, carrying the hopes and despair of tens of thousands, began to move slowly. Lin Yang's convoy did not merge with the main group, but easily overtook them and reached the middle of the team. He was not in a hurry to travel but, like the other knights on guard duty, moved back and forth around the group to stay alert. Inside the Holy Order's carriage, the High Priest looked at Lin Yang's small, striking team through the window for a long time before finally withdrawing his gaze with complex feelings. Soon, the team slowly passed through their old homeland, the farm where they once lived, and the cotton fields. Ophelia took a final deep look at the Rose Manor where she knew Lin Yang, then exhaled deeply and quietly began practicing in the carriage. With the departure of the Holy Light Monument, Iron Oak Town was gradually shrouded in endless black fog, completely becoming a lost, nameless ruin. The entire small town team looked like a huge moving torch in the dark night, illuminated by the faint glow emitted by the broken Holy Light Monument. The surrounding world instantly fell silent. On both sides of the road were abandoned villages and farmland, swallowed by black fog, with occasional bones of unknown monsters scattered in the decayed soil. Oppression and fear silently spread among the team. Everyone tensed up, vigilantly watching the thick black fog around them, afraid that something terrible might suddenly emerge. Time was passing second by second. Thus, under extreme tension and pressure, the team traveled for 5 or 6 hours. Many civilians were exhausted, and the night's holy light had also been greatly drained. Rest in place. Set up camp. Eat. The High Priest's command came from the front of the team. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. In the black fog, their eating and resting times were very short, less than half an hour each. However, not long after everyone finished eating, Lin Yang, who was patrolling the outskirts of the team, suddenly pulled his horse to a stop. Lafina, who was beside him, sensed his unusual behavior and immediately became alert. "What's wrong?" Lin Yang did not answer. He simply raised his head, closed his eyes, and his terrifying perception from the 5-star sunlight realm instantly expanded. In his perception, something was coming. He didn't want to alarm the civilians behind, who were already like frightened birds. He just turned his head and, in a low, unquestioning voice, spoke to Lafina and a few knights patrolling with him. "Something big is coming. Notify the High Priest and Barton. Prepare for battle." As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the faces of the knights and Lafina turned serious at the same time. With Lin Yang's current strength, no one would think he is joking. Which direction? How many? Rafina immediately entered battle mode. She lowered her voice and asked quickly. Lin Yang opened his eyes, his black gaze sharp and fierce. 2 wings. His voice was cold and frightening. There are quite a few, and something is commanding them. Something is commanding? These words made all the knights present gasp in shock. Ordinary monsters are not scary, but organized beast waves led by high-level monsters are terrifying. Hurry! Notify the High Priest and Barton. Get everyone to prepare defenses immediately, Rafina decisively shouted at a nearby knight. The knight didn't hesitate. He quickly turned his horse and rushed toward the main force in the back. Lin Yang's gaze pierced through the layers of black fog, looking at the middle of the team, where chaos and congestion were worst. They are coming, and very fast. Rafina looked in the direction of his gaze and understood instantly. The noble carriages were filled with supplies and food. To hungry monsters, they looked like moving, fragrant giant plates. If those are broken through, the entire formation will be cut in half. The consequences would be disastrous. We go now. Rafina had no hesitation. Yes, Lin Yong nodded. He looked at Rafina. You take a few people to the left wing. I'll go to the right. Be careful yourself, Rafina warned, then selected a few elite knights and charged toward the left wing without hesitation. Lin Yong rode alone, urging his horse, disappearing like a ghostly shadow into the dense fog on the right. At this moment, the main camp was still in chaos. The nobles were commanding their servants to move tables and fine foods from the carriages, ignoring the surrounding starving commoners who were gnawing on dry, hard black bread. Hurry up. Where's my wine? Has anyone seen my bottle of 1982 vintage from the imperial capital? Baron Martin, with his huge beer belly, impatiently urged. Oh my God, this place has no decent tables at all. It's terrible. Another noblewoman covered her nose with a handkerchief, looking around with disgust. Their complaints and luxury created a sharp contrast with the thin, dull-eyed commoners nearby. At that moment, the knight responsible for delivering orders finally rushed into the camp. Enemy attack. Monster tide. Everyone prepare for battle immediately. The camp suddenly erupted in chaos. What? A monster tide? Monsters are coming. Run. The commoners screamed in fear and instinctively tried to run toward the sacred light monument. Everyone stay calm. Return to your positions. Form a defensive line. Barton's loud voice rang out just in time. He led a group of knights on horseback, trying to calm the panicked crowd. The nobles, meanwhile, screamed and hurried back into their sturdy-looking wagons. Guard! Where are my guards? Quickly! Protect me! Baron Martin scrambled into his wagon, shouting outside. His so-called guards looked pale. Though they drew their weapons, their trembling legs showed their fear. Roar! Suddenly, two deafening roars sounded from the dark fog on both sides of the camp. Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy, dense footsteps approached from afar, like war drums pounding. Everyone looked in horror toward the source of the sound. In the fog on both sides of the camp, two huge shadows slowly appeared. They were two terrifying monsters taller than 2 stories, like small mountains. They had 3 fierce bare heads, covered in thick black fur, with terrifying claws on their sturdy limbs. Level 3 monsters, 3-headed terror bears. These monsters were known for their cunning and brutality. Each one possessed strength comparable to a powerful expert in the Dawn realm. Even more frightening, behind these 2 3-headed terror bears, was a dark army of monsters. Corrupted spiders and soul-devouring dogs. Hundreds of low-level monsters gathered together, rushing madly toward the most vulnerable part of the camp, the noble convoy's location. Barton was the first to react and shouted loudly. Holy Light Knights! Form up. Prepare to fight. Yes, there was no time for further preparation. The beast tied on the left wing had already charged ahead of the main group. For the Holy Light, a young knight squad leader shouted fiercely, raising his sword first, charging into the dark wave of monsters. However, just as the knights prepared to fight desperately, the guards hired at great expense by the nobles saw the terrifying 3-headed bear and the dense army of monsters. Their mental defenses instantly collapsed. Run! Someone shouted in despair first. Immediately, the entire guard force broke apart like an avalanche. They turned around and fled. They didn't care that the knight formation was nearby. Like headless flies, they blindly crashed forward. Idiots! Get out of the way. Move. Let me through. Stop. You cowards. Go back. Barton was furious, his eyes nearly popping out. He swung his sword and knocked down a guard trying to run past him, but it was useless. Panic is contagious. More people started to flee. The whole middle part of the camp was in chaos. Ha! Stupid fools. Inside the carriage, Baron Martin watched humans killing each other outside. Instead of feeling guilty, he burst into a gleeful, mocking laugh. Die? All of you die? You lowly peasants, dying is just right. It can also save me some food. To him, these people's lives and deaths were insignificant. As long as he survived, that was enough. As for the guards dying and how he would survive, he believed everyone loved money, and so did the knights. Amid this chaos, the beast tide had already arrived. Roar. On the left side, the three-headed fearsome bear let out an excited roar. Its huge body was like an out-of-control battering ram, crashing into the chaotic crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Blood and torn flesh flew into the air. The first unlucky ones were definitely the guards trying to escape. In front of its overwhelming strength, they were as fragile as paper. With just one charge, dozens of people were torn apart by its massive body. Ah! Screams echoed through the camp. Get out of the way. I'll handle it. At this moment, a cold, clear shout came from the side. It's Captain Lafina. Lafina, holding a long spear, arrived on the battlefield like a streak of golden lightning. She focused on the three-headed fearsome bear, which was wreaking havoc. Her aura, at the third level of the Dawn Realm, suddenly exploded. Moonlight spiral, her spear shone with a bright golden glow. The tip spun rapidly with holy light, forming a drill. She merged with her spear and shot forward like a streak of light, aiming sharply at the bear's side. Swish, a sharp metallic screech sounded. In the next moment, Lafina's spear was caught by the bear's metal claws. Her pupils shrank slightly. How could this beast's defense be so strong? Dark blood dripped from its claws, but it seemed unaware. After a furious roar, its giant paw, carrying a tearing wind, slammed down hard at Lafina. Her face changed drastically. Her spear was tightly gripped and couldn't be pulled out. She could only leap back quickly. Just at this critical moment, several knight captains rushed over and attacked simultaneously. Holy Light Barrier, Holy Light Guard, several golden shields appeared instantly in front of Lafina. Boom! The giant paw struck the shields, producing a deafening crash. This was the first attack from the three-headed fearsome bear, and it was finally blocked. Meanwhile, on the other side, the situation on the right was even worse. Barton led his most elite team of knights, holding the front line tightly, under immense pressure. Die you! Patton roared loudly, wielding a giant sword that burned with golden holy light, splitting a level 2 demon dog, the Soul Devourer, in half. However, behind him, a knight was caught off guard by another demon. Its sharp claws tore through his shoulder. Another soldier was injured. Patton's heart was bleeding. These were his good brothers, who had fought alongside him through life and death. Patton's left brain, you beast. I'll fight you. Patton's right brain, no, what am I fighting for? Lin Yang. Bro, Dad, help. After shouting, Patton was stunned. What the am I shouting for? Lin Yang and the others were far away. How could they hear me? But just as this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant golden holy light, as if a divine sword, tore through the thick black fog from the sky. Boom! The golden light struck precisely between Patton and the three-headed terror claw bear. The terrifying holy energy exploded outward, creating a visible shockwave. The three-headed terror claw bear, which was about to give Patton a bear hug, was kicked away by this radiant blast, flying out forcefully. It then crashed heavily to the ground, making a deep, dull sound. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone nearby stared in shock at the man descending from the sky. Patton, your voice is loud enough. I could hear you from several miles away. Lin Yang turned around, smiling and teasing the completely stunned Patton. Shouting so loudly, people might think someone's kid lost their way. Yang, brother Yang. Awesome. Patton's lips trembled, excited and speechless. Watch out behind you. Roar. The three-headed terror claw bear, shaken, wobbled its three heads and crawled back up from the ground. It was clearly angered. This little guy who suddenly appeared dared to interrupt its meal. Its crimson eyes locked tightly onto Lin Yang. Three heads opened their wide mouths and let out deafening roars. It pushed off with its powerful hind legs. Its huge body stomped loudly on the ground as it charged wildly toward Lin Yang. Throughout the fight, Lin Yang remained calm and composed. Is this just a level 3 monster? Once, after he went out to fight and came back, Rafina was still delicately lying on the bed, looking playful and mischievous. Lin Yang moved. He raised his sword and casually slashed forward. Cross holy light slash, swish, a long, nearly solid golden cross-shaped sword beam shot out dozens of meters ahead. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to tear apart, producing a sharp, piercing scream. With a soft sound, almost inaudible, the unstoppable charge of the three-headed beast suddenly stopped. Its huge body froze in place. Next second, a thin line of blood stretched from the center of its forehead all the way to its nose. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, this level 3 monster, capable of challenging powerful beings in the sunlight realm, along with dozens of lower-level monsters behind it in a straight line, were neatly sliced in half by an invisible giant blade, forming a perfect cross. Thud! Two large, steaming bodies fell to the sides. Purple-black blood and broken internal organs spilled everywhere. One sword. Instant kill. The entire right flank of the battlefield fell silent. Whether it was exhausted knights or civilians in the back, everyone stared blankly at the man who hadn't even so much as a drop of blood on his clothes. Barton's left brain was thinking, while his right brain was stunned. That was a three-headed beast, a terrifying monster at the sunlight realm level. And it was just cut into 4 pieces with one sword? What the heck? Is this something a person can do? Lin Yong ignored everyone's shock. He turned around and patted Barton on the shoulder. All right, stop standing there. Follow me and charge. After saying that, he led the way into the dark tide of monsters ahead. The monsters instinctively sensed danger, but their animal instincts drove them to launch a final attack on the man who dared to challenge them. For the holy light, someone, perhaps the first to recover from shock, let out a fierce roar. Immediately, all the knights seemed to be filled with renewed fighting spirit, their eyes burning with determination. For the holy light, charge. With such a heroic figure leading the way, they had no fear at all. The knights shouted loudly, following Lin Yong as they began to hunt down the remaining monsters. Their morale soared to its highest point. Meanwhile, on the left flank of the battlefield, Lafina, with the help of several team leaders, finally defeated the three-headed terror beast. However, they paid a heavy price. Several knights were injured. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard the cheers from the right side, loud and overwhelming like a mighty wave. What's going on? Lafina frowned. She turned her head to look, and in that moment, she froze in place. She saw her man. He was leading the knights, fighting fiercely through the tide of monsters, as if no one could stop him. Golden cross-shaped sword flashes gleamed in his hand, swinging out one after another as if they cost nothing. Each strike caused the monsters to fall like wheat being harvested in large groups. Lafina's heart pounded uncontrollably. That was her man. At that moment, Ophelia, who had been nervously watching the battle through the window of the carriage, finally saw that familiar figure. Her previously tense heart relaxed instantly. She knew it. As long as he was there, no crisis was insurmountable. Leaning on the soft cushion, she watched her man fight fiercely, a proud smile on her face. The battle, or rather the slaughter, did not last long. When Lin Yong and Lafina met in the center of the battlefield, there were no monsters left standing. The air was thick with a nauseating smell of blood. Black blood pooled into small streams, slowly flowing across the muddy ground. The pile of monster corpses turned the camp into a real battlefield. Lafina walked over to Lin Yong and looked at his calm face. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She wanted to ask if he was okay and if it was too hard for him. She also wanted to ask about his current strength and how powerful he had become. But in the end, Lin Yong spoke first, asking, "How are the casualties?" She softly replied, "Many are injured, and some are badly hurt. But the supplies are managed by the Lord's Council." Her voice carried a hint of tiredness and heaviness. "I understand," Lin Yong nodded. His gaze crossed the knights cleaning the battlefield and looked toward the middle of the team, where the bright-lit noble convoy was still present. "Let's go and see our wounded," he said, heading toward the temporary medical station of the Night Order. Lafina followed closely behind. Inside the medical tent, there was crying and shouting. A dozen injured knights lay on simple stretchers, while priestesses of the Holy Church hurriedly treated them. But they had limited staff and holy light magic, so they struggled to care for all the severely injured. One young knight, bleeding heavily and contaminated with dirt and blood, had black lips and was barely breathing. "Medicines. Holy light medicines. Quickly. He's about to die," a priestess shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, the logistics officer, responsible for supplies, looked worried. "Right now, holy light medicines are the most important supplies. They are still waiting for approval from the Lord's Council. Approval? You fool, Barton roared, grabbing the officer's collar with red eyes. My people need medicines, and I need approval from the Lord's Council? Believe it or not, I'll go and demand access to their production channels right now. The logistics officer trembled in fear, stammering, But those were the rules set before departure to prevent anyone from hiding supplies or abusing the system. Barton cursed loudly, releasing the officer and turning to rush toward the noble convoy. Stop right there, Lin Yang's voice came from behind him. Barton stopped, turned around, and looked at him with confusion. I'll go. Lin Yang's tone was calm, but his black eyes held only coldness. After speaking, he walked straight toward the noble carriage that looked out of place among the surrounding chaos. In Baron Martin's carriage, it was warm as spring. The cabin was covered with thick Persian rugs. On a small redwood table, there were delicate silverware and a bottle of half-drunk red wine. As for the approval form, which was divided into multiple copies, it was carelessly tossed into the corner. He looked at it briefly, just some injured, rag trainee knights. They weren't powerful knights, so the priests could handle them easily. Before setting out, the Lord's Council privately agreed on a simple conclusion. Old, weak commoners are better off gone. Strong men and women should sell themselves. Trainee knights are just average. Only the proper, noble knights must not make mistakes. Baron Martin leaned on a soft sofa, leisurely swaying his high glass, listening to the screams outside, and showed a satisfied expression. A bunch of worthless commoners, better if they die. He took a sip of red wine and said comfortably, that way, we can reach Silver Moon City sooner. Suddenly, the carriage door was kicked open loudly from outside. A tall figure blocked the light at the entrance. Who the heck? Baron Martin's mood was spoiled by the interruption. He was about to curse loudly, but when he saw the face of the visitor, his words caught in his throat. It was that divine warrior. Lin Yang. Sir Lin Yang. Baron Martin's face twitched as he hurried to get up from the sofa, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Why you? Why are you here? Please come in. I have some excellent. Where are the potions? Lin Yang cut him off directly, straightforward. Pot. Potions? Baron Martin froze for a moment, then played dumb. What potions? I don't know anything about that. I'll ask again. Lin Yang's eyes turned icy in an instant. Where are the holy light potions? A terrifying pressure radiated from him, instantly filling the entire carriage. Baron Martin felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart tightly, making it hard to breathe. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the man in front of him would immediately break his neck. Back, in the supply wagon behind, he trembled as he pointed to an unremarkable cart at the rear of the convoy. Lin Yang snorted coldly and turned to leave. He approached the supply wagon and found that around it, there were more than 10 guards armed with weapons. These guards were the cowards who had fled first on the battlefield. Now, they stood straight and blocked Lin Yang's way. Stop. This is the property of the Noble Council. No one can move it without council orders. A guard who looked like the leader shouted loudly, trying to sound tough. Get out of the way. Lin Yang said just one word. You dare. The guard, trying to be brave, wanted to say more. I said, get out of the way now. Lin Yang's voice suddenly rose sharply. Boom. The terrifying aura of a 5-star realm of the Dawn Light stage exploded like a storm. The guards, as if struck by a heavy hammer, spat blood and flew backward, causing the wagon behind them to shake violently. Does anyone else have an opinion now? Lin Yang's cold gaze swept over the terrified nobles peeking out from the wagon. There was complete silence. Everyone was stunned by his overwhelming power. Barton, Lin Yang called without turning around. Yes, brother. I'm here. Barton, who had somehow followed along, looked at Lin Yang with admiration. Open the wagon. Got it. Barton excitedly responded and kicked the wagon door, smashing it to pieces. Inside, the wagon was filled with boxes of supplies. There were top-quality holy light potions, magical ointments for healing wounds, large amounts of dried meat, and clean drinking water. These items could save all the injured knights and feed the starving commoners. But now, these selfish nobles have turned them into their private property and are keeping them locked up here. Take all these things out. Lin Yang ordered. Distribute them to the injured knights and the starving common people. Yes. Batten and the knights following him responded in unison. then, like wolves, rushed into the wagon to start moving supplies. "No, you can't do this," Baron Martin finally reacted. He scrambled out of his carriage, spread his arms, and blocked the way to the supplies. "These are our belongings, sacred and inviolable. You're robbing us." Other nobles also came out of their carriages, pointing and shouting at Lin Yang and the knights, cursing loudly. "You bandits! Is this how the Holy Light Knights protect us? I will report you to the church headquarters. I will tell the emperor." Their ugly faces revealed their true nature at this moment. Lin Yang looked at these disgraceful people and showed a clear look of disgust. He didn't speak. Instead, he slowly raised his sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Baron Martin's large forehead. I'll say it again. His voice was cold, like coming from a dark, foggy. "Get out of the way." Baron Martin's shouting stopped abruptly. He looked at the gleaming sword tip and felt a chill run from his feet straight to his head. He had no doubt that if he said one more word, the sword would cut through his head without hesitation. Aye. His legs started trembling uncontrollably, and a yellow liquid ran down his pants. He was so scared he wet himself. The other nobles around also fell silent, too frightened to say a word. In front of such overwhelming force, their silly noble pride was just a joke. Lin Yang watched all this coldly, with no emotion. Looks like some nobles like to embarrass themselves in public. Fine. Batten, continue. Lin Yang retracted his sword and didn't look at Baron Martin anymore. Batten shouted excitedly, "Got it. Brothers, work hard." Captain Barton led his knights to speed up the loading of supplies. They carried out boxes of holy light potions, high-quality food, and clean water from the carts. The knights who had been badly injured earlier quickly turned pink after receiving powerful holy light potions, and their breathing stabilized. Meanwhile, the common people, starving and only able to chew on hard black bread, looked surprised when they received dried meat and water. When they learned from the knights that all of this was thanks to Sir Lin Yang, who was as mighty as a god, they looked at him with gratitude and awe. "Thank you, Lord Lin Yang. Lord Lin Yang is our savior." The cheers of thanks echoed throughout the camp. The nobles, however, looked pale and stood silently by their wagons, angry but unable to speak. They watched as their original supplies were given to what they saw as commoners, feeling heartbroken as if they had been cut. But they could do nothing. They could only watch helplessly. That man stood there with his arms crossed. But the invisible pressure made everyone feel suffocated. They knew that if they dared to move, the sword that could easily cut through a three-headed beast would be at their necks in the next second. The high priest and several knight leaders also arrived quickly. When they saw what was happening, their expressions were complicated. The high priest looked at the grateful commoners and the gloomy nobles, his old eyes showing a hint of helplessness. He knew that Lin Yang's rough methods, though harsh, were the best solution right now. This team needed a strong leader to unite everyone's strength. And Lin Yang was undoubtedly the best choice. Sir Lin Yang, the high priest, leaning on his staff, stepped forward and slightly bowed. "Thank you for everything you have done for this team. You're too kind, Your Holiness." Lin Yang nodded in response. His gaze swept over the knight leaders present, finally resting on Rapina. Lafina nodded slightly at him, her eyes full of praise and pride. "Since everyone is here, this is a good time." Lin Yang's voice was quiet but clear to everyone present. "I have a suggestion." He looked around, glancing from the faces of the nobles. "From now on, all supplies for this team will no longer be managed by the so-called Lord's Council. I suggest that the priestesses of the Holy Church and the logistics department of the Knight Order jointly take over and coordinate everything. Food and medicine will be distributed based on need. Knights, wounded, the elderly, women, and children will have priority. As for those who just hide in wagons and do nothing." His gaze once again fell on Baron Martin. "Then we can only wait until everyone has taken their share and see what's left." This statement was basically a direct removal of the privileges of the nobles. "I oppose." A tall, thin Viscount couldn't help but jump out. "Why? We are the ones in charge of this team." Before he finished, Barton suddenly stepped forward. The Viscount saw a flash before his eyes as a large hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Thin Pigskin, what did you just say?" "My brother just said it." "Do you want to oppose him?" The Viscount's feet flailed in the air, his face turning a dark purple from lack of oxygen. I dare not." Barton casually threw him aside, like tossing trash, onto the ground. From a distance, Lin Yong withdrew his gaze thoughtfully, facing the trembling nobles. Now, is there anyone who opposes? A silence fell. Very good. Lin Yong nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the high priest and the team leaders of the knights. Everyone, what do you think of my proposal? I agree. Barton was the first to shout. We should do this. These selfish guys don't deserve to manage supplies. I agree as well. Another team leader, who had lost an arm, spoke in a deep voice. The knights have sacrificed and bled in front, but they hide behind and enjoy. That's unfair. Seconded. Seconded. All the knight team leaders immediately supported Lin Yong without hesitation. The high priest looked at the almost one-sided situation and sighed deeply. He knew that from today onward, the power structure in the Holy Light district of Carlo would change completely. He walked over to Lin Yong and said seriously, Lin Yang's proposal is also the will of the Holy Church. It has already been approved unanimously. From now on, a temporary command council will be established, composed of Lin Yong, myself, and all the team leaders. We will be responsible for everything related to the migration. As for the Lord's Council, he glanced at the pale-faced nobles. It will be temporarily dissolved. All members must unconditionally obey the orders of the temporary command council. The high priest announced the decision. Lafina didn't expect that Lin Yong would use such a firm method to take control of the tens of thousands of troops. Her gaze on Lin Yong was filled with admiration. After the team was reorganized, its efficiency greatly improved. Under the effective command of the knight team leaders, the previously chaotic group became orderly. The common people were organized. Young adults handled transporting supplies and helping with defense, while the elderly and children were placed in the safest middle part of the group. Although the nobles were reluctant, under the threat of overwhelming force, they had to give up most of their luxury goods and extra supplies in exchange for the same rations as ordinary people. Of course, their wagons were still kept, as they were useful for transportation. In the evening, the first meeting of the temporary command council was held beside Lin Yang's carriage. A simple map was spread on the ground. Based on our current speed, it will take at least a month and a half to reach Silver Moon City via the main road, one of the team leaders said, pointing at the route on the map with a frown. The journey is too long, with many unpredictable dangers. Along the way, monsters have been attacking us. Sigh. The road ahead will only get harder, and Lafina's beautiful eyes looked serious. The energy of the Holy Light Monument and our food supplies won't last for a month and a half. Lin Yong looked at the map and thought for a moment. His finger moved slowly across the map, finally stopping at a winding route marked as abandoned. Then let's go this way. He pointed to the route and said, Ancient Trade Road. The high priest glanced at it and frowned. This road has been abandoned for hundreds of years. It was said that a deadly plague forced its closure back then. As for monsters, no one passes through there often, so there may not be many, but there are unknown dangers. Lin Yong nodded. Dangerous, yes, but it's better than waiting to die. This path can save us 2/3 of the travel time. At most, half a month, and we will reach the border of the Silver Moon Holy Light Zone. The less time we spend in the dark fog, the lower the risk, right? That makes sense. All right, since we've decided, let's prepare immediately. The high priest waved his hand to signal the meeting was over. Tomorrow morning, we will turn and head into the ancient trade road. Yes, everyone responded in unison, then dispersed to make arrangements for the turn. Inside the tent, only Lin Yong and Rafina remained. Rafina approached him and whispered, I've heard the elders in the group say that road is very unlucky. Unlucky? Lin Yong smiled. He looked at Rafina's worried face and gently flicked her nose. Don't worry. With me here, even if we can find a way out. His affectionate gesture and confident tone made Rafina's cheeks flush slightly, and most of her worries faded. Yes, with this man here, if the sky falls, we will bear it together. Be careful yourself. Rafina nodded and didn't say more. I'll go arrange the guard duty for tomorrow. The condition of the ancient trade road is unknown, so we must be extra cautious. Go ahead. In the afternoon, the team continued their journey. The day was filled with tension and difficulty as they pressed on. When night fell, they finally found a relatively open space to camp for the night. The knights quickly cleared the surrounding dry grass and built a simple defense circle with fallen trees. The campfire burned, dispelling the darkness and cold around them. The commoners gathered around the campfire, sharing the dried meat and bread they had just borrowed from the nobles. For the first time in a long while, smiles returned to their faces. Though the road ahead was uncertain, at least for today, they were full and felt a brief moment of warmth and safety. Inside the carriage, Ophelia had already prepared a rich dinner. On the soft carpet stood a small table, holding sizzling roasted beef steak, fragrant white bread, and a bottle of deep red wine. She wore a white silk robe, her golden hair falling loosely over her shoulders. In the candlelight, her beautiful face looked even more radiant. She sat quietly, like a wife waiting for her husband to return home, waiting for her hero to come back in triumph. When the carriage door opened and that familiar figure appeared, Ophelia's face lit up with a bright smile. She stood and ran into Lin Yang's arms. "You're back." Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying a hint of affection. "Yes, I'm back." Lin Yang closed the door and lifted her lightly onto the soft sofa. Looking at the woman who now belonged completely to him, he felt all the day's fatigue melt away. "Let's eat. I made your favorite roast," Ophelia said, picking up a plate to serve him. "No hurry," Lin Yang replied with a smile, his eyes warm. He took her hand and pulled her close, giving her a tender kiss. "Before dinner, I think we should relax a little first," he said softly. Ophelia blushed and looked at him with affection, then gently wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're impossible," she said playfully, laughing as they shared a quiet, loving moment together. For Ophelia, this day had been long and full of worry. Alone in the carriage, she had listened to the sounds outside, her heart filled with concern for Lin Yang. She was afraid he would encounter danger and get hurt. Now, he has finally returned. She wants to use everything she has to comfort him, to care for him, and to make him feel the warmth of home. Outside the car window, there is a silent forest and unknown dangers. Inside the car, it is a different scene, full of springtime vitality. Outside, she can hear the footsteps of patrol knights and the conversations of civilians. She dares not make loud sounds, so she bites her lip tightly, swallowing all noises inside. When everything is quiet again, she weakly leans against Lin Yang's chest, not wanting to move even a finger. I feel like I'm about to break through again," she says, sensing the strong power inside her, almost unable to believe it. "Really?" Lin Yang leans down and kisses her smooth forehead. "Then you should focus on training inside to improve. Your safety and ours are my motivation to get stronger." Hearing this, Ophelia's heart feels as sweet as honey. Bad person, hurry up and eat. The meat has gone cold. Rafina is responsible for late-night watch. After Lin Yang finishes eating, it will be his turn to take over. As he steps out of the carriage, he sees Rafina standing under a nearby tree, seemingly waiting for a while. Seeing Lin Yang come out, Rafina's eyes show a teasing glint. She looks at Lin Yang, who appears refreshed and even more energetic than during the day, and then recalls the faint, muffled sounds that came from the carriage earlier. Her cheeks unconsciously flush with warmth. What are these two doing inside for so long? Cough, cough. Lin Yang walks up to her, noticing her slightly unnatural expression, and clearly understands what she's thinking. He deliberately leans close to her ear and, in a voice only the two of them can hear, with a mischievous smile, says, "What? My captain, do you also want to train? You? What are you talking about?" Rafina's face instantly turns bright red. Like a cat with its tail stepped on, she instinctively takes a step back, glaring shyly at Lin Yang. How can this guy be so shameless? Seeing Rafina's shy expression, Lin Yang's heart fills with joy. "All right, I won't joke with you anymore. You go rest now. I will stay watch later. Be careful and stay safe." In this world, the faint sunlight can't the dark fog. Everyone relies on a sacred relic called dusk bell from the holy church of the midnight night to keep track of time. Ding, dong. From afar, the ancient bell resembling a dusk bell sounds a few deep, slow chimes, and the holy light spreads out. The church priests have finished their prayers for the day and begin guiding everyone to have breakfast. The sneaky nobles always hurriedly eat a few bites and then stop, clearly having stored supplies themselves. But the church turns a blind eye, since once they reach Silver Moon City, everyone might start acting as equals again. Soon, After breakfast, the migrating group sets out once more. The group turns onto an ancient trade road that has been abandoned for hundreds of years. This road is much narrower than the main road, flanked by dense, silent forests. The huge, twisted trees block the sky, making the already dark world seem even more eerie. The wheels crush thick, decayed leaves, making a rustling sound. This is the only noise during their journey. Everyone is very tense. The common folk cling tightly to each other, nervously watching the strange, unchanging woods around them. The knights grip their weapons tighter, vigilantly scanning for any shadows that might hide monsters. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hangs over everyone. After traveling like this for most of the day, Barton at the front suddenly pulled his horse to a stop and raised his right hand high. "Stop moving." The large group gradually halted. "What's wrong?" Lin Yong rode up from the middle of the line. "Brother Yong, look ahead." Barton's face was serious as he pointed to a clearing in the forest not far ahead. Lin Yong looked in the direction he indicated and furrowed his brows. It was an abandoned camp. From its size, it seemed to be left by a sizable merchant caravan or a mercenary group. Several cargo wagons were haphazardly parked, and the campfire had long gone out, leaving only ashes. The entire camp was eerily silent. The most unsettling thing was the faint, lingering smell of blood in the air. Both Lin Yong and Rafina were very familiar with this smell. It's the same smell as when Rhodes transformed. Rafina rode her horse over to Lin Yong, her face looking very grim. "Yes, the church called it Rhodes' abyssal power." Lin Yang's eyes grew cold. He glanced at the frightened civilians behind him, not wanting to cause more panic. "Barton, have the team stay put and set up defenses. No one is allowed near that camp." "Yes." Barton immediately responded and went to carry out the order. "We should go and take a look," Lin Yong said to Rafina. "All right." The two of them urged their horses forward, slowly approaching the silent camp. The closer they got, the stronger the evil aura became. As soon as they stepped into the camp, a cold chill ran from their feet straight to the top of their heads. The camp was a mess. Food and water were scattered everywhere, and weapons and supplies were left unattended. But the most terrifying thing was the bodies. Dozens of corpses lay haphazardly in different corners of the camp. Their deaths were extremely tragic and even strange. Lin Yong and Rafina dismounted and walked to a body. It was a burly mercenary, with his face frozen in a look of intense pain and fear forever. His chest looked like it had been blown open from inside by something, with blood and flesh everywhere. Even stranger, his flesh seemed to be forcibly fused with the ground beneath him and a broken wooden stake nearby. Dark purple, sinew-like tissue connected his body and everything around him, twisting into a distorted whole. This is... Rafina looked at the body, feeling sick to her stomach. His energy has been drained. Lin Yong crouched down and examined the corpse carefully. All his life energy was forcibly extracted by some kind of force, then used to merge with these dead things. He stood up and checked the other bodies, finding that all of them had died in a similar way. They are like failed experiments, drained of all life in extreme pain, eventually turning into twisted flesh sculptures that blend into the environment. This is very similar to Rhodes' mutation at the beginning, but there is a fundamental difference. Rhodes was transformed into a monster by the power of the abyss itself. But these people seem more like experiments? That doesn't seem to be the method of the Abyss Church, Rapina said, struggling to stay composed. As the leader of the night team, she had dealt with the Abyss Church more than once. The crazy people of the Abyss Church seek chaos and corruption, but I've never seen anything like merging people with inanimate objects. Yes, this looks more like a mad experiment. Lin Yong nodded, thinking the same. It seems the situation is more complicated than he initially thought. He walked over to a corpse that looked like a leader. The body was badly damaged, half fused with a carriage. He noticed that the corpse's hand was clutching something. He reached out, about to pry open the stiff fingers. Suddenly, a familiar yet lazy and teasing female voice echoed from the deepest shadows of the camp. "Hey, look who it is again. Better not touch that. Those are the works of a bunch of fools. Getting involved could be very troublesome." That voice. Rapina's body tensed instantly. She spun around quickly, her spear pointing sharply toward the source of the voice. "It's you again." In the depths of the camp, beneath a huge withered tree, a figure cloaked in a black robe stood silently. She had appeared without a sound. It was the woman in the black robe they had fought over a sacred relic in the circular valley. She still wore her familiar outfit, but her hammer and sickle were gone. Rapina's eyes sharpened with caution. Last time in the valley, she sensed how deep this woman's power was. Now, meeting her again in this strange place, she dared not let her guard down. However, Lin Yang simply stood up slowly, brushed the dust off his hands, and didn't even draw his weapon. He turned around and looked at the woman in the black robe, with a calm expression as if he was seeing an old friend. "Do you always like to be so mysterious when you appear?" The woman in the black robe seemed surprised that Lin Yang reacted this way. She paused for a moment, then let out a light laugh. "Hee, it's just my job. I can't be shining brightly like you knights every time I show up, afraid others might not notice." Her voice carried a hint of teasing. "What are you here for?" Lin Yang asked directly. "Of course, just like you, to investigate these disgusting things." The woman in black pointed at the corpses on the ground, her tone clearly showing disgust. "These aren't done by us, not you." Rafina frowned. Although she had just guessed this, she still asked instinctively, "But who else besides you could have this evil abyss power?" Well, it's complicated. You could say it's us, but not really us." "Oh, my head is about to explode trying to understand. But your Holy Light Church folks are also quite straightforward," she added with a sigh, her gaze passing over Rafina and settling on Lin Yang. "It seems you've become much stronger since we last parted. You're already at the 5-star Dawnlight realm. You're quite the monster." Her words made Rafina feel uneasy. Could this woman see through Lin Yang's strength at a glance? Who exactly was she? Lin Yang ignored her compliment and simply said, "Get to the point." All right. The woman in black raised her hands in a surrendering gesture, her sleeves falling to reveal 2 tender, white, and smooth arms. "I'm here this time without any ill intent. In fact, we might even have a common enemy." She paused, then dropped a heavy bombshell. "Our abyssal church split 3 months ago. Here, we also have serious disagreements about how to embrace the darkness." The voice of the woman in the black robe became serious. "My bishop believes that the black mist is an unstoppable wave of the times. Humans should slowly and gently adapt to the abyssal power, just like ancient creatures adapted to oxygen, and eventually evolve. This is a long process. But another group within the church is in a hurry." Her tone was full of contempt. "They think the bishop's way is too slow and too weak. True biological breakthroughs can happen in an instant. They want to use more radical and crazy methods to create a new human who can perfectly control the abyssal power. And these," she pointed at the bodies on the ground, "are what they call experiments. They use living people, forcibly injecting abyssal power into their bodies, trying to make them adapt and merge to find the most perfect container. The Holy Light Monument in Iron Oak Town was their doing, causing chaos and capturing more people, like the entire town. So they will have enough material for their experiments. Just didn't expect that their plan would be so easily ruined by you, handsome guy." Her words caused Rafina's mind to freeze. She thought that the Abyssal Church, as the villain, should be united and straightforward. She didn't expect there to be such complex internal struggles. Meanwhile, Lin Yang quickly processed this information. One was a moderate faction, wanting sustainable development, taking it slow. The other was an aggressive faction, wanting to jump straight to creating a new world. Interesting. But he soon grasped the key issue. "By the way, you two are dressed like this and acting so secretive. How are we supposed to tell who's the moderate and who's the radical?" Lin Yang looked at the woman in black and asked seriously, "Do you even introduce yourselves before fighting?" The black-robed woman was once again silenced by his strange idea. She paused for a long time, then said helplessly, "That's indeed a problem. We never thought about it. Thank you for your feedback. I will report this issue to the higher-ups when I return." Seeing their vague conversation, Rafina was even more confused. "Is this okay?" "That's enough." Lin Yang waved his hand, interrupting her. "One last question. Why did your bishop try to stop them? It sounds like your goals are quite similar." "Of course not," the woman in the black robe immediately argued. "Those madmen are blaspheming life. They are not creating new humans, but monsters that have no reason, only know how to kill and devour. They will destroy everything left in this world. To stop them, My sub-bishop will personally go to Silver Moon City. After she finished speaking, she suddenly covered her mouth. Oh no, I slipped up. No, no, I was just joking earlier. Don't believe me. Haha. Anyone who believes that is a fool. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Do you believe it yourself? Ugh. I'm not talking to you anymore. The woman in the black robe clenched her teeth. She wished she hadn't been curious enough to start a conversation with this yellow-skinned guy. Humph. Man, I hope next time we meet, we're not enemies. After saying that, she turned around, ready to blend into the shadows behind her, just like last time. The woman in the black robe turned back, and the black mist around her body grew thicker. Her figure gradually blurred, as if she might merge with the shadow of that withered tree at any moment. This is a special stealth-like technique or ability unique to the Abyssal Church. However, this time, Lin Yang didn't plan to let her leave so easily. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand. Buzz, a vast, radiant golden holy light burst out from his palm with a loud explosion. But this strike had no destructive power. The golden holy light didn't turn into an unstoppable sword beam, nor did it form a destructive pillar of light. It was like a gentle yet irresistible wave of golden light, sweeping across the entire camp in an instant. This purest holy light, like a small sun, instantly dispelled all shadows and black mist in the camp. The woman in the black robe suddenly froze as she was about to activate her power. The shadows around her, which served as stepping stones, vanished instantly under the burst of holy light. Her stealth, which was almost complete, was suddenly cut off, like a computer losing its internet connection, stuck in place. You. The woman in black was both surprised and angry, turning around quickly. The golden wave of holy light was already rushing toward her. Whoosh! Her wide hood was suddenly blown off by the strong gust. Her long, silky hair, soft pink like cherry blossoms, spread out instantly, reflecting a romantic sunset scene in the golden glow. Under the hood, a delicate and beautiful girl's face was revealed, stunning enough to make Lafina gasp. Her skin was fair, her nose small and cute, and her cheeks still had a bit of baby fat, showing a touch of innocence. Her eyes, which should have been mysterious and cold, were now wide with shock, embarrassment, and a hint of panic. Lafina was completely stunned. She never expected that the mysterious, powerful woman in black was actually a young girl with pink hair, looking even younger than herself. The contrast was too shocking. Lin Yang looked at the girl who had revealed her true face and felt happy inside. She was just a little girl, pretending to be some secret mastermind all the time. Why are you doing this? The pink-haired girl, realizing what had happened, blushed instantly. She was both shy and angry, quickly reaching out to try to put her hood back on. But her hood had already been blown away by the gust. Now she was exposed in front of Lin Yang and Lafina, feeling helpless. She no longer looked like a mysterious member of the Abyssal Church, but like a girl caught in a prank, unsure of what to do. Oh, sorry about that. I slipped, Lin Yang said with a shrug, looking innocent. You shameless. Dyla stomped her foot in anger, glaring fiercely at Lin Yang with her beautiful big eyes. This was the first time she had shown her true self in front of an outsider. You are a cunning dog. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Yang, and this is my partner, Rafina. Lin Yang didn't care about her anger at all. Instead, he confidently gave his name. And you? You can't expect me to just call you hey or that person, right? Della. After saying that, she seemed a bit embarrassed and quickly added, Don't get me wrong. I told you my name just because. I just don't want you, this rude guy, to call me randomly. Okay, Della. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Don't call me that. Della's face turned even redder. She glared at Lin Yang fiercely, then suddenly moved quickly, picking up her hood from the ground and putting it back on her head. Stupid dog. I remember you. After saying this harshly, she no longer tried to hide in the shadows. Instead, she turned into a black streak of light and sped away into the forest. All right, stop looking. They've run far away. Lin Yang patted Rafina's shoulder, waking her from her daze. We should head back too. He looked at the bodies again, his expression turning serious. I didn't expect the Abyss Church to be behind this. Oh, I forgot to ask what the other faction of the Abyss Church is called. Never mind. I'll ask next time if I get the chance. Rafina nodded and followed Lin Yang back toward the main group. After the incident at the abandoned camp, the migrating team set out again. Lin Yang shared the intelligence about the split within the Abyss Church with the High Priest and the team leaders of the Knights. Without a doubt, this news added many new uncertainties to their journey. The High Priest and the leaders looked worried after hearing it. One Abyss Church was already enough to trouble them. Now, a more radical and reckless faction had appeared, making things even worse. Knight Lin Yang, I am very grateful for your insistence that day. We must reach Silver Moon City as soon as possible. The High Priest sighed. Only under the protection of the second-level Holy Light Zone can we stand a chance against such threats. Everyone agreed with this view. Over the next few days, the team's speed of travel clearly increased. Although the ancient trade route was difficult to walk, it was much safer than the official road. Along the way, they only encountered a few scattered low-level monsters and did not meet any big creatures like the three-headed claw bear. Thanks to Lin Yang's strong leadership and the knight's careful protection, the team traveled safely on the ancient trade route for nearly 5 days. That evening, they arrived at a large ruin. It was an abandoned medieval-style town. At the entrance, a weathered stone monument with the name, Graham, faintly visible. The scene before them made everyone gasp in shock. This ruined town was larger than Iron Oak Town, where they had just come from. But now, it was completely silent. A thick, dark fog covered the ruins, more dense than elsewhere, almost solid. It looked like a sleeping giant beast, swallowing the entire town with its huge mouth. There were broken arrow towers, collapsed city walls, and leaning wooden houses along the streets. In the withered farmland, bones of humans and monsters were scattered. A sense of desolation and decay filled the air. "Let's set up camp here tonight," said the High Priest, sounding a bit tired. The long days of travel had worn him out mentally. "Barton, here, brother. Take your people and clear a space outside the ruins to set up the camp. Make the defenses as strong as possible. Send more patrols," Lin Yang ordered directly. The High Priest and other team leaders agreed without hesitation. Now, Lin Yang's words carried great weight in this team. "Got it. Don't worry, Brother Yang." Barton patted his chest and led a group of knights to start work enthusiastically. Soon, a simple circular camp was built outside the ruins. However, Lin Yang's brow remained furrowed. He stood at the edge of the camp, his sharp eyes fixed on the depths of the fog-covered ruins. From the moment they entered this area, he sensed something strange. A faint but incredibly pure energy fluctuation was coming intermittently from deep within the ruins. This strange fluctuation is unusual. It doesn't belong to the holy light or the abyss. It seems to be a more ancient source of power. Most importantly, the sacred relic in his arms reacted faintly to this fluctuation with a slight resonance. There must be a treasure. Lin Yang quickly made a judgment. Anything that can make the life rhythm respond is definitely not an ordinary item. He glanced at the camp settled behind him and then looked at the sky. "No, I must go and check. Such an opportunity is rare and precious." He turned around and found Rafina, who was organizing defenses. "Rafina, come with me for a moment." "What's wrong?" "There's something strange inside the ruins. I feel there's danger." Lin Yang casually found an excuse. "I need to investigate inside." "You come with me for safety." "Okay." Rafina agreed without doubt and nodded immediately. Lin Yang then approached the High Priest and Barton, sharing his worry with them. "What? Brother Yang, you want to go in yourself?" Barton was anxious as soon as he heard. "That place is very evil and dangerous. Let me lead a team to go with you." "No need." Lin Yang waved his hand, serious in tone. "More people might make us more obvious. The things inside could be very sensitive to our presence. Rafina and I are both in the Dawnlight realm, so we can move more easily. Your task is to guard the camp and protect everyone. Until I return, no one is allowed to step into the ruins." His tone was firm and unquestionable. The High Priest hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Lin Yang is right. Be very careful. If anything seems wrong, send a signal and retreat immediately. Understood. After giving instructions, Lin Yang no longer hesitated. He exchanged a glance with Rafina. "Let's go, my captain. Let's see what surprises are hidden inside these ruins." Rafina looked into his eyes and suddenly felt a strange sensation. He clearly said it was danger, but why did she sense a hint of excitement and anticipation from his tone? She didn't have time to think further and quickly followed Lin Yang. Two figures, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared into the dark ruins that looked like a monster's open mouth. Inside the ruins of Graham Town, everything was silent. Lin Yang and Rafina walked side by side on a cracked stone road. Around them, half-collapsed houses and shops stood. Weathered wooden signs swayed in the dim light, making creaking sounds. The air smelled old and rotten. "Looks like there was a fierce war here," Rafina said softly, looking at the sword marks and holy light damage on the walls. "It's more than just a war," Lin Yang replied. His eyes swept over a skeleton embedded in the wall, long turned to bones. "His bones are black. There might have been a big play here too. The high priest once said that the ancient trade route was abandoned because of an unstoppable plague. It seems to be talking about this place." They kept walking deeper into the ruins. The energy waves resonating with the life rhythm grew clearer. Lin Yang was sure the source was nearby. They crossed several broken streets and saw a grand building ahead. It looked like a library or an ancient academy. Most of it had collapsed, but the remaining large stone pillars and arched doorways, carved with intricate patterns, still showed its former glory. "This is the place." Lin Yang stopped and looked at the entrance. The energy wave was coming from inside. Rafina also felt it. She gripped her spear tightly and said seriously, "There's a strong energy inside. Be careful." They exchanged glances and, one after the other, carefully stepped onto the stairs in front of the library. Just as they were about to step onto the last step, suddenly, boom, the ground shook violently. The two stone statues at the entrance, long weathered beyond recognition, suddenly moved. Cracks and falling stones revealed the surface of the statues. Large chunks of stone peeled away, exposing glowing blue metal skeletons and complex patterns inside. Click, click, accompanied by a harsh metallic screech, the two statues slowly rose from their bases. They were over 3 meters tall, made entirely of an unknown black metal. Their joints and cores were engraved with glowing ancient sacred rune symbols. They had no heads. Instead, their chests held large sacred relic crystals that emitted warm energy. "Is this an alchemical creation? A rune statue?" Rafina's face lit up with surprise. She had read about such things in the ancient texts of the Night Order. It was said that long ago, wealthy city civilizations used these to protect important places. Each of these war machines possessed terrifying strength, comparable to the peak of the shadow-breaking realm or even the early light dawn realm. And they never tired, feared nothing, and had incredible defense power. Two golems at the light dawn realm level. I'll handle the one on the left, and you find a chance to attack the core crystal on the right. She quickly planned her strategy. However, Lin Yang simply reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. "No need." "What?" Rafina was stunned. "I said, no need to make it complicated." Lin Yang stepped out from behind her. "I'll handle it." Before he finished speaking, he drew his sword. Faced with the metallic giant rushing toward him with overwhelming force, Lin Yang casually swung his sword forward. Two extremely refined golden cross-shaped blades burst out from the tip of his sword, striking first with precision, slicing through the body of the rune statue on the left. There was no deafening explosion, only a series of sharp metallic cutting sounds. In the next moment, the two war machines suddenly disintegrated in their charge. Their huge metal bodies were perfectly cut into 7 or 8 pieces, with smooth, mirror-like cuts scattering everywhere. The sacred relic crystal core in their chests still emitted a gentle glow. Rafina looked up and smiled admiringly. So impressive. No wonder it's you." Lin Yang playfully pinched her nose. "Perfect timing. No one is around here. I have even more powerful moves later." "Humph. Don't get ahead of yourself." Rafina blushed and shot him a glare, but she didn't object. Then, the two of them picked up the mysterious, holy light crystal. One after the other, they stepped over the fallen remains of two golems at the door and entered the ancient library that had been sealed for many years. Inside, the space was much larger than it appeared from outside. The tall dome ceiling was decorated with faded star murals. Rows of huge bookshelves, like silent giants, stood quietly in the dim light. Most of the shelves had already decayed and collapsed. Countless books and scrolls were scattered on the ground, blending with thick dust. A gentle touch turned them into flying ash. What exactly happened here? Lafina whispered, looking at the ruined scene. Such a grand hall of knowledge had been abandoned and left to decay in the dust of history. As they moved deeper inside, soon, Lin Yong, guided by life rhythm, reached the deepest part of the library. He continued to use a weaker version of Holy Light Cross Slash to cut through the rotten shelves. The collapse sounded, and amidst the billowing dust, a different area was revealed. There was a room covered by a hemispherical, light gray energy shield. The shield had been operating for countless years. Its glow had dimmed, but it still stubbornly kept everything inside the room protected from outside decay. "Let's go see over there," Lin Yong said. They approached the energy shield. This should be a long-lasting, item preservation magic array with its own defense. Lafina examined the runes on the shield. "The energy is almost gone. I'll try to open it." She reached out, ready to use holy light to break the magic array. "It's okay. It's about to fail anyway." Lin Yong stopped her again. He looked at the energy shield, then gently kicked it. Bang! A soft sound. The shield, which had protected the room for many years, flickered twice like a burst soap bubble, then with a pop, shattered. Lafina, she no longer wanted to speak. This man, he was really rude. But, in a way, it was the simplest and most effective method. After the shield disappeared, the scene inside the room clearly appeared before the two of them. It was a place similar to a reading room. In the center of the room, there were several tables and chairs made from unknown metal. On the tables, neatly stacked, were what looked like newspapers. These newspapers were made from a special material, not ordinary paper, but something like sheepskin parchment, lighter and tougher. Protected by a magic circle, they had endured countless years, but still looked brand new. The writing and pictures on them were very clear. Lin Yong picked up one and started to look at it. Rafina was also curious and leaned over to see. The front page headline was written in an ancient script they didn't recognize, but they could understand its meaning mentally. It had a bold title, Third Magical Technology Revolution. The alchemical floating city, Icarus, successfully takes off. The Empire officially enters the Age of Sky. Below the headline was a huge, very clear magical drawing. It showed a massive metal city made of countless gears, pipes, and strange symbols floating above the clouds. Below the city, there were many different shaped airships that looked like ships. On these ships, many people raised their arms and cheered excitedly. Rafina's eyes widened. Floating? A floating city? What is this? She continued to look down. Other pages of the newspaper reported various astonishing news. The Holy Church announces, using space magic, to locate a new plane called Heaven Mountain, which the Pope calls the ultimate resting place of the Holy Light. The Shadow Council announces, using space magic, to locate a new plane called Blue Star, and its leader says they will try to contact it. The Mage Tower reports a major breakthrough in elemental fission technology, making the idea of destroying a city with a fireball possible. The Holy Church, the Shadow Council, the Mage Tower. Strange names and bizarre reports. These not only shocked Rafina, but also surprised Lin Yong beside her. Lafina always believed that this world only had holy light and dark fog. Humans could only rely on the holy light to survive in the narrow space between the dark fog and the world. But this ancient newspaper told her that in the Forgotten Era, this world was much more exciting than she had imagined. The holy light was just a small part of a diverse system of powers. Meanwhile, Lin Yong was staring intently at the words, Blue Star, on the newspaper. Suddenly, he guessed how those familiar buildings might have come to be. Could it be that this place is a branch of something bigger? In that moment, Lin Yong remembered the first time he saw Dyla. She was holding a hammer in one hand and a sickle in the other. That look was so familiar to him. So could it be just a coincidence? Could the Shadow Council be the predecessor of the Abyssal Church? If the Shadow Council really had contact with Blue Star, then the ideas of great thinkers might have influenced this world. But that doesn't seem right. When he traveled here, it had already been many years since the dark fog appeared, and the timelines don't match. Lin Yong felt his mind overheating for a moment. Then he turned and saw Lafina, who was almost burning with emotion. No, that's not right. Her voice trembled slightly. The Holy Church. The Holy Church has never told us these things. What is the real truth? Lafina, stay calm. Lin Yang held her shoulder gently, and a soft glow of holy light flowed into her, soothing her emotions. As a traveler from another world, he wasn't too shocked, more like a realization of, so it is, any ruling class, to keep their power, would selectively change or hide history. The current Eternal Night Holy Church was clearly doing just that. They deified themselves, making the holy light the only salvation, so that all surviving humans would develop a spiritual dependence on them and overshadow other paths of light, leading to a single dominant force. Such things have happened many times in history. Lafina gradually calmed down. But we once had such a glorious civilization, and it just disappeared. She looked at the city of the sky on the newspaper with a dazed expression, full of confusion and regret. Lin Yang smiled and said, I'm actually more curious now. Why are they here? Huh? Rafina looked at him with confusion. The timing doesn't match. Lin Yang pointed around and said, the buildings, the writing, clearly date from before the arrival of the Black Fog. The high priest said that the small town and this trade route appeared after the Black Fog came. So you're saying, this room existed first, and then the library and the town were built later? Lin Yang nodded. Yes, that's possible. Just as Lin Yang was about to say more, suddenly, the strongest energy wave he had sensed before became clear again. Its source was in a corner of the reading room, behind a row of collapsed, huge bookshelves. The two looked at each other, quickly packed away the newspapers, and Lin Yang moved over to lift the heavy bookshelf, which weighed several tons. Behind the bookshelf was a dark door covered with an ancient seal. It was a door made of white jade, engraved with dense, complex runes that looked like star trails. Light streams flowed slowly between the runes, forming a powerful seal. Lin Yang smiled and said, I knew it. Before the Black Fog, people used a special formation to protect this room. Those ordinary newspapers are not worth much. So, for the people back then, the real treasure was this door and what's behind it. This seal is quite strong. Rafina stepped in front of the dark door, her face serious. The energy level of this seal is far above ours. She carefully tried to channel her holy light from the sunlight realm, level 3, into the seal. But as her holy light touched the seal, it was like sinking into a swamp. It was instantly swallowed and dissolved by the ancient runes, leaving no ripple. Rafina shook her head and withdrew her hand. To break it forcibly, only someone at the Bright Moon realm or higher could do it. Or we could wait here longer, but it might damage its core. She looked at the dark door with some reluctance. Her intuition told her that behind the door, there must be this ancient library, and even secrets from the previous era that had fallen into obscurity. But now, they were blocked outside the door. Lin Yang didn't want to wait passively. He reached out gently and touched the cold metal secret door. At the moment his fingertips made contact with the shimmering runes, a strange, soul-connected feeling instantly spread from his fingers throughout his body. In his mind, he heard breathing sounds. Are you calling the goddess or not? I ask you, yes or no? Yes. It's a perfect hit. Is it still a yes or no? I'm a no. Ugh, it's a no now. May I ask, was the goddess above a yes or a no? Lin Yang looked down, his heartbeat quickening. He took a deep breath. What are you so excited about? Wait, the problem isn't whether it's a yes or no, but whether this thing can make the goddess say yes. Lin Yang tried to raise his life energy, and holy power began to pour in wildly. Sure enough, as white holy light radiated from his life energy, a hum, the entire secret door emitted a loud buzzing sound. The runes that had been flowing slowly now, upon contact with the holy light, became as ravenous as a beast that hadn't eaten for years, instantly becoming extremely active. They flickered wildly, greedily absorbing every bit of holy light Lin Yang injected. Rafina was so shocked by this sudden scene that she stepped back repeatedly. She never expected that this ancient seal could be so obedient and open its arms as soon as Lin Yang used his life energy. Golden holy light intertwined with the dark blue rune glow, and in the next moment, formed the image of a sacred, aloof female warrior goddess. She seemed to coldly glance at Lin Yang. Then all the runes suddenly shattered. Boom! The heavy secret door emitted a deep rumble, and slowly began to open inward. A different, pure air, even with a hint of fresh grass and wood scent, rushed out from the darkness behind the door. When Lin Yang and Rafina stepped through the hidden door, the walls of the passage behind it lit up automatically. Small lamps made of unknown jade stones glowed softly, providing gentle light that illuminated the way ahead. This was a staircase carved from a solid piece of white rock, descending downward. The air was filled with a faint, pleasant scent of energy, making people feel calm and happy. Here, it's not affected by the dark fog at all, Rafina said, feeling the pure air around her, unable to believe it. It must be protected by 2 layers of seals outside, which block not only physical intrusion, but also energy erosion, Lin Yang replied. They followed the staircase downward. After walking about a few dozen meters, a large space appeared before them. It was a huge, circular chamber like a church. The ceiling of the chamber was decorated with complex star maps, but unlike outside, these star maps moved slowly, shining with tiny stars, like a small, real universe. Around the church were rows of white jade bookshelves. Sadly, the books and scrolls on them were all messy and few remained. It was clear that the people who came here had left in a hurry. In one corner of the church, there was a complete set of very detailed alchemy equipment. Different colored liquids sat quietly in transparent glass tubes. In the very center of the chamber was a large round table made of pure white jade. The table was empty. Rafina was so amazed by this miraculous scene that she couldn't speak. Just taking anything here could cause a big stir outside. After a moment of surprise, Lin Yang's gaze fixed on a bookshelf in the corner of the chamber. There was a thick, old-looking diary with a black leather cover. He couldn't help but smile. Let's see what this mischievous person has written. Lin Yang reached out and opened the first page of the diary. Rows of ancient characters, flowing like dragons and phoenixes, but full of strength, appeared before him. Like before, he couldn't understand the words, but his spirit resonated with them. In the year 5056 of the Sacred Fire era, the energy fluctuations of the Void Tide were once again intensifying. The damage to the World Shield had reached 73%. We are in great danger. The Holy Church chose peaceful communication, the Shadow Council decided to fight to the end, and the Mage Tower chose to flee and colonize. By the year 5066 of the Sacred Fire era, we could no longer stop the arrival of the Void Tide. This world is destined to face its end. Do not be sad. Do not be confused. Humanity will never perish. The diary's content suddenly stopped here. Lin Yang closed the diary, but his mind was filled with turbulent waves. The Void Tide, the world's shield. So, this dark fog really is an invasion from an alien civilization. Lin Yang, come quickly. Look at this. What is this? While Lin Yang was lost in thought, Rafina's excited cry came from another bookshelf. He walked over and saw Rafina holding a heavy ancient book, looking very excited. The cover of the book had some old characters written on it. The Holy War Record. It's the Holy War Record. The full version. Oh my, the Holy Church has only preserved a fragment of it. But this is the complete one. Lin Yang took the book and quickly flipped through it. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Deceptive Night Holy Church. Just the thickness of the text alone is so different, and the content is shrunk into a small fragment. Just by comparing, he could feel how powerful this martial art was. This is no longer just a simple supplement. It's like 2 completely different things. This thing should be called the Supreme Holy War Technique. He decided to have Ophelia and Rafina practice this instead. He handed the martial art to Rafina and smiled. Keep this safe. It will be our family's heirloom in the future. Rafina couldn't help but glare at him, but still obediently took it. Lin Yang smiled and continued wandering around the secret chamber. When he reached the huge white jade round table, it seemed he kicked something under his foot, making a crisp, ding sound. He looked down and saw a small, thumb-sized metal sculpture carved into the shape of a heart. It was lying quietly in the corner of the table leg, covered in dust, looking very plain, as if discarded as trash. Lin Yang bent down and picked it up. Detected unclaimed sacred relic, resonance heart. Would you like to bind it? Effect. When activated, it will create a healing aura around. Within the aura, all living beings' injuries will heal quickly. Since he had plenty of spiritual power to spare, Lin Yang didn't hesitate and handed it directly to Rafina. Darling, I don't think I've given you a token of love before. Here, this is for you. Rafina couldn't help but roll her charming eyes. She had just seen that this man clearly picked it up casually. Humph, fine then. Anyway, since it was something he gave her, Rafina happily accepted it. As they walked and explored, they finally reached a pile of alchemy equipment. What are all these colorful things? They look so pretty. They should be alchemical potions, Lin Yang said, his gaze falling on a large crystal barrel next to the equipment. Inside the crystal barrel was a full container of a soft glowing, milk-like liquid. In the liquid, countless tiny golden points floated slowly, and a powerful life energy radiated outward. Just smelling it made one feel completely relaxed. Is this Holy Spring Spirit liquid? Rafina's face blushed with excitement. Inexperienced Lin Yang scratched his head. What's that? Let me tell you, Rafina said, trying to calm her excitement. This stuff, just one drop, is enough to make a 9-star Broken Shadow Realm expert break their head trying to get it. And here, there's a whole big barrel of it. I estimate it's at least 30 liters. Lin Yang's mood was slightly shocked. One drop could make a Broken Shadow Realm expert scramble for it, and this whole barrel. He was about to get rich. Haha. Lin Yang looked around. With this barrel of Holy Spring Spirit liquid and the Supreme Sacred War achievement, he was confident that, even without the Dawnlight Realm, he could break through to the Bright Moon Realm with the help of his wife's tenfold feedback. After gaining 3 more treasures, Lin Yang felt very happy. His gaze finally settled on the center of the secret room, on the empty white jade round table. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could this place recognize its owner through blood? Isn't that how it's described in stories? It sounds a bit silly, but what if? Thinking of this, Lin Yang no longer hesitated. He walked to the round table, pricked his finger, and dropped a drop of bright red blood onto the jade surface. As the blood fell, it didn't get absorbed as he expected. Just when he thought he was overthinking and was about to wipe away the blood, suddenly, the entire secret room lit up brightly. The blood seemed to come alive, transforming into countless fine golden threads that spread across the table. Then, the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room also appeared covered with dense golden symbols. These symbols connected with each other, creating a dazzling display. Binding space. Congratulations. The Sacred Hall space has been successfully bound. A series of messages rang in Lin Yang's mind. At the same time, he could feel a strange connection forming between himself and the room. It was like an extension of his body, able to be controlled with his thoughts, as if his hand and fingers. Lin Yang, what's going on? Rafina was shocked by this sudden change. Lin Yang smiled and patted her hand to comfort her. Now, this place is ours. Huh, ours. But how do we take it with us? Lin Yang confidently smiled. Of course, by shrinking it and taking it away. Boom. In the next moment, the entire secret room shook violently, and the starry mural on the ceiling began to twist and shrink. Be careful, let's go quickly. Rafina shouted in surprise and instinctively tried to pull Lin Yang to run outside. Don't be afraid, it's okay. But Lin Yang grabbed her tightly and protected her in his arms. As the light and shadows around them shifted and space twisted, in the next moment, they returned to the reading room. When the light faded, a tiny, crystal-clear model of a church floated quietly in Lin Yang's hand. Rafina looked at the miniature church model with shock, then looked up at Lin Yang. Is this the church from earlier? Lin Yang nodded and smiled. Yes, it's called the Sacred Hall Space. From now on, it will be our moving home. He could feel that at any moment, just by thinking, he could see the complete, self-contained space of the Sacred Hall Space in his mind. Unexpectedly, this trip brought such a big gain. With this portable Sacred Hall, no matter where we go, we have a safe and private mobile base. Practicing, hiding, or even keeping a special someone safe, it's all so easy. Rafina tilted her head and said, Are moving home? But it's so small. How can we? Lin Yang rubbed her head and smiled. I'll show you inside again, and you'll see, he silently thought. Enter, and both of their figures disappeared instantly. Rafina only saw a flash of light and shadow, and when she opened her eyes, she was back inside the Sacred Hall Space. Wow, you're back again. Lin Yang, how did you do that? Rafina was still excited. but as she turned her head, she was suddenly caught in a gentle, affectionate kiss. Lin Yang's life energy surged, and she immediately felt her legs weaken. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I told you, this time you'll see something even more amazing. You're such a bad boy. Omitted the next 20,000 words. When they returned, several hours had passed since they left the camp. The campfire in the distance burned brightly, making Lafina's satisfied blush look even more vivid. You're finally back. Barton, who was on guard outside, was the first to notice them and hurried over. Brother Yang, how was it? Did you find anything inside the ruins? Not much, just an abandoned small town. Inside, there's only bones and dust, Lin Yang replied calmly, but it probably once had a plague. For safety, we should strengthen our watch tonight and keep everyone away from the ruins. Got it. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Barton patted his chest to promise. Lin Yang nodded and didn't say more. He and Lafina headed straight to their carriage. Back at the camp, the high priest and several other leaders gathered around, asking about the investigation. Lin Yang still used the same excuse to respond. Everyone seemed to be just making polite conversation. The long journey had everyone on edge, eager to rest as soon as possible. It was late at night and very quiet. Inside Lin Yang's luxurious carriage, the candle flickered. Ophelia had already prepared water and clean clothes, gently helping Lin Yang wipe off his armor. Did you encounter any danger today? She asked softly, worried. Nothing serious, Lin Yang replied with his eyes closed, enjoying her care. Just went for a walk. Ophelia rolled her eyes. A walk? Could a walk make you come back so late? Could Rafina blush that much? But Lin Yang didn't say anything, so she didn't ask further. This man had his own secrets. All she needed to do was trust him completely and support him. All done. Do you want a bath? Though here, you can only wash your body. Lin Yang opened his eyes, looking at the woman in a thin silk nightgown, her beauty glowing in the candlelight, making his heart warm. He pulled Ophelia into his arms and grinned mischievously. It's boring to wash alone. Why don't you join me? You're such a bad guy, Ophelia exclaimed, her face instantly turning red. Even as she said that, she was about to take off her thin nightgown, but Lin Yang quickly grabbed her. What's wrong? Wait, Lin Yang said loudly. Lena, please call Captain Rafina here. Yes, sir. Ophelia's eyes widened. Are you going to stay here? Just a little while. You'll see. Soon, Rafina was led to the carriage by Lena. Her pretty face showed some confusion and a hint of shy embarrassment. At first, she wondered if Lin Yang had something to say. But when she pushed open the carriage door and saw the scene inside, she understood everything. Ophelia, wearing that familiar semi-transparent silk, leaning in Lin Yang's arms, her eyes full of charm and her cheeks blushing. Inside the train carriage, there was still a lingering, intimate atmosphere. You can't do this now. Rapina's face suddenly turned red, and she instinctively wanted to close the door and leave. I'm really busy right now, Lin Yang said helplessly. Rapina bit her lip, feeling both shy and angry, but her body still obediently moved inside and sat down on the other side of Lin Yang. She lowered her head, afraid to look at Ophelia's teasing eyes. Lin Yang looked at the two women beside him, one charming and lovely, the other brave and impressive, and felt very satisfied. He didn't rush to do anything, but briefly recounted what he discovered in the ruins library earlier that day to Ophelia. That's all. The world we live in is much more complicated than we thought. Lin Yang's voice was calm, but what he said completely overturned Ophelia's long-held view of the world. Ophelia came from a top noble family in Silver Moon City, receiving the most proper and elite education since childhood. In her mind, the holy light was the only truth, and the Holy Church was humanity's only protector. But now, Lin Yang told her that all of this was just a lie. It was the Holy Church that, to strengthen its rule, had carefully woven a deception that lasted for hundreds of years. How? How is that possible? Her voice trembled slightly. Floating City. Holy Hall Church. I've never heard of these. Why does the Holy Church do this? To gain power. Lin Yang pointed straight to the point. When everyone depends on them to survive, they become the gods of this world. Ophelia was silent. She wasn't stupid. She quickly understood the key point. A wave of anger and sadness, feeling betrayed for hundreds of years, surged in her heart. All right, don't think too much about it. Lin Yang patted her shoulder to comfort her. The truth of history isn't important to us now. What's important is that we found this. He then took out the complete, Holy War achievement from his pocket. This is the Real foundation for our future survival. All right, that's all for now. Lin Yang glanced out the car window and ordered Lena at the door. Lena, guard the carriage well. From now on, no one is allowed near it. If any high-ranking person comes, just say I am training and cannot be disturbed. Yes, sir, Lena replied respectfully. After finishing this, Lin Yang took the hands of Ophelia and Rafina. Next, I will show you something wonderful. He smiled mysteriously and thought to himself. Buzz, Ophelia felt a flash of light and shadow in front of her, along with a strange sense of space twisting. The next moment, when they opened their eyes again, the cramped feeling inside the carriage was gone. Instead, they saw a grand and holy underground hall. Above the tall dome, stars moved and shone with gentle light. There were bookshelves and round tables made of pure white jade. The air was filled with a pure, intense holy light energy. Is this the space you mentioned? Such a powerful, sacred relic. Ophelia was stunned by the scene before her, her beautiful eyes full of admiration for Lin Yang. Although Rafina had been here once before, seeing this mysterious space that felt like its own world still made her heart flutter. Yes, welcome to our new home, the Holy Hall space, Lin Yang said with open arms and a smile. He knew that to stand firm in the end times, strength was the only foundation. And these two stunning women were his strongest source of power. Loving them and training them would give him 10 times the benefit. It was time for them to become even stronger. He no longer hesitated and handed the complete Holy War Skill book to the two women. This book I call Supreme Holy War Skill, an ancient complete version. I have already learned it. It's much more efficient than your current techniques. Plus, it can make your holy light purer and more explosive. Lin Yang began to explain the secrets of the technique himself, from how energy flows to the core breathing method. Under his careful guidance, Rafina, who was already talented, quickly grasped the new technique. Ophelia didn't take long to catch up. Soon, both women could clearly feel that under the support of this new cultivation method, the flow of holy light within their bodies was indeed several times more efficient than before. Watching the two women immersed in their training, Lin Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The technique is now learned. Now, let's begin our real practice. You're so naughty. Ophelia's cheeks instantly turned red enough to bleed, and her body involuntarily softened. Lafina was also shy and annoyed, but her glaring look was not threatening at all. Instead, it was more captivating. Inside the Holy Hall space, a grand training session was about to begin. This time, there were no external disturbances, no worries. The majestic holy light was freely surging within the space. Lafina's strength has improved, tenfold feedback activated. Ophelia's strength has improved, tenfold feedback activated. Congratulations, the host. Physical strength, 369. Holy light, 369. Finally, the peak of the 5-star level in the Dawn realm. The next day, the migration team continued their journey. Under Lin Yang's arrangement, he fully took over Lafina's patrol duties, allowing Ophelia and Lafina to stay in the Holy Hall space to focus on their cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, while patrolling, was feeling the endless surge of powerful energy coming from within him, amplified tenfold, which made him feel incredibly comfortable. Eating soft rice hard, and eating more and more vigorously. The feedback effect from the Supreme Holy War technique was simply beyond imagination. His cultivation was rapidly advancing toward the 6-star level in the Dawn realm at an astonishing speed. This feeling of getting stronger just by lying down was truly wonderful. Later, the team traveled another day along the ancient trade route. Lin Yang finally broke through to the 6-star level in the Dawn realm. That afternoon, just as they were about to find a place to camp, Barton, who was scouting ahead, suddenly hurried back with a worried look. Brother Yang, there's a situation ahead. A person riding behind the team, guarding the rear, said leisurely. What's going on? Another beast tied? Oh, Lin Yang became a bit interested. How big is it? It's very large. Bigger than ours, Barton gestured. Looks like at least 30 or 40,000 people. And they have more knights than us, well equipped. It seems they come from a high-level 3rd Holy Light Zone. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What does the high priest say? He's the one who asked me to find you. Lin Yang felt a bit speechless. This clever old man was getting better at avoiding trouble. Go take a look. Lin Yang rode his horse, led by Barton, heading toward the front of the group. Soon, he saw the team Barton mentioned. It was indeed a large group, a dark mass stretching for several miles. At the front was a nearly 1,000-strong Holy Light Knight Order. They wore silver armor, held long spears, and marched in neat, disciplined lines. Compared to them, Lin Yang's group looked like a makeshift, ragtag army. In the middle of that Knight Order, a banner fluttered in the wind, embroidered with a silver crescent moon and a long sword. Next to Lin Yang, an experienced captain looked serious. That's the Knight Order from the satellite town of Silver Moon City, Luoyue Town. I didn't expect. They're also fleeing. Silver Moon City is the core of the second-level Silver Moon Holy Light Zone. Luoyue Town, as one of Silver Moon City's satellite towns, is much stronger than remote towns like Iron Oak Town. But now, they're both fleeing through the dark fog, just like us. No wonder the knights looked surprised. Lin Yang squinted. He wasn't too surprised. If even the Holy Light Obelisk in Iron Oak Town can attract the attention of the crazed Abyss Church, it's reasonable that Luoyue Town, on the edge of the second-level Holy Light Zone, would be targeted too. The three of them rode slowly closer to the large group. As they got nearer, Lin Yang could better see how elite this Knight Order was. Their silver armor was engraved with defensive runes, glowing faintly in the dim light. Their spears looked made of high-quality magic metal. Even their horses were taller and stronger than those of the knights from Iron Oak Town. They even eat better than us, huh? Barton couldn't help but whisper to Lin Yang. This equipment level is completely different. There's nothing to be jealous of. They are now being chased by dark fog, just like us. Hey, that's true. Barton's mood quickly settled. As Lin Yang and the others approached within 100 meters, a small team of knights also rode out from the enemy's side. Leading them was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old. He wore silver armor, but it was more ornate than usual, with a silver moon emblem on his chest. He looked quite handsome, with neatly combed blonde hair and bright blue eyes that showed a hint of pride. Kane is the youngest captain of the Moonfall Town Knight Order. He has a 4-star light realm strength, making him one of the top young talents in Silver Moon City. Kane stopped his horse. His gaze swept over the three of them. When he saw Lin Yang's unusual yellow skin, he frowned slightly without hiding it. A yellow-skinned monkey and a black-skinned orangutan? Is this still a Knight Order? It looks more like a circus. Kane looked down from above and asked, I don't know which cities. Knight Order you are from. Barton, being straightforward, couldn't stand this condescending tone. He moved his horse forward and said gruffly, We are survivors from the Iron Oak Town in the Carlo Holy Light District, following our high priest's orders to come and negotiate with you. Carlo Holy Light District? Iron Oak Town. Kane couldn't help but smirk slightly. An independent third-level Holy Light District? Basically, it's a poor, neglected place. He felt a bit annoyed. This time, he was already overwhelmed with the task of escorting and protecting the subordinate town's evacuation. Now a low-level Holy Light District team from some hidden corner appears out of nowhere. This is just adding chaos. His team was almost unable to protect everyone, and there was no extra energy to deal with these barbarians. However, his good noble manners kept his outward composure. It turns out to be the Knights of Iron Oak Town. Kane nodded slightly and said calmly, I am Kane de Augustus, captain of the 7th Squad, 2nd Company of the Silver Moon Holy Light Knights. We are acting on orders from Captain Mia to the survivors from the satellite towns and evacuate towards Silver Moon City. He paused and asked in a formal tone, Who is your leader? How many people need our protection? The word, protection, was emphasized strongly, clearly showing an offer of shelter and support. Barton raised an eyebrow, about to retort, but Lin Yang gave him a warning look to stop him. The knight captain nearby also noticed that the attitude of Barton and Lin Yang towards them was not right, so he quickly said, Please wait a moment. I will go find our high priest. All right. Soon after, the high priest, Rafina, and several captains arrived from behind. Young Master Kane, long time no see. The high priest, leaning on a staff, greeted warmly with a gentle smile. When Kane saw the visitors, especially the stunning female knight beside the high priest, His eyes lit up instantly. Rafina? His impatience disappeared completely, replaced by obvious surprise and excitement. Oh my, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. He dismounted quickly and hurried over to Rafina, smiling brightly. I thought you had gone to the Holy Light District for further training. I didn't expect to meet you here. Rafina looked at the enthusiastic young noble in front of her and nodded politely. Kane, long time no see. They were old acquaintances, with some connections between their families. Kane looked at Rafina's more beautiful and charming face than he remembered, feeling a warm rush in his heart. Wonderful. May the holy light bless us. He completely ignored Lin Yang and Barton, focusing all his attention on Rafina. You've been through a lot on this journey, right? Come, let's go to our camp. I'll have someone prepare the best food and tents for you. Barton looked at the eager young man with pity. Young man, you are already walking toward your own doom. Kane immediately made a gesture inviting the others, saying, High Priest, Rafina, please come with me. Captain Mia has been worried about survivors in other areas. She will be very happy to see you. His invitation was only for the High Priest and Rafina. As for Lin Yang and the others nearby, he simply ignored them in a fancy way. Rafina's eyebrows slightly furrowed. She glanced at Lin Yang, who looked calm, and felt a bit displeased with Kane's attitude. So, she deliberately didn't respond. The High Priest, being wise, saw Kane's neglect. But Lin Yang's reputation was also important now. At least, he needed to keep things fair. The High Priest slowly said, Young Master Kane, let me introduce you to Lin Yang, the knight. He is our temporary leader. Leader? Kane looked surprised. He examined Lin Yang from head to toe, thinking this was ridiculous. A person with yellow skin. How could he be the leader of a team of thousands? But since the High Priest personally introduced him, Kane didn't say anything more. My apologies then. Kane half-heartedly apologized to Lin Yang, then turned his attention back to Rafina, smiling warmly again. Rafina, High Priest, and the Knights, let's go. We shouldn't keep Captain Mia waiting. Lin Yang nodded to everyone, and the Knight team slowly started to move. Kane watched this, raising an eyebrow. Could it really be that this guy is in charge? But just as they began to move, Kane kept trying to find topics, hoping to chat with Rafina and catch up. By the way, 3 years ago at the Autumn Hunting Festival in Silver Moon City, I wanted to invite you to be my dance partner, but you were on a mission at the time. It was such a pity, and your father's birthday banquet. I had prepared a gift, but then, Rafina responded casually, but her mind was focused on Lin Yang beside her. She could feel that Lin Yang hadn't spoken a word since earlier. Was he angry? Yes. Any strong person who is ignored as an ordinary person will not feel comfortable inside. She feels a bit guilty and also grows more annoyed with Kane's arrogance. At that moment, Rafina notices that Lin Yang's horse seems tired. Suddenly, she remembers that all day long, Lin Yang has been doing patrols and guarding tasks alone so they can focus on training in the Holy Hall space. He has ridden back and forth many times. His horse is already exhausted. A thought quickly flashes through Rafina's mind. Without hesitation, she pulls on her own horse and stops. What's wrong, Rafina? Kane, who is talking excitedly at the front, quickly turns around and asks. Wait a moment. Rafina turns her head and looks at Lin Yang. In everyone's surprised eyes, she reaches out her hand to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, your horse is tired. Come up, let's ride together. Her voice is soft, but in this quiet group, everyone clearly hears it. Kane's smile on his face suddenly freezes. The knights from Moonfall Town also find it hard to believe that Rafina, a noble, would share a horse with a yellow-skinned monkey. Ha ha! Meanwhile, the knights from Barton and Iron Oak Town are stunned for a moment, then smile knowingly. Captain Rafina is amazing. This is a public display of affection. Lin Yang nods. Yes, Barton, feed my horse some good grain when we get back. Got it, Brother Yang. Lin Yang quickly and smoothly jumps onto Rafina's back, sitting steadily. Hold on tight. Lin Yang's voice comes from behind her, warm breath blowing on Rafina's neck, making her ears turn red instantly. She can feel strong arms naturally wrapping around her slender waist. Rafina's body stiffens slightly but quickly relaxes, even leaning back a little, pressing her back against that broad chest. Seeing this scene, Kane feels like his nose has suddenly grown a red ball. Rafina, the woman in his heart, as pure and sacred as the moon goddess, Rafina, surprisingly invited a man to ride with her, and he was a yellow-skinned circus performer. The next moment, that man confidently rode past him, embracing the woman he admired so much. Kane, snowflakes falling, the north wind howling. With a heart full of anger, Kane led everyone into the camp of the Moonfall Town team. As soon as they entered, Lafina sensed something different. First, the size of the settlement was more than twice as large as theirs. Because it was a joint migration of several small towns, the outer edge was guarded by hundreds of well-armed knights and soldiers, patrolling in neat lines, on high alert. In the central area of the camp, it was a different scene. Over 100 ornate carriages formed small circles. Nobles and wealthy merchants sat leisurely on lounge chairs beside the carriages, drinking red wine and eating fine snacks. Clean and tidy servants carefully served nearby. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat and the strong scent of expensive perfume worn by noble women. Their laughter and chatter contrasted sharply with the gaunt, expressionless commoners outside the camp. The commoners, dressed in ragged clothes, many with wounds on their bodies. They seemed like untouchables, staying on the other side of the camp, receiving only a little blackened dry bread and murky water. If they dared to get too close to the noble area, fierce guards would whip them mercilessly. Seeing this, the high priest's cloudy old eyes showed a hint of helplessness and sadness, and he sighed softly. Though he felt pity, he knew that this world naturally divided people into different classes. Any change would threaten the interests involved. Unless, like Lin Yang did last time, he directly replaced the nobles' lives, it was hard for him, as a beneficiary, to make top-down changes. Lafina suddenly felt very grateful that when they left Iron Oak Town, Lin Yang used the strongest measures to gather resources and the privileges of the noble landowners. Now, everyone in their team, whether brave knights or ordinary civilians, receives basic respect and protection for their survival. Kane didn't seem to think anything was wrong with this. To him, nobles enjoying privileges and commoners, second-class citizens, and slaves providing services was natural and right. When he led everyone to the camp center, a few knights from the Silver Moon District and noble representatives from the Lord's Council were already waiting. High Priest, Captain Lafina, please. Kane dismounted from his horse and returned to his polite noble manner. Oh, isn't that the High Priest from the Karo Holy Light District? I've heard of you. Nice to meet you. A chubby nobleman with a beer belly greeted him cheerfully. So, this is Lafina, the daughter of the Imperial King's family. She's become stronger again. They warmly greeted the High Priest and Lafina. But their eyes never stayed on Lin Yang or the other captains from Iron Oak Town for more than a second. In their eyes, these people were just background characters. Lin Yang was too tired of their fake politeness. He just crossed his arms and stood to the side, watching coldly. Amid this atmosphere full of false courtesy, a clear, cold female voice suddenly sounded. Kane, what's going on? Why have you been delayed at the camp entrance for so long? Everyone looked toward the voice. They saw a tall woman in dark silver commanding armor walking slowly toward them. She was tall, her figure outlined by the tight armor, showing strength and confidence. Her short, sharp blonde hair added a heroic feel. Her features were delicate yet cold, with sharp, narrow eyes like blades. This was Mia Connolly, the leader of the 2nd Squadron of the Silver Moon Holy Light Knights, peak of the 9th star in the Dawn Realm. Senior Sister Mia. Seeing Mia, Lafina's cold expression instantly melted. She hurried over and gave Mia a big hug. Senior Sister, are you okay? I missed you so much. Mia's usually icy face showed a rare, gentle smile. She patted Lafina's back and spoke softly, with a hint of affection. You little girl, you've become a captain now, but you're still like a child. In front of my senior, I am always just a child, Rafina said, hugging her arm and acting cute. The High Priest saw Lin Yang's confused expression and explained with a smile. Captain Mia and Captain Rafina both come from the first-tier Holy Light Zone, the Holy Light Knight Academy. When you think about it, they are only a year or two apart. Unexpectedly, after a few years, Captain Mia is close to reaching the Bright Moon Realm. Senior Mia, let me introduce you. Rafina affectionately linked her arm with Mia's and pointed at Lin Yang. This is Lin Yang, who is also the main leader of our migration team. The High Priest nodded and said, Yes, Lin Yong, the knight, is one of our commanders. Kane, standing nearby, looked impatient and almost couldn't hide his annoyance. He couldn't understand why Rafina admired someone who seemed so ordinary. A survivor from the third-tier Holy Light Zone. No matter if he's a knight, how strong could he be? Most likely, he relied on his looks and some shady methods to deceive the kind-hearted Rafina. Mia crossed her hands on her hips and looked up and down at the young man with black hair and yellowish skin. In Silver Moon City's social circles, people with this skin color are mostly foreigners or laborers. The fact that the high priest and Rafina personally acknowledged him as the commander made Mia quite curious. She sensed Lin Yang's aura. 6 stars in the Dawn Realm. In a place like Iron Oak Town, having this level of cultivation at this age was truly rare and considered a genius. Knight Lin Yong, welcome to join our evacuation team. Mia's lips curled into a confident smile. She extended her right hand, wearing a silver leather glove. Lin Yong gently shook her hand, warm and strong. The first thing Mia noticed was that his palm was covered with thick calluses, clearly from long-term swordsmanship. Kane, standing nearby, kept staring at Lin Yong holding Mia's hand. To him, that hand seemed to tarnish the purity of Captain Mia. Having grown up in Falling Moon Town, with his family being high-ranking officials in Silver Moon City, he looked down on someone from such a remote area. Captain Mia, since the 2 teams are merging now, we should clarify who has command. Kane sarcastically interrupted. We can't just let our official Silver Moon Knights negotiate with a distant Manor Knight group, right? If that gets out, how can our Knight Order maintain respect? His words instantly cooled the previously friendly atmosphere. Barton's face darkened. He stepped forward, ready to loudly curse Kane's ancestors. But Lin Yong gently waved his hand. There's no need to fight over command. Each team should lead their own people. In dangerous situations like this, working together to break through the black fog is the right way. If Captain Kane thinks we're holding him back, he can lead his people and leave first. Lin Yang's words left Kane speechless for a moment. Mia looked at Lin Yong with approval. She wasn't blind. She had long disliked Kane's spoiled attitude. Lin Yong is right, Mia said firmly. This is a special time. Both sides share information and watch out for each other. If something unexpected happens, I, the High Priest, and Lin Yong will decide together. Kane, do you have any objections? Mia's authority made Kane swallow his frustration. No objections, Kane replied through gritted teeth. But his eyes on Lin Yong were more resentful. A country bumpkin who lucked his way into the Dawn Realm. Wait until he enters Silver Moon City and see how my family deals with you. The decision to merge was quickly communicated. The nearly 80,000-strong army began to merge and move out. As night fell, the black fog grew thicker. The migrating towns stopped to rest, and the shining light monuments among them looked like lamps, offering a faint hope to everyone. Kane led trusted knights on horseback patrols. He deliberately circled around the entire army, glancing at the luxurious carriage Lin Yong entered. Compared to those so-called noble carriages, this one was simply extravagant. On the strongest carriage frame, there are carved sacred light runes for shock absorption and soundproofing. Even the horses pulling the carriage are carefully selected mixed-breed horses. The look of a rural nouveau riche, Kane muttered quietly, but what broke him the most was, he saw with his own eyes that Rafina, after changing shifts, skillfully climbed into the carriage. And according to his subordinates' reports, Rafina stayed inside for several hours without moving. Behind the thick curtain in the carriage, a faint, alluring fragrance occasionally drifted out. Kane tightly gripped the reins. It hurt, it really hurt. Rafina wouldn't do such a thing. In his view, Rafina must have been deceived by some sneaky trick from that young man. Or perhaps Lin Yong holds some secret about Rafina. Yellow-skinned fool, Rafina, don't worry. One day, I will make you come back to me. Kane stared at the carriage wheels and silently made a vow. Inside the carriage now, Lin Yong was lying on Ophelia's long thigh, resting with his eyes closed. Rafina sat nearby, carefully wiping Lin Yang's body. I feel that young man's resentment is almost enough to lift the roof. Lin Yong felt the warmth of Rafina's fingertips and teased with a smile. Rafina glared at him playfully. Ignore him. He's just a spoiled fool. If it weren't for his father having some connections with my dad, I would have shot him already. Oh no, several shots. To quote Barton, white goes in, red comes out. piercing his body. White goes in, yellow comes out, piercing his intestines. White goes in, blood flows out, piercing his bladder. Ophelia covered her mouth and giggled. I think he's just jealous of your strength. Lin Yang turned over and casually wrapped his arm around Ophelia's waist. Strong or not? Didn't you already test that just now? The two women blushed instantly at his words. This so-called carriage retreat was, in their view, more exhausting than any cultivation. But the real improvement in strength made them unable to stop. At this moment, the holy light within Lin Yang had become thick and dense to an astonishing degree. As his two wives steadily improved their cultivation, he had now firmly stabilized at the 6-star level of the Dawn Realm, beginning to advance towards 7 stars. As long as Rafina and the others continued to work hard, he hoped to reach 7 stars before arriving at Silver Moon City. That night, Mia was riding her horse, patrolling between two groups. She initially thought that the team from Iron Oak Town would be quite chaotic since it was managed by Lin Yang, a person with unusual skin. But after observing for a while, she was surprised to find she was wrong. Very wrong. Not only were the knights from Iron Oak Town incredibly disciplined, but even the civilians were quite obedient, able to stay quiet and follow orders. Such strong discipline and execution could not be learned in just a few days. Unless everyone in this team trusted Lin Yang enough, even worshipped him. But either way, this was not an easy feat. The evening breeze slipped through the gaps in the camp, adding a chill. After patrol, Mia took off her heavy dark silver commander's armor, wearing only a very tight black combat outfit. The outfit hugged her powerful curves, especially her long legs, which looked even straighter and stronger under the tight pants. Her deputy, seeing Mia dressed like this for the first time in the camp, looked puzzled. Captain, what are you doing? A flash of fighting spirit crossed Mia's face. Come on, let's find Rafina. I want to see if she's made progress over the years. Just as Lin Yang was about to take the two women to the sanctuary space for some intimate time, suddenly, Mia's deputy's voice came from outside the carriage. Miss Rafina, our captain is looking for you. Hearing this familiar voice, Rafina quickly sat up from Lin Yang's arms, tidied her clothes, and jumped down from the carriage. Seeing Mia dressed in a combat outfit, full of fighting spirit, Rafina was quite surprised. Senior sister, why are you here? Mia looked at her, a familiar smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Rafina, come on, the usual rules. Mia moved her wrist and pointed to an open space nearby, her eyes showing a hint of the teasing interest of a senior sister in training her junior. Let me see if you've improved over these years, he said. Rafina's eyes also sparkled with fighting spirit. All right, senior, but I must tell you, I am no longer the same Rafina from back then. Stop talking nonsense. 3 years ago, you couldn't last more than 20 moves against me. Today, let's see if you've become a better team leader. Lin Yang, who had just tidied his clothes, also got off the carriage. As soon as he stepped down, he saw Chong Wei fighting with Rafu. Ahem, it's Mia sparring with Rafina. After Mia smiled cheerfully, she suddenly pushed off with her legs, her body moving like lightning. Her fist, full of power, aimed straight at Rafina's chest. Lin Yang's smile immediately faded. Wow, she's serious. Easy now. That's my buddy and future kid's food. Although Mia wasn't using weapons, the pressure from her at the peak of the 9th star of the Dawn Realm still made the surrounding dry grass bow down. Kane, who had heard the noise halfway, hurried over with his team and watched from nearby. He thought, Rafina is talented, but in front of Mia, a real combat leader, she's still a little girl who needs guidance. He had already decided that once Rafina lost, he would be the first to offer a warm towel, showing his kindness. But soon, Kane's smile froze. Faced with Mia's lightning-fast attacks, Rafina's blocks were very steady. After a few exchanges, Rafina had a good sense of her opponent's strength and decided to fight head-on. Bang! Their palms collided in the air, creating a shockwave that knocked over some small rocks nearby. Mia looked at her palm in surprise, feeling a numbness spreading through it. Rafina, your holy light. Mia's narrow phoenix eyes stared tightly at Rafina. Rafina smiled slightly. Following Lin Yang's instructions, she didn't say much, but started to attack more aggressively. Her moves were still the standard knightly combat techniques, but under the blessing of the Supreme Holy War achievement, each punch and kick carried a terrifying penetrating power. The two moved like shadows, their holy light constantly colliding and exploding. Mia's heart grew more shocked with each strike. She clearly felt that Rafina's level was at most the mid-stage of the Dawn realm, but her pure holy light seemed to slightly surpass her own at the peak of the Nine Stars realm. That ancient, powerful aura made every move feel like she was stuck in mud, unable to unleash her full strength. 50 moves. The two fought evenly, each holding their ground. After 100 moves, Rafina's holy light began to weaken. Meanwhile, Kane and the others, along with Mia's deputy, watched with surprise or seriousness. Bang! Finally, after one move, Rafina's holy light was completely exhausted, and she fell to the ground with a solid thud. In the end, she couldn't defeat her senior sister. Huh. I can't go on, senior sister. You're still so strong. Mia's full chest rose and fell rapidly, her tight uniform soaked with sweat, clinging to her skin and outlining her impressive curves. Not bad, Rafina. Your progress is very clear. She casually wiped the sweat from her forehead, her slender phoenix eyes still filled with fighting spirit. And then she looked past Rafina directly at Lin Yang. Knight Lin Yang, since Rafina and the High Priestess both praise you so highly, why don't you practice with me too? Mia's words carried a teasing tone, mixed with curiosity. She had already been surprised during her fight with Rafina. And the man who could make someone as proud as Rafina willingly act like a girl and ride together with him must have some tricks up his sleeve. Rafina, just getting up from the ground and brushing dirt off her backside, looked at Mia with a strange expression when she heard her challenge Lin Yang. She glanced at Lin Yang, her eyes showing some encouragement. Lin Yang helplessly spread his hands. Thank you, Captain, for your favor. But you and Rafina both come from the professional Holy Light Academy. As a rough guy like me, my moves might not impress you. Stop talking nonsense. When you're on the battlefield, monsters won't care whether you're a professional or a rough guy. Mia moved her ankles and smiled confidently. I usually fight without holding back. You better show your best skills, or you might break a couple of ribs. Don't say I didn't warn you. Kane, watching nearby, immediately brightened his eyes. He had long hoped someone could teach Lin Yang a lesson. Now that Captain Mia personally stepped in, it was as if the light of justice had opened his eyes. Brother Lin Yang, go ahead. Captain Mia values you. Kane, standing nearby, sarcastically stirred the pot. What's wrong with grown men hiding behind women? Let's see how strong the commander of Luoyue town really is. He deliberately emphasized the words, commander, causing the knights of Luoyue town to burst into laughter. Lin Yang ignored these petty tricks. He took off his leather cloak, revealing a simple, fitted shirt underneath, and slowly walked to face Mia. All right, since the captain is interested, I'll fight a few rounds with you. Haha. Come on then. Before Mia finished speaking, she suddenly pushed off the ground with her toes, covering 10 meters in an instant. She didn't use a sword, but threw a clean, straight punch. It was a straightforward move, but very effective. The force of her punch caused the nearby torches to shake violently. Lin Yang slightly shifted his body, raised his right hand, and precisely caught Mia's fist. Bang! A dull sound of body collision echoed. Mia's face changed slightly. She felt as if her punch hit a sandbag. Her opponent's body didn't move at all, not even sinking the dirt beneath his feet. Not bad strength, Mia muttered, then used her waist to add power. Her long leg shot out with a sharp, breaking sound aimed at Lin Yang's temple. Lin Yang blocked with his left hand and stepped back slightly. The two immediately engaged in combat. Mia's attack was like a raging storm, each strike aiming to land. Her holy light, at the peak of the 9th star of the Dawn realm, burst out more fiercely than when she fought Rafina earlier. It was clear she had held back during her fight with Rafina. But now, to the onlookers, Lin Yang looked like a rock in the turbulent sea. No matter how big the waves, he remained steady within his space, moving skillfully. Mia became more surprised and more excited as she fought. She realized that this man's reaction speed and physical strength were almost superhuman, blocking all her attacks without a single flaw. Again, Mia was completely driven by her desire to win. Sweat soaked her hair, sticking to her face, and her eyes shone with stubbornness. The two figures were misaligned. To release a hidden force, Lin Yang instinctively grabbed Mia's elbow. They were very close, and the thin civilian clothes couldn't block the incredible elasticity and warmth. Mia's body stiffened slightly, and a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Huh, that's not right.